Oh, it's not across the street. Oh. Mm-hmm. Ew. Yeah. Poor thing. Dead seagull. I keep finding little bluebird eggs. Trying to make them hatch. Mm-hmm. 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 They could make a new hit show called The Junkie Whisperer. Oh, Ivan and Brad. They should make a new show called the Junkie Whisperer. Well, like, I don't know how they do it. Like, even Pam's like full on freak out. We come back and her and Ivan are just like very quietly sitting, watching a TV with candle. I'm like, okay. Hi, Giacomo. What you doing, Louie? What's up, Louie? What's the matter? What? Jack? What, baby? Seriously? Okay, give me like 5 minutes though. Killjoy.
And I think they might be overvaluing the potential the budget they have for the full numbers.
What,
right
Jack?
now. Look, we know the federal budget, it affects everyone. I'm certain everybody listening across the iHeart Talk Radio Network understands that. But if you say the words federal spending plan to the average Canadian, watch them get bored. Just look at their face, see if that's going to have some kind of 5% impact that brings them back towards the polls the Liberals need. One of the analysts of the Globe and Mail spoke with
Jack.
this story when reporting on this story, and these goals suggested that if there is not that kind of movement, 5% by July, then maybe it's time to start looking for a new leader. You know, spoiler alert, start looking now.
Jack,
so it's like a
stop.
Situation. If we don't get up,
We're gonna go. Give me 5 minutes, please.
By July, the following is going to happen. What is going to happen? You'll still be down 20 points is what is going to happen. All right, let's talk a little bit about, back in the old days when it was the right that was boycotting everything.
What?
And I used to.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to walk him.
Of all the things that Trump was calling on people to boycott.
I think.
But the right, I think, initiated boycotts
in like 5 minutes.
and all that kind of stuff.
What?
I'm gonna have to walk him in like 5 minutes.
About
Well, he's like huffing and puffing. He's gonna make himself fucking throw up.
Using woke as a pejorative, but Black Creek Pioneer Village decided to reflect actually what it would have been like and back at that time. And so they've decided we're not going to be leaning so much on Pioneer, and we're going to try to tell the story of Indigenous people. So they took Pioneer out of their name because that's actually, they're kind of changing what they do, and people are losing their mind. Like people, I was listening to somebody earlier today, and they're just like losing their mind.
Yeah, because you're trying to change what happened in history.
It's an attack on white people. It's all of this other stuff. And I don't know, like,
What?
but as they have the meltdown, Laura, they're mentioning that it's the left that's having a meltdown here, even though I just listened to some dude for 20 minutes lose his mind.
Listen,
What,
we have to get to a point where we tell history honestly and accurately, don't just tell always the stories of the conquerors or, we tell all the stories of what was happening. So I applaud Black Creek for wanting to tell the story of the Indigenous peoples that were here, obviously, before the pioneers, in other words, pioneer settlers, right? So we have
Oh no, apparently the First Nations made room for the settlers.
I like pioneer villages as a kid on school trips. It is part of what happened. It's part of our history. But
What,
it's
genocide?
not everything that was happening. And we need to educate ourselves on the rest of the story. So to me, it's not about pulling a word pioneer out. It's about adding the Indigenous story to it.
Yep.
So while people are freaking out about the branding change, what I do applaud with this decision is that they are going to make sure that anyone who visits the village and hears what pioneers are up to, we're going to hear what was happening in terms of relationships. And what was going on in the history of the Indigenous people who were here first.
Yep.
I like that they're making the curriculum actually accurate.
Oh, and they
to what was
helped
going
the
on,
French
as
when the
opposed to
English
this
came to
Virgin Meal
fucking
for a
wipe
bit.
them out.
But I think that people
Sure.
should stop flipping out about titles and start to make it about
Sure, like,
actually telling
fucking
the true
murdering
story
their
of our
men,
history, of our shared history.
raping their women,
Not to
and
make it too much
selling their
about
kids into
Toronto,
sexual
but,
slavery. I'm pretty
people
sure that
pulling down statues right across
like,
the country.
optional.
John McDonald statue being pulled down. I'm not for that. Just make the plaque reflective of the time and of the true history of Canada. And in Toronto, Chris, they want to change the name of one of the most, when I say popular, I should say well-known streets in the city, Dundas, because
Oh, really?
his history. So I think those things are a bit much, but I don't know. This one doesn't ring the same way to me.
Well, how many comments have there been where someone yells, and by yelling I mean writing it out in caps lock, maybe spelled correctly or incorrectly. You're erasing history when, as
You
Bob
are.
pointed out, literally the opposite of that is happening. You are adding into history, which is always the correct or reflective calling when it comes to actually teaching what happened.
Yeah, to me, it seemed like a brand change more than anything else. Of like if a product changed
Jim,
their
shut
name,
up.
nobody would be freaking out. I mean, no, that's not true because the right got mad when they took away the sexy M&Ms and put her in flats.
What?
Laura?
Well, I'm just gonna say, pulling down all the names of all of the people who came here and made a splash and had the money, that all the Dundas and all the rest of it, that doesn't make sense. We have so many other pressures in terms of our economy and people who are in homelessness and need our money and social services and everything else. But I do, where I am a little bit separate from you on this, Jim, is when it comes to statues, because they're literally put on a pedestal. And for people who were injured by that person who did terrible things to their people, to have to walk by that and look up at it is, I can see where the distinction is. But in terms of just pulling names off of everything,
Why can't you just? I don't want to get into this argument, but I mean, he's our founding father. If we're talking about John A. Macdonald, can't you just have a plaque that would describe the ugly truth, if you want to use that term, of Canada's history?
You know what? That, as somebody who was not the target of his policies, who, was not being starved out to get a railroad through, that would be enough for me. But I listen to people who walk by those statues and see it as someone who oppressed their peoples. And that's something hard to look up at. And I feel, so to me, the statue thing is a different conversation.
Yeah, but fucking...
names on everything. I don't think most people even know what Dundas means, right? It's
I
just
don't.
the road that they go downtown Toronto on. So I think we can look at these things with some nuance.
All right. Thank you very much, Laura Babcock, Power Grid Communications, host of the O Show, Chris Holsky. You can hear him on CFRA. He's a writer, producer, and breaking news reporter. Guys, thank you very much for your time. We will go in depth with our friend Chris Lewis on the fact that we are now going to have
White
an
people
internal
stop
review
writing
of
history
some
for
weird
other
kids
people.
next on the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Only slow spot in terms of the auto race is 25 southbound for the La Fontaine Tunnel. We still have volume down from Soulier. Overnight road work getting underway as of 8 o'clock. And again, this evening, we are going to see the closure at 15 North, access to Marcel Laurent. That is in the DeCarry interchange. At 9 o'clock, both sides of Marcel Laurent will shut down between DeCarry Boulevard and Saint-Louis. Also at 9, Autoroute 15 westbound between Henri Favre and Mirabel. At 10 o'clock, there will be lane closures on DeCarry southbound between Royal Mount and Jean Talon. They will shut down the Jean Talon entrance. At 10:30, Ville-Marie westbound closure Pad A to Lucien Lallier. The eastbound side is staying open. Book a vacation package to Paradises Resorts by Melia and save $500 per couple with Air Canada Vacations. Contact your travel agent or visit aircanadavacations.com. Let us know what you see on the roads. Calling your tips to Star 800. Next report, 8 o'clock.
We could send you to the biggest Latin music festival in town, Fuego Fuego. Tickets on the Can't Lose quiz before 7 o'clock. Surprising effect weight loss drugs like Ozempic appear to be having on fertility. Dr. Mitch at 7:50. And do you have a hobby you want to monetize? Patty Lovett-Reed explains how to make it work without driving you crazy. That's at 8:20. The Andrew Carter Morning Show. Join us 5 to 9.
Wednesday on CTV. There's a new panelist on The Masked Singer.
That was incredible.
And all new secret superstars.
Behind the mask.
Get into a new episode of The Masked Singer. Wednesday at 8. Only on CTV.
Have you wanted to speak a new language but thought it would be too difficult or time-consuming? Then it's time to try Babbel. Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you practical conversations that you will actually use. So with just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking in a new language in just a few weeks. Babbel, language for life. Right now, Babbel is offering radio listeners 55% off their subscription. Visit babbel.com/radio. That's BABBEL.com/radio for 55% off.
It makes a difference when a business like Litracits Dispensing Opticians takes a personal interest in what they do and in their customers. That's what sets Litracits apart. They are, after all, a family serving families with the best in eye care, lenses, and a wide variety of frames from partners like Essilor, Maui Jim Bevel, and more. Litracits Dispensing Opticians, taking care of your family's vision like their own. At DeCarry and Isabella for over 50 years. At Litracits, you'll see.
Here's what sitting in a $329 Milburger chair from IKEA sounds like. And here's what sitting in a $179 Milburger chair from IKEA sounds like.
Here's what sitting on the cement sounds
Hear the
like.
difference? It's $150 less. Same great products, new lower prices.
IKEA. Shop new lower prices on over 1,000 items today.
Ooh, so many low prices.
So Dan, how's life in the fast lane? Not great. I've lost control.
Okay.
Are you hitting the brake?
Jesus. That's better. Mm. Jack. Oh, maybe it wasn't you. Never mind, carry on. That's better.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800, an iHeart radio station.
This is News Talk Tonight with Jim Richards on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
That is true. I am Jim Richards. I lied to you moments ago. I hate to do that, but from time to time I do. I had said that Chris Lewis is going to be here in 5 minutes. That was a lie. He's going to be here in 15 minutes.
Okay.
But 5 minutes ago, it would have been 20 minutes.
You're
So that
fucking
was the lie as
still
well.
fucking dumb.
We're now joined by an individual who has joined us before. He is a criminal attorney. His name is Monty McGregor. He's a defense counsel, and he joins us right
Monty.
now. Sir, thank you very much.
Monty
It's
McGregor.
good to be here, Jim. Thanks for having me on.
This is an interesting story. I'm trying to keep people who are outside the Toronto area up to date on this story, but essentially a family went out for Canada Day 3 years ago. They're at Nathan Phillips Square, which is City Hall in Toronto. They're parked in the underground parking. The police are investigating apparently a stabbing. The individual, and then this is just 3 weeks since, a Muslim family was mowed down.
Yeah.
This is a guy with his wife who was a
That's fucked
headscarf
up.
and their kid and
One
a
remaining
stroller.
family.
And the interaction between them led to the
Their
death of
5-year-old.
a police officer. It has been alleged that some of those police officers lied on the stand.
Wait,
We
what?
now will have an investigation into all of this.
Oh,
The OPP
yes.
will provide oversight for
Oh,
Toronto
yes.
police. Just off the top here, with the not guilty verdict over the weekend.
Shut the front
Monty,
door,
what are your
though.
thoughts?
Well, first of all, he was not guilty, and that's the right decision. I think everybody found that. I know defense lawyers, other people in the media that cover criminal cases every crown attorney that I knew felt that he was not guilty and it was the appropriate verdict. And I think the prosecution has a lot of questions.
Oh
attached
yeah,
to
I
it
have
now.
so
With
many
hindsight,
questions.
Looking backwards, thinking, given the evidence and given what was known, was it appropriate to charge and proceed with a murder charge against Mr. Zamir for what happened?
When we look at this case, should different charges have been brought? Because they could have also,
Okay.
I hear people saying if it was a manslaughter charge, would this have been handled?
What we're looking at here is that the evidence that was heard at the trial would have been heard at what's called a preliminary inquiry. That's a hearing before a trial for the most serious matters to test the evidence to see whether or not there's a sufficiency to go to trial. And at that time,
Really?
that evidence would have included the video surveillance from the parking garage and the evidence of the accident reconstructionist of the Crown Attorney. So this was the police expert that suggested in their evidence that it contradicted the three officers that were the eyewitnesses that described the situation, which would have justified the murder charge. But if you look at the evidence,
Oh really?
it made it look like everything that they said was inaccurate. So they put Officer Northrup at the front of the vehicle, getting hit, making it so that if Mr. Zamir was driving, the officer would have been visible.
Yeah.
That might be a charge. But here, the video showed that that was not the case, and the expert demonstrated that there were no damage to the front of the car, no dusting in the front of the car. Everything made it look like
The cops are now going to have to go on the stand because they lied. They lied on the stand. That's 3 cops. OPP.
Where he gets pulled back and then the car goes over top of him, and that meant that it was very likely that he was in a blind spot and
they threw him from behind the wall.
Mr. Zamir as he's driving. That changes the tenor of everything, and then the question is, okay,
What the fuck actually happened to him then? They didn't do an autopsy, like.
No, but they're setting up, like they're staging.
Yeah, I like this is like apparently the same week when that guy mowed over that Muslim family. The entire family except the 5-year-old kid lived. And it's honestly like it's kind of sad because like, how's that kid gonna even grow up now? Like.
But all of those investigations go back under investigation.
Yeah. That's what the judge said. He's like, I have a lot of questions.
It was clear from everybody watching that she had real questions, and the big elephant in the room, as she said, was, why is this 30-year-old accountant that's new to Canada with his wife and 2-year-olds celebrating Canada Day? Why is he running over an officer? Because that goes to the intent.
He's not.
That's the basis point for murder, and the Crown Attorney couldn't substantiate that. There was no basis.
But they came up and like started like slamming on his window trying to arrest him, and they were like, the guy was like, "Get the fuck away from me! Who are you even? Like, I don't fucking you're like how do I know you're a fucking cop? You're dressed in regular clothes. You don't have a badge. You have nothing. Like, some random person comes out on the street says, "I'm a cop. We're investigating a crime that happened here. Like, and then you're being under arrest. Like, fuck you. Get away from me. Like."
Other expertise witness, he called it lying. Is that too far?
What?
I don't think so. I mean, you look at the officers, and obviously they have their team advice and the story. Substantially same story, which then the question's like, all right, well, did you get together and collude in making this story?
No, and what did you guys have to do with another cop dying?
Contradicted by the objective evidence. If that's the case, then
Because now that means there's a whole story to this.
and I think that's one
Of like something that happened and the cop ended up dying by accident, and they're like, "Oh shit."
What's your job for that?
I'm not, but like, I love that they're gonna be like,
What happened to me if I
"Oh,
lied
could
on
one
the
of our
stand?
boys in
Put
blue
somebody
do
away for
something so
a
fucking awful?" It's like,
it's a perjury charge, and if it's as simple as a murder, you could be going to jail for 2 or 3 years. So
never mind being able to keep your job. Okay.
bye, brain.
What is it problematic with what the tenor that the judge used in describing some of this stuff?
No, because it was done in the absence of the jury, and she's speaking to the Crown Attorney demanding that they justify what they're doing, because you have to take the evidence to build your theory of the case. And the day before the closing, she says, how do you substantiate a murder charge? And they couldn't do it. She says, you're contradicting the evidence doesn't support that. So she was very vocal.
Was she not doing that when she was charging the jury?
No, I think with the charge to the jury, you have to remember that there are legal arguments. So, for example, the collusion or the notion of the officers, she's allowed to say to them that based on the evidence, since they're all three have the same story and they're all wrong, they may have colluded, and it's up to the jury to make that determination.
Do you have a problem? Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, if she goes too far, that's where an appeal comes in, and that's where the lawyers are able to make that argument. It wasn't done.
Yeah.
And finally, did you have a problem?
Did you say it wasn't done?
We have a problem with the chief of police saying that he was hoping
I
for
said nice butt.
No.
Yeah.
If anybody is
I think
familiar
so.
with the facts that we're talking about here, so you're hoping for a different outcome based on officers lying on the stand to railroad a guy to a first-degree murder charge?
Well, that's it. I think the Crown Attorney and the police, they're supposed to seek justice. They're not supposed to try and win, but if you're a stakeholder in a game, in a card game, you're going to want to win, and sometimes that clouds your judgment about what's really going on in front of you.
Monty, thank you very much for your time. Always appreciate it.
I like his
It's always a
name,
pleasure. Good
Monty.
night. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it.
No, he's like Monty McGuire or something.
As an insight, we'll ask Chris
Very,
Lewis
very cool.
some of the same questions. Has he ever been in charge of one of these investigations? The OPP, the provincial police in Ontario, will be overseeing this investigation into how the Toronto police behaved. That is next on the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
Does the thought of a vasectomy scare you more than having another baby? I'm Dr. Elrich Shapiro. If you don't know this already, at Vasectomy Montreal, we have taken care of thousands of experts of the no needle, no scalpel, and virtually painless procedure. Most importantly, we take extensive precautions in a state-of-the-art private clinic where our safety measures keep you and your family jewels safe. Book your appointment online now at vasectomymontreal.ca.
Have you or your partner gained weight over the past few years? Concordia University researchers are seeking couples 50 plus to lose weight through diet and exercise. You'll learn about your health and receive up to $200 for participating. Email couples@concordia.ca.
You're listening to the voice of Montreal. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800.
Oh my god. I love them. Wow.
Suspects crashed into Montreal police cars twice today. More than Quebecers have eye damage from the eclipse.
Police cars, 2 accidents that 2 police cars got ran into.
The second one was like, who got serious eye damage from the eclipse?
Yeah, I know. I have been hearing it all day. So fucking dumb.
25 southbound has pretty well cleared out for the outbound La
let's keep it.
Overnight construction getting underway as of now, 8 p.m. 15 north access to
Yes, Mr. Magoo. Or the Magoo, sir. Yes.
The driver then deliberately drove into the police car that was trying to stop him. Here's Montreal police spokesperson Véronique Dubuc.
Good for you, sir.
Vehicle is a non-registered black Honda CRV with an Eddie front
That's
damage.
fantastic.
The driver is a white male aged around 30 years old. The patrol car sustained considerable front damage.
No one was hurt in that
Good for
incident.
you.
And a little earlier, around 12:30, police caught someone trying to break into a car in Dorval. The suspect fled on foot, but police caught him and allegedly.
That's why I saw them driving down the street.
Crashed into a police cruiser, which hit and injured a police officer.
Yeah, I heard the sirens. It was
But not the
crazy.
suspect. The police operation closed Highway 20 between St. John's and Sources and also affected Lakeshore. A few dozen Quebecers have come forward
They arrested him.
That was just out of here.
So then, boom, see? That's what you got, man.
People with different eye issues that have gone to see an optometrist because of eclipse-related damage. CJD 800 medical expert Dr. Chris Labo says when it comes to eclipses, there's a range of effects on the eyes.
They're just looking for any reason to fucking talk about this shit.
And there are people that have suffered permanent vision loss, but there are other people who suffer temporary vision loss that
Yeah, but
covers.
you tell me you're not. Look at it.
More than 28 people is solar retinopathy.
Yeah, but I was looking at it. How do you know? How do you know that like that's what caused it? Like, is it like how long the period between the eclipse and like now like do people not have to have? You know, it's fucking stupid.
I think you would be better if I wear shoes.
Yes.
The first ever criminal trial against a former president.
Prosecutors in their opening statement brought up the infamous Access Hollywood tape. They read portions of the transcript to the jury. They said that Donald Trump was bragging about committing sexual assault, and Donald Trump just had to sit there and listen. And I will say, just watching that camera that's directly on his face, you could tell it was difficult. It was one of the few moments when prosecutors brought up this tape that you could see Donald Trump shaking his head. He pursed his lips.
Hecker is due back on the stand tomorrow, and the court will also hear arguments on whether Trump violated Judge Juan Merchan's gag order with a series of Truth Social posts about witnesses over the last week. And the Elector Bridge will close in the Montreal direction this weekend from 11 p.m. on Friday to 5 a.m. on Sunday. Transport Quebec says the work is to repair a damaged part of the bridge's deck. Two westbound lanes toward Fort Drive will remain open, and the toll on the 30 East will be suspended. For more news, go to CJD800.com or download the iHeartRadio app. Your Dormez-vous Weather Center forecast will be clear tonight, the low +4 degrees. Sunny and windy tomorrow morning, increasing cloudiness in the afternoon, the high 17 degrees. And on Wednesday, rain is expected with a high of 6 degrees. Right now, it's 8 degrees and clear downtown. For a complete recap of today's top stories in Montreal, join us tonight at 11:30 on CTV or right here on News Talk Radio, CJD.
That's a couple. No, I have two.
Alright, some interesting stuff, folks. Some people are upset about taking the word pioneer off of pioneer.
Oh, they want to change the name of Georgia? So much hair in my mouth.
Oh, I came for a walk.
Thank you, baby. You're kind I like sleeping with you.
Hey,
I don't like getting all that. I don't yell that, but
I'm sorry.
there's nothing I can say. And then if I don't say anything, sometimes that also is not helpful.
I'm sorry, baby.
That's okay. Oh, you don't fucking need me.
I love you.
And be like, bitch, what you doing all fucking night?
Oh, baby.
Well,
It's not like that.
no, you're not. I don't think I want to go with you too, though. I love our bed. It's so comfy. Oh, that hurt a bit.
Sorry.
Okay.
It's harsh love, baby.
No. It's like yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Oh. No.
Number one selling eye supplement. Available at Shoppers Drug Mart, Walmart, Loblaws, Shelter 2 and London Drugs, or on Amazon and newnordic.ca.
This is the voice of Montreal.
CJAD 800. This is News Talk Tonight with Jim Richards on the iHeartRadio Talk Network. Coming up in about 15 minutes time, we'll ask you a question about whether or not you're sick of all of these woke people. Man, I am so tired of them. What do they do now? Find out in 15 minutes. Marvin Ryder said you can call me anything, including Helen one time, because whenever his mom got she would mistakenly call him Helen. So Helen joined us earlier today. Helen is professor of marketing and entrepreneurship at McMaster University's DeGroote School of Business. We talked to Helen earlier because the federal government is going around the world trying to woo big grocery stores to come to Canada to help with competition to drive prices down. I said to Marvin earlier, that just sounds window dressing. Who would bite at that?
Yeah, I think that's not a bad way of looking at it. It's a great story of how a government tries to encourage businesses to come to your country, but all they can do is lay out a welcome mat. At the end of the day, it's up to the company side. Can they get a good return on their investment? And there are probably good reasons why these companies are not already here.
Well, that's interesting. Well, they're companies, though, from France, Germany, Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, Turkey, and America, trying to be enticed by this liberal government who are trying to follow up on what the Competition Bureau said, that greater competition within the, I guess we're looking at the big three, but why are we talking about Walmart and Costco when we talk about the big three? Isn't it the big five? Or because they might not service some of the, I don't know, outside of major urban centers, maybe we don't count the other two?
No, it's this, when you think grocery stores, you think of the big three, Empire, Metro, and Loblaws. Costco and Walmart are big in groceries, but they're also big in things. So when you say grocery stores, people don't automatically think Costco and Walmart.
Okay, so what would attract a company to come to Canada to be in the grocery business against the big three or five?
Well, that's a great question. So they're going to come here surveying this market. They look at the risks of getting into the market, the established competition that's already here. Where are the places that are available, and how easy is it to set up a supply chain? So remember, if I'm coming from France or I'm coming from Holland, I've got great suppliers in Europe, they know how to supply my stores, and I find somebody over here that will do the same way. Maybe this is a great statistic. The whole area of Europe is 10.5 million square kilometers. Canada is almost 10 million square kilometers, yet we have 40 million people, and Europe has nearly 525 million people. So it's just easier to sell things, to establish your chains, to get your suppliers lined up in Europe than it is in Canada.
What do they learn from, I don't know, Target?
Another Target is don't come in and decide to go to 125 stores in 1 year. So if I was, for instance, the German company Lidl or Aldi, or if I'm the Turkish company BIM, then I would come in here and say, well, I'm going to open maybe 2 or 3 stores. I'll do the biggest markets first, meaning Toronto, Vancouver, maybe maybe because of the language requirements. And let's see how I do, rather than spend, it was billions of dollars to create a national chain and then 2 years later close it all again.
Why does Quebec scare you if you're an outside of the country company?
Well, you just want to know what the rules are. So in Europe, because of the European Union, it is fairly easy if you're a business to go from France to Germany to Austria to Italy. The rules tend to be the same. But in Canada, we always put a little asterisk whenever we talk about Quebec and doing retailing in Quebec, whether it is the name of your store or how you hire the employees, the payment schemes. It's the Canada Pension Plan in 9 of the provinces. So because it's just a little different there, asterisk in your mind.
What incentives are for any of these companies to come here other than, hey, we think you'd be great in running down prices that are 3 other main companies? What is the incentive for them? Like, what would they want to come here for? Because it almost sounds like, oh, that's the reason. So we're going to be driving, our prices will be super bottom and everybody else's will be to compete with us. So that doesn't sound like a great incentive.
Well, Minister Champagne, as he's been visiting with you, clear that the federal government is not planning to throw money at them. So we're not going to give you $100,000 or $1 million to establish a store. The best they can do is make sure that the rules are open, that if they want to talk about the kind of content they're carrying, what have you, that the federal government is willing to do that. Now, what is he has spoken to, the 11 of them in Europe and the 1 in America. The American one, by the way, is not a Wegmans or a Kroger. It's a company called Holding. I would think the average Canadian has never heard of Holding, but it is a discount grocery chain that has done well. But every one of these 12 companies are known for being market disruptors. They like getting into an established market and then shaking things up a little bit. And so I'm sure the pitch is made to them to stroke their ego and say, well, we like what you do in Europe. How about coming over here and being a market disruptor? But other than that sense of accomplishment or that sense of pride, there really is no financial incentive unless they think they can make money here. And that's really the big question.
Yeah. And I don't know why they might make the case. When you look at this market, the Canadian market, do you think somebody is going to, because it's going to be a lot of money up front, and hopefully in 5 years, 10 years, you're going to make money. No, maybe it's quicker than that. But as you start and look at the startup costs, it's got to be huge.
Yeah. So again, to your question, I would think what Minister Champagne was hoping was that he would walk into an office, speak to a CEO who said, funny that you come in here. We just were thinking about expanding into North America. So it's not really about coming to Canada, but if I had a chain that was looking to come into North America, Canada, the United States, and Mexico, combined a population roughly the same size as Europe, if you were already thinking about it, oh, well, great, how can we encourage you to come a little faster? So that's what he's doing. That's why he's talking to 12. He's not really looking for 12 of them to open a shop here. He would be thrilled if he could get 1 or maybe 2 of them to come here if their plans are consistent. And we've seen in Canada international companies come in. You can think in the clothing line H&M. That's not a North American company who's come into the marketplace. So if we have that coincidence of interest, you're thinking of coming, and we would like you to come. Let's talk about how we can make that happen.
I'm not sure Lowe's is a good example because they're gonna remain here in Canada, but they're
getting out, they're selling, but they're still going to be around. But I guess my point is there a way to do that with a company, I don't know, buying up a smaller chain? I don't even know if they exist in this country, but maybe assembling 3 or 4 smaller chains across the country. I don't even know if that's existing.
Yeah, it wouldn't have to be assembling that many chains. There could be a regional chain of 3, 4, 5 stores that you can get into. But I would also remind you that over the last decade, there is a fair amount of retail space underused or not used at all because of Target closing, because of Sears closing. There are spaces and there are rental, retail.
If I went to the Underground Mall the other day, holy shit, that thing is like a fucking ghost. Like, there's nothing in there. Well, that's staircases that go to a wall. It's funny.
Those big supersized stores. So again, if you happen to have a retailer, let me introduce you to Cadillac Fairview. Let me introduce you to some of these other big retailers who might be interested in striking a deal so that you can get that foothold at a really decent price.
Marvin, we got through an interview and I didn't call you Helen once.
What?
You did well.
All right, take care, Helen. We were interviewing him one time and he was like, you can call me anything, even Helen. That's what my mom used to call him because his mom would get mad at him and his mom would also get mad at her sister and her name was Helen. So, sometimes when people are like just steaming, they'll just yell out Helen. And thus the story.
Talking about
Marvin Ryder is a professor of marketing, entrepreneurship at McMaster's DeGroote School of Business. In a moment, why are people having a meltdown because of a village that is getting rid of the name Pioneer? Next on the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
Yeah, they want to change that Dundas Street.
Now, an update from the CJAG 800 Traffic Center.
As of 9 o'clock in Saint Laurent, Marcel.
Almost $3 trillion. That's according to a new report from Stats Canada. Those are rookie numbers in this racket. Indeed, and to the surprise of no one, media attention towards the real debt of Canadians is scant. Instead, focusing on the possibility that this could go on forever without consequence. Yet, cracks are beginning to form, and the credit rating agencies are starting to raise concerns over the amount of debt held by Canadians, especially amid a weakening economy. And, luckily for us, we don't have to rely on the media or common sense to tell us why this is a problem. As we not only have the data from Stats Canada, but also a multitude of research. What the is that? So what I want to do today is go over the data from Stats Canada, take a look at the credit agencies raising the alarm bells, have a look at the research and the history to show us why this is a problem, and then go over some implications for the future. The amount of debt held by Canadians as of today could very well prove to be an ongoing, self-perpetuating problem. We will continue to cover it on this channel. I'd like to try to find those updates, but for now, let's get into this data. Under the data, as mentioned, total household debt held by Canadians is reaching close to $3 trillion, now sitting at much higher than the 110 or so that Canada was sitting at in 2022. But also that the GDP was supporting it below in all of this. I suppose. So long as the Canadians are making their payments. However, Moody's credit rating agency is expressing unease about the short-run outlook for local performance, while other delinquencies are rising over the economy. Moody's is warning that if Canadian households were to lose this crucial
That's much power free.
default rates were quickly accelerating higher. So while delinquencies are still relatively low for the economy to shift, we could see those numbers pop up on the year quickly. And we can already see some signs of growing stress, with Equifax noting this month that mortgage delinquency rates have surpassed pre-pandemic levels in Ontario and BC. Not just mortgage loans that are seeing an increase.
I'm sorry.
All up over pre-pandemic levels. With Equifax noting the budgets have hit the limit for some. So household debt near $100 trillion, household debt to GDP 50% higher than the U.S. and at the height of the financial crisis. The delinquencies are rising. Now we know the magnitude of the problem. What's the solution? One solution is the capital earlier to such an extent that households now afford it in order to combat debt. With that said, a study from the Bank of Commercial Settlements found that household debt accumulation has to provide a drag on growth, meaning that as households pay more on their disposable income towards debt, less and less goes towards providing an ultimate drag on the GDP. The study found that those GDP had been announced and getting stronger. Once the household level is 80%, and the problem with economic debt is that it snowballs, and that if policymakers want to start
I think so.
it takes more from a fiscal stimulus to jumpstart the economy, with the Federal Reserve finding that once household debt to GDP reaches 70%, policymakers are likely to face real costs and stimulate the economy for credit expansion under tons of efforts to stimulate growth. They spend money, put money into the pockets of Canadians, they spend it, put money into the economy, and we see the economy grow. However, if debt levels get too high, then a large portion of that stimulus merely goes back to paying other debts. That money doesn't end up in the real economy, rather ending up in the banks. It is not just the EIS and the Fed finding that finance debt provides a drag on the GDP, with working times similar in a 2023 study, as did the National Bureau of Economic Research. Research is what they're calling it. So the idea of Canada growing its way out of this debt problem is not exactly in the cards. So what about lowering interest rates? Make that cost of borrowing much easier and jumpstart the economy, which could make it easier to pay back the debt. Well, a study from the Bank found that for every 1% increase in interest rates, borrowing increases by 7%. So lower interest rates make a big problem. But if we fix that big crack, we will probably make it further, even if lower interest rates will help us to talk about some of this channel. The Federal Reserve
Thank you.
raising rates. So it's not like Canada has a whole lot of room to lower interest rates to make that debt more manageable. With that said, the major increases in debt that Canada has seen really shouldn't even be happening. With the Federal Reserve finding that when central banks increase rates, households tend to respond by borrowing less than prepaying more. But that's not what we're seeing in Canada from February 2022 until now. They also pay their debt back.
Just fucking rock.
Years. So the idea that Canada can pay for its way out of this debt on interest rates to make those debts manageable aren't likely any longer. Add to that is a growing private GDP growth as cited by the Bank of Canada, which makes any attempt to grow pay out of debt even more unmanageable. In fact, it's entirely possible that the run-up in debt that we've seen over the past few years is due to another phenomenon cited by the Federal Reserve, where low cash flows brought on by high interest rates
University to take care.
Not really, but
Really help.
I also run with my hands straight. I don't know if you run back.
You could,
Yeah, we find street. Even the side muscles.
I actually teach enough coordination of running. And I had to run that. Yeah. It was great. I'm not sure what the solution to this is. A big leap there. Anyway.
Please don't. I used to do the nap. Nap. Why?
What the fuck was all of that about? Really weird. Like,
Human music. What? Yeah.
It's when Rick and Morty and Jerry Smith is in simulation, and they put in music on the car radio. It's like human music. Okay, human music. There's a simulator like a lower train. Okay.
What do you say? Well,
Forever.
Sorry.
So they're throwing those in the battlefield, saturating the area. These are very dangerous lethal weapons. And so, they are causing the Russians some headaches from that. But other than that, they've got nothing left. And Russia's figured it out. Russia's blowing up drone production facilities. Russia's learning how the drones communicate. They're going to blow up the operators. And they're going to nullify that and just keep rolling. There's nothing Ukraine can do to stop this. This is why Ukraine is so desperate for NATO intervention. This is why Ukraine is attacking this operation nuclear power plant in an effort to get the international community to intervene on its behalf to forestall a regional global nuclear catastrophe. But there's nothing Ukraine can do to reverse this. The Russians don't normally commit to a timeline. They're very driven by objectives. They'll let the objective define the timeline, not a calendar. But for the first time, you're starting to hear Russian political leaders, Russian military leaders, people in the know, speak of, maybe a collapse by the end of the summer, early fall. That Ukraine will not, that this war will not continue out of 2024. And for Russia to be saying this means that they've made a decision that is going to be what they're fighting for, looking forward to.
Oh, COVID.
I think we have to take that seriously. I think this collapse that's taking place
Is that Scott Ritter?
Yeah.
final stage of the death of Ukraine. The tragedy is that
This is why I wasn't paying too much attention to what I was eating, because I thought I was eating pretty healthy. And I worked out on my weight kept going. Then I saw all these people on TikTok.
Is that an
Yeah.
This app that changes the way you eat in psychology. So I tried it, and I learned so much about health.
this they could have avoided this had they accepted in terms of the Istanbul communique. They could stop this at any time, but Zelensky still talks about
Yeah,
making
seems
Russia
not
surrender. He talks about a peace conference hosted in Switzerland where apparently they're going to compel the Russians into surrender. And totally unrealistic things like that.
Do you think how in the West they're perceiving this condition on the battlefield? Because it seems to me that still in the mainstream media they're not showing the real picture of what's going on in Ukraine. And when we see a battalion, when we see a Azov battalion just getting out of this war, it's not way to do this.
And being in the Middle East, and now he's like, he's got a mail order wife, and she doesn't really speak English, but he's like, he's like just like Scott Ritter. He's like either really really hype, or he's just like everything, and like there is no hope for the world.
I was told by the Russians that 1,500 Russian men were volunteering per day to serve in special military
Yes,
operations.
sir.
The Russian government came out and said that because not everybody who volunteers qualifies. So,
Really?
But they said that they're absorbing 30 to 40,000 new Russian troops every month.
We're doomed.
Arestovich, Zelensky,
They literally have to call it a lottery, and they ran away.
recently gave a talk, and he said that in Moscow today and throughout Russia, the system is overwhelmed with men in their 40s who are going to the hospitals to cure chronic conditions, basically to make themselves medically qualified to serve in the army. 40-year-old men are
People want to serve
coming
my
out of the
business.
way so that they can serve in the army on the front lines. Why? Military system service in Russia right now is considered patriotic duty. We're at a stage right now. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Patton. Great movie, but Dorsey Scott in the role of Patton during his famous introductory speech, he said, what are you going to tell your grandkids when they say, what did you do in the Great War?
Learn the fuck out of a lot of people. That's one thing.
And I think right now, the Russian Republic has embraced this,
That was a bad time for
the righteousness of this war. This is one of these defining conflicts. In the West, we don't respect that. We don't understand what's happening. I said the same thing when I was there earlier last year during the Victory Day celebration. The genuine outpouring of real visceral patriotic fervor, not fake stuff, not what we do here in the United States. Genuine patriotic fervor where people are sobbing because of the emotions that are driven by this. It's real in Russia. It's visceral. You have to see it to believe it. That's taking place in Russia right now. In Ukraine, nobody wants to fight. The Nazis don't.
Apparently they're actually dressing like women.
No.
To try to get out of fucking being drafted, but they're like they're making pregnant women get drafted.
From the right sector.
It's like any able-bodied person.
Doesn't want to go to.
And we don't care about gender.
Right now. The 25th.
Thanks, feminist.
Airborne Brigade or Air Mobile
Fuck
Brigade
y'all.
was compelled to go, and they're surrendering. They're quitting. These are the three elite units of the Russian military that are left. Other elite units like the 47th Brigade have been virtually disbanded because they've been destroyed. But these are the units that the Ukrainians put in to be their fire brigades to plug the hole in the line.
Yeah.
And they're saying we don't want to do this because when they were sent to the Avdiivka, they had to run away or die.
And now that we have to go into a situation that's worse than that, in terms of Russian superiority, they're like, no, we don't want to die. If we go there, we will die.
That's fun.
Who can the Ukrainians count upon right now? Where are their 40-year-old men? They're all already served, dying, dead.
Served, dying, dead.
Mobilizing 20-year-olds, but given the reality of Ukrainian demographics, actually the age group that has been targeted for mobilization, drafting right now, there's fewer. There's very few of them left. They weren't born. The way the Ukrainian thing worked is that women stopped giving birth at a certain point, and so there's no 20-year-old kids left anymore. And those that are there have fled, have bought off service. They don't want to serve. Again, just think of the motivation. A 40-year-old Russian man, and let's say I have a chronic back condition that precludes my military service. With my own money, I go and I get surgery. With my own money, I go and get rehabilitation. So that I can go to the military recruiter at the age of 44 and say, I'm volunteering to serve on the front line.
What?
And the recruiter says, okay.
But you'll die.
Physical, come. The Russians train this man who's motivated. When he wakes up every morning and trains, he's saying, how do I prepare to be the best soldier possible on the front line? And he's surrounded by soldiers who believe.
And they're not forced. They're not drafted either. They do it by choice.
And they're Russian.
And they're Russian. They're Vikings. Stop.
Like, is that not the Viking mentality? I'm going to go get surgery, get my back fixed, I can go to the front line.
Well, they fought a war with no weapons and won. So
instead of losing a war, they burned their old field and their shit. Russia? Yeah.
That's pretty badass. That's like someone threatening you, like, oh yeah? How about I burn the whole place down?
When Prussia came in, they burned everything. See, you're not going to get anything from us. And then Prussia walked away. Because you had nothing to do.
These guys already ran once. They don't trust them. They don't have leadership. So they come in and they said, where do we go? Here. What do we do? Die. And so they're there waiting. Here come the Russians who want to fight. These guys are there. They have a choice. They can stay hunkered down. They're going to get blown up by FAB 500, or they're going to get killed by the close assault units. They can try to fight back, but they don't have any training.
So against Vietnam? Forget about it.
Stand up and spray and pray, and they can be killed.
Spray and spray.
They can't, because behind them is the Kraken unit. Nazi thugs have set up machine guns and snipers, and as they move back, the Kraken unit guns them down. But they can surrender, and the Russians will take them prisoner. And hopefully,
The Russians take them over.
those who survived the Russian preparatory fires surrender. And we see video after video after video of Ukrainians just putting their hands up and saying, we give up, we give up. They have no motivation. They don't believe in what they're doing. They don't believe in what they're fighting for. They don't have the training. They don't have the equipment. They're just there to die. That's the situation on the front line right now, everywhere. The elite units don't want to fight because they know that they'll die. The other units are composed of people who don't want to be there, who ultimately have to make a decision to fight or die, and many of them opt to surrender. There's still Ukrainians that fight. It's not a kosher.
It's not good for, man.
The Russians have to be careful.
They're not stupid.
There's capabilities. There's some Ukrainians that, say, this is my country, this is my soil, I'm going to fight. But they're becoming fewer and fewer. Remember why? Because they're the ones who actually stand and fight, and the FAB 500 hits them and vaporizes them. And there's nobody to replace them. Nobody motivated. All the motivated guys are fighting and dying right now as we speak. Once they die, there's no motivated people to replace them.
Brutal.
Collapse continues.
Lukashenko, in his last meeting
with
Putin, said that Putin will not sign any agreement with Zelensky after May 21st. And do you think when he says something like this, he's talking about he's willing to negotiate with Zelensky as soon as possible, or he's not interested in any sort of agreement and negotiations with Zelensky?
They're just holding off. They're just like, it's like when the lawyers push court dates.
Any
Try and get them to drop it eventually.
what does Zelensky have to make them agree upon? It's the same thing. If you and I are in a fight, and you're hitting me, and you're
Yeah, they're all blackmailed. I think the Jeffrey Epstein thing has something to do with it.
and you realize
I think I think Jeffrey Epstein had something to do with Netanyahu, and they conspired to blackmail all of the most powerful people in the world, so that anything that Netanyahu says, they do.
but I get something.
And I think Netanyahu had Jeffrey Epstein probably murdered,
So I'm going to get something out of this fight.
because that's usually what ends up happening. David and Goliath. Or what's the other one?
Watch out for misinformation.
It's been on the table since April 2022. The Ukrainians have ignored it, dismissed it. That's off the table now. You'll never get that back.
I'm making new channels, start doing more videos. Like, what are you gonna do? Send the cops like out to my house? Like,
You know that I'm not going to be able to resist you. You've broken both my arms. My ribs are broken. I'm bleeding. I quit. And you can just beat the living crap out of me. But you give me one last chance. I will let you walk out of the bar, go home, and bleed to death in your house. And I'll stop hitting you now. But that's your only option. Leave the bar, go home, and
lick your
and never come
wounds,
back here
fuck
again.
it, yeah.
If you stay, I'm going to kill you.
Yep.
That's the only negotiation that's going to take place right now.
Yep.
Which is the unconditional
Rightfully
surrender
so.
of Ukraine. Now, what Putin is saying is, on May 20th, because Zelensky has failed to hold presidential elections, his term expires. That's when there's supposed to be an inauguration, the swearing in of a new president. Because they haven't had an election. When Zelensky
He's gonna do it allegedly. He's gonna wait for their election and they'll be okay. Guys are now voting this face Russia.
So up until May 20th, you can sign the unconditional surrender documents. After May 20th, we'll find someone else because you're no longer the president of Ukraine. But here's the other important thing. The Russians have said that they will not kill a head of state. Because they have to operate in a world where once you start killing heads of state, people might target your head of state. But
They already are.
Smart.
But they already are. Like,
Smart move.
honestly, like, I can't understand why he hasn't done anything to us yet. Like, why? Like, we've only been like the ones initiating fucking violence. So
Well, what is the biggest risk? I think it's just gonna blow up our
I don't think he
our
will.
reactors or military base.
That's what I think he's been
And
doing.
no civilians gonna get hurt.
I think he's been shutting off our power. Because we've been talking about nuclear power, and he was just like, no, you guys can't have like nuclear power like in a huge plant like that. And they're like, well, it's illegal in Russia. He's like, oh, look at this, no longer legal in Russia. Some people say. Like, he's like, I put that law into place, you fucking idiots. Like,
norms. So if the Ukrainian people have elected a man they call president, and that man's still in office, then he is the president.
Baby, you know you're
So
amazing.
we have to sign the unconditional surrender documents. But after
I can
May
do that.
20th, he's no longer president, and we will never deal with him again. In fact, we're more than likely to kill him. So that's what I think we're going to do by this.
Do really Russia need to kill Zelensky because
No, brother!
what we've seen so far from Zelensky
What?
doing to Ukraine, destroying Ukraine at any and each and
I
every
will really
level.
stab this.
Do they need to do that? Do Russia need to do that, or is of the time these far-right nationalists would do that to Russians because they are so tired of Zelensky?
Well, Russia's not going to do anything that empowers Azov. They're going to kill all of Azov too. So if Azov wants to kill
He's
someone,
laughing.
Russia kills Azov. That's their business. Russia doesn't care. Zelensky's a war criminal in the eyes of the Russians. What he's done is criminal. And so he will pay if he stays. Even if they don't kill him, they will arrest him.
No, I think he's mentally ill. I think it's a part of his show that he made. About like he made like a TV show about a teacher who becomes the president. Because he does like this stand up and speech thing, like Robin Williams or Captain My Captain.
But I don't think, Russia's not going to murder
I think he thinks he's in one of his own movies.
make it very difficult for Azov to surrender. it's sort of like the Russians storming Berlin, the Soviets storming Berlin. They could capture the North, German soldier. But if you were SS, you're going to die. One way or another, because they hate it. They despise them. They despise what they stand for. Azov is the modern day SS. So too is the 67th Mechanized Brigade. These are very bad people. And none. It's a one-way trip to hell. That's just the reality of it. And Russia needs to make this point because the Russia needs the average Ukrainian to lose faith in their leadership, to lose faith in the nationalist movement. And that's the first step of denazification, is to make these nationalists, these banderas, outcasts
The kind of stuff I
from
like.
society, not because Russia said so, but because the Ukrainians reject them. And you do that by delegitimizing them across the board. And you do that by making their inevitable demise inevitable. There's no chance for these people. There will be no surrender. There will be no honorable surrender. There will be no happy thereafter. These thugs, these terrorists, these Nazis are going to die, or they're going to pay a severe price. But there will be no happy ending for these people. And once you make that clear to the Ukrainians will hopefully disassociate themselves from them. And in doing so, trigger the opportunity for the termination of this conflict in a way that saves as many good Ukrainian lives as possible.
If Zelensky destroyed Ukraine, do you think we can have a country called Ukraine in the future if they end up to be landlocked? We have various ethnicities in the western part of Ukraine who will not be willing to be part of Ukraine after all of these problems that they have been witnessing during this war. And on one side you see all these difficulties, on the other side you see Anthony Blinken and Stoltenberg are talking about Ukraine being part of NATO. It's unbelievable what's going on right now in Ukraine.
Anybody who thinks that Ukraine will be part of NATO should be tested more for drug use, for mental retardation, because Ukraine will never be a member of NATO. There is no mechanism to make Ukraine a member of NATO. Ukraine will never be a member of the European Union. It was never on the table. Ukraine never qualified, never will qualify. These are just terrors that were thrown out there by people who were trying to keep the Ukrainians
relevant,
deceived, so that Ukraine would continue to play the role that NATO wanted them to play. That is, as a tool of the United States and NATO that was designed to not save Ukraine, but to hurt Russia. And that didn't work. Lindsey Graham has said it, others have said it, until the last Ukraine.
He's been like cool and chill this whole time, where he's like, I don't even know how you guys to figure it out.
Cast to the side because you were never there for Ukraine. We've never been there for the Ukrainians. I've said this to you before. We don't like them. We hate them. We despise them. What's the proof? How we treat them. Is this how you treat a friend? Is this how you treat allies? Is this how you treat? And the Ukrainians are starting to wake up to this fact.
Like, would you like someone that you know?
No, this is not how you treat friends. You were never their friends. They never liked you.
Wow, you're like the mean girl.
They don't respect you. They are only using you.
Because they would send
squeeze out the
all the
last
other countries'
blood before they throw you away.
not just weapons.
Listen to what else they say. Stoltenberg and the others. They say that these budgets, I heard Stoltenberg say it the other day, these budgets, this money, it's going to be used to make our economies good. You hear American senators say that. Most of that money is not going to go to Ukraine. It's going to come here to build weapons for us to replenish our stockpiles. Wow. What does that say? That you need this Ukrainian conflict to go on. You need Ukrainians to die so the military-industrial complex can make more money, generate greater profits. This is despicable. This is dishonorable. This is disgusting behavior on the part of the West, but it's to be expected because we don't like the Ukrainians. We will abandon them. They're only as good as they produce a result that we find acceptable, and the result we only wanted them for is to inflict harm on Russia. Ukraine exists to kill Russians. We don't care about how many Ukrainians die. We only care about how many Russians Ukraine can kill. That's their purpose. That's the tool. We use the tool until the tool doesn't function anymore. And again, I just remind people that someday we're going to have to sit across the table with the Russians. And those Russians that sitting there are going to be looking at us will have lost a father, a son, a brother. And they're going to know that we're responsible. And are they really going to want to do business with us?
We know that Olaf Scholz went to China to convince Chinese to not support Russia in the conflict. In your opinion, when she looks at Olaf Scholz and see a leader who was not willing to stand against the United States because they did a very serious damage to the infrastructure in Nord Stream pipeline, and is able to risk everything in favor of the United States. They believe in Olaf Scholz.
That's what they're saying. Putin blew up his own pipeline.
As a serious negotiator.
Like, why would he do that? Obviously not.
Got off the airplane. Shows you what the Chinese think of Olaf Scholz.
We're gonna deal with it. Oh yeah, but you can't do that with us. Watch me.
Yeah.
Olaf Scholz
Fucking watch me.
Like, you're gonna tell me what I can't do in my own country, really?
But it's not in this country.
Putin?
No, when they sit Biden, yeah, but you can't destroy the pipeline. It's like, oh, watch me.
If Scholz was a serious man with a serious proposal, with serious power and gravitas, Xi Jinping would have met him at the airplane and said, "Hey, come here. Let me impress you. I need to treat you nice so that we can have this good conversation because you can do something for us. You bring something for us." Scholz was there to beg. He went there. He had to say this stupid stuff that he said because he needed cover, political cover, for his real purpose, which was to beg the Chinese to allow German industry to continue to operate in there, because the only German industry that makes money is a German industry that's operating in China. All other German industries lose money. Germany is a nation in industrial decline, and the idiot Germans were operating under the de-linking philosophy, or de-risking, I think is what they called it, de-risking. We're not sanctioning China. We're not cutting relations with China. We're de-risking. What does that mean? Sanctioning, cutting relations. We'll call it de-risking because we don't want to insult the Chinese. But then when he went over there, when other companies went over there to talk about de-risking, the German leaders of industry, you want us to de-risk Volkswagen?
Ah, that's what you're signing up for.
China. You do know that the Volkswagen operation, when you look at the totality of our business model, the only place we make money is China. Everywhere else we lose money. So you're telling me, as a leader of a company, that to appease you, to appease European Union, I have to commit suicide as a company. Because if I shut down the Chinese operation, I don't make any money. I have to close down my business. You know what? Porsche was looking at all this. You know what Porsche did? They went to America. Porsche went to America because they can't do business in Germany anymore. Can't sustain. A lot of German industries are closing shop and going to America. I would imagine Volkswagen may be following suit soon. And so Scholz realized that this was happening. This flight was happening. So he had to come back to China and undo the damage. He had to go to the Chinese and say, when we talked about de-risking, we really didn't mean it. What we really meant to say was we want to take a lot of risk with China. We want to double down. We want to go ahead. We're going to gamble. All on red, baby. Come on, China. Make this happen. And how can Xi respect that too? Because now he's become pathetic. The Chinese don't respect Germany. The Chinese are realists. They'll do business, to make money. But the idea that China treats Olaf Scholz with respect is absurd. They don't respect him. They don't respect Europe. They're losing respect to the United States. Janet Yellen just went there, and she came out after trying to pressure the Chinese and bully them. Her speech was, her complaint to the Chinese is that the Chinese are just too good. Well, the Chinese have a better supply chain than we do. Do a better one, Janet.
Sure.
Too big of an economic engine. Why don't you get a big economic engine yourself, Janet? I mean, all she had to do, she just said that the Chinese are just too good, too strong, too big. We need the Chinese to become weaker on their own. Why would China do that, Janet?
Janet, what is the Janet thing?
Can't you outcompete the Chinese? She was pretty much admitting that we can't outcompete the Chinese. So we become irrelevant. And you saw that when she went there. The Chinese were polite. She wasn't given the red carpet treatment. They treated her like a little figure. They're like, oh, you want to come in? Okay, come in, sit down. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I can't be at this meeting, but I will find somebody. Hey, did you get the janitor? Yeah, come in here. Yeah, put your broom down, but sit down here, use a pad of paper, take notes, let me know what she says.
Wow, you're so pissed right now.
Janitor, get it? And then they leave.
Janitor?
That's the respect
Wow.
that the Chinese show Western delegations now. The Chinese have made the pivot to Russia. They're committed to Russia. They've talked about this economically, politically, and now security-wise. And no delegation led by, some mealy-mouthed, useless German chancellor named Olaf Scholz or Janet Yellen, who doesn't have a game plan on how to deal with the Chinese. Her only option is to beg the Chinese to break themselves. Because that's what she's pretty much saying. That's like me playing you in basketball, and you're a better basketball player than me. And now I'm upset because you're trained. You actually get up at 6 in the morning, you go running, you spend hours practicing your free throw. I get up late, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. I sit down and eat a McDonald's sandwich, and I drink a milkshake, and I watch TV, and I get fat. And you're sitting there playing, and now I come
They
to
get
the game,
fat.
I say, hey,
You're kind of past that point.
you need to break your leg for me. And you're going to be like, why would I break my leg? Why would I do that? We're going to the Chinese saying you need to break a leg. You need to make yourself weaker economically, not as efficient. The Chinese are like, why would we do that? We've been going to the gym. You've been sitting on the couch. So, the Chinese they treat the Russians with respect now because they recognize that what we're trying to do to Russia and Ukraine is exactly what we're trying to do to China over Taiwan. And they don't want that to happen. So the best way to prevent Americans from reaching that is to defeat them in Ukraine and China is 100% behind Russia, which is another reason why Russia's going to win. They're going to win this year. They may win by August. Who knows?
Before wrapping up, Scott, if you look at this trip of Olaf Scholz to China and the mindset on the part of the United States, on the part of Europeans, they always think
China
that
together.
way
The
to
two biggest
separate
coffee
China
fucking
from
countries in the
Russia.
world.
Africa's with them.
What we've seen
BRICS.
so far, do you think
Should have seen the BRICS meeting. And they were all like, we don't want any violence. Like, what? I'm pretty sure that we say that you guys are the most radical, violent countries in the world. That you guys are so corrupt and awful against your people.
So allow me that opportunity. And those people who are watching this, I don't know if you watch this, but maybe you do. You know me. I've been working with you for decades. You're resistant to anything I've tried to do to open your minds about Russia. And because of your resistance, you are as ignorant as the day is long about Russia and China. And you continue to articulate philosophies that are geared to a Western-centric point of view. You are thinking more like Olaf Scholz and less like Xi Jinping because you spend all your time and effort listening to Olaf Scholz and his circle of people around him, and you spend no time listening to Xi Jinping. Or if you do, just peripheral throwaway, you really don't care. And you ignore Vladimir Putin totally. I've been telling you for some time now that you need to go to the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. Let me explain to you in the simplest way possible why. Because you'll answer this gentleman's question. China and Russia are linked. If you go to this forum, you will see Chinese companies coming in. You will see the closeness of relations. I have been in contact with Russian businessmen who do business in China, who send delegations to China, and they've been informing me about the nature of the contract relationships, the scope and scale of the economic interaction. You see Chinese businessmen coming to Russia, Russian business going to China. This is an intimate relationship that cannot be separated. They have made strategic commitments to one another, but because you sit on your butts in a European city or here in the United States, you are ignorant about this reality. The only way to experience this reality is to go see it firsthand. Any
Walmart Delivery Pass. Unlimited grocery deliveries for just $8.97 per month or $89 per year.
Anybody who thinks that you can drive a wedge between Russia and China knows nothing about Russia or China or how they operate together. And this is the God-awful truth. And I say God-awful because if we don't, we are losing control of the world. And we're losing control of the world because we don't understand the world we live in anymore. We continue to operate as if the rules-based international order is the gospel. And so when the preacher, Tony Blinken, Joe Biden, comes up to the podium and starts preaching the word of the gospel, we're sitting there going, amen, brother, amen. But we're looking around, the congregation that used to be there ain't there anymore. Amen, amen. But then we get together and fool ourselves by sitting in the room together, spouting nonsense, thinking that it matters. Nobody's listening to you anymore. You're preaching to the choir, but the choir doesn't exist because they've gone to the other congregation, the BRICS congregation. And it's a huge, massive congregation. And it's not just one preacher up there. It's a whole bunch of preachers up there speaking the word of the Lord, which is multipolarity. It's multipolarity with a Russian and Chinese accent. And if the Indians ever get their act together and stop thinking that maybe this church of the rules-based international order is still relevant, it's not. It's a broken system. You need to go to BRICS. You're in BRICS, but you really need to commit to BRICS. And so they'll speak with an Indian accent. They have a Brazilian accent, a South African accent. It's amazing. They have an Iranian accent, a Saudi Arabian. They're going to have more accents. They might have a Colombian accent soon. Who knows? But it's a big congregation. It's an all-encompassing congregation. But you know what accent they don't have? An American accent or a British accent. Because the Americans and the British are too stupid to understand the reality that exists today. And the longer you wait, if you don't embrace this new reality, the further behind you become. And soon, this world you live in, where you think you have the insight into the centers of power,
I really like sour cream and tacos.
Stop speaking the language of Chevron. Stop speaking the language of Total. Start speaking the language of Rosneft, of Chinese oil companies, because that's where the heartbeat of global economy is. And we speak of global energy security. It's there, not here. It's shifting. And if these people want to operate separate from that, they find themselves diminished into nothing. And since you only represent their interests, you'll be diminished into nothing. Grow up. Be Russia, China. Learn the truth, and then you can come back and give really good advice to your clients and convince them that in order to survive, they have to not operate separate from BRICS or China. They have to plug in and become part of that multipolar world.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Was it over?
I'm missing a show.
Stationery, cards, toys, games, unique gifts, and more. Join Cleo in April as we host Terry Mosher's Aislin's Montreal Expo's book release.
Attention all home buyers, incredible news. Baldwin Condos and Penthouses in Dollar des Ormeaux offers a mortgage rate of just 3.99%. That's right, 3.99%. Our units boast the largest size in the area with amenities like a spa, terrace, gym, and children's park.
Secure your dream home today at 3.99%. Learn more at condosbaldwin.ca. Conditions apply. Limited time offer. Visit sales office for details.
Hail from the mover. Hi, I'm Paul Filgiano, and I am Meldrum the Mover. Need a safe, clean, and affordable storage solution? Meldrum.
In my head and stuff.
There's a little fire.
What's the difference between you cutting an onion and stabbing a bitch?
What?
Last time you cut an onion, you cried.
Yeah. Sure. Keep your effort, man. Appreciate it, though. Make me feel a little bit more badass. Or badass as a kid, even slightly at all.
Yeah.
Because we all know that
You don't cry when you stab bitches.
And we all know that I'm kind of a bad bitch, so.
Bobby bitch.
I'm not against humans. I don't mind stabbing a human. Oh no!
Oh no! Yo! Oh no! Yo!
Oh, the measuring cup was on it. That's why it broke.
What measuring cup?
The big glass one.
Is my fault?
No, it's probably mine. Because I'm the one who Tetrises it like that.
Tetris it. Oh my god, you Tetris it. Get the Tetris it. You Tetris it. Oh my god, Tetris it. Where's my brain? Jesus, where's my brain? Ain't where's my brain? Where's my brain? Where's my brain? Where's my fucking bird? Doodly, doodly, ooh. Thank you for the food.
You're welcome. Here. Oh, you told me. No, that's not my Cheetos. What do you want to drink?
Milk, because I already drank 2 Coke.
Okay. You're gonna be fucking super wired. You're gonna have a bad sugar crash.
I think I'm already having it. Spider Pig. Thank you. I'm gonna Spider Pig.
Una tomato. Dos tomato. Una tomato. Una tomato. Dos tomato. Una tomato. Una tomato.
Oh no.
Una lettuce. Dos lettuce.
Thank you.
Tres lettuce.
Oh my god, look at you. I'm getting all fucking creative and getting brave.
1, 2, 3, 4
Eating your
lettuce.
greens.
Yeah, it's gonna make me sick.
Oh, fuck off.
What?
You
Oh,
literally need fucking a little bit at least
no.
to keep your fucking
No,
flesh.
no.
Otherwise, your skin's gonna peel
Caramel
off.
salad.
Yeah, it's great. I didn't think you'd actually eat that much. Mm.
Damn it, Janet. Mmm. Huh?
We're good.
What?
It's good without.
Without, yeah?
There's gas. I don't like people. I don't like it cold. I'm already cold. I'm saying.
You're so hot. How can you be cold?
I'm cold.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man?
Deadpool, because Deadpool 3 is coming out.
Oh, what's the other one?
What?
Wanna go?
What?
Wanna go?
Yeah. I'm gonna choke.
Wanna take us outside?
Touch me outside.
How about that?
Well, let's do it. Second one.
Go.
Ow.
What? Too crunchy? I usually don't bake them, but it's to warm them up. Giacomo? What are you licking so much? You lick your crotch a lot. Okay?
That one's weird, isn't it? One side is longer than the other one. Look. What much?
I actually got this metal tray from Avon, and I thought it was to stand your tacos up. Because before tacos used to be rounded at the bottom.
Right? True.
So I thought it was to stand your tacos up, but it was actually a taco maker or a taco pan,
Okay.
and it's to make your own taco shells. I'm like, why would I want to do that? They're like $3.
Old man use or Spanish mother does that.
That makes more sense, yeah. Wait a sec, I have a better solution. I can move it. And I told him move it. This can be dishes as well. Okay.
Social media when we come back as well. I'm Jim Richards, and this is News Talk Tonight on the iHeart Talk Radio Network. If you want this or anything else that we've done tonight content-wise, you can always follow us and appreciate our podcast. Follow and subscribe wherever you find your favorite podcast. More with Mental Health in a moment and the People Displeaser on the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
The Met eastbound is busy from La Jeunesse over to Papineau, where there's an accident just before Papineau, in fact, closing 2 of 3 lanes. But is it in terms of incidents, in terms of volume, there is road work
I've been literally
underway.
in traffic on the 20th to go over to Mercy Bridge at 11:30 at night for 45 minutes. And I was like, I don't, and there was like, I was like, I want to see blood. I want to see dead bodies on the ground. I want to see fire. Like, fucking, because at the end of it, sometimes it's nothing. Like, there's no work being done. There's nothing.
At 10:30, Millbury westbound Penny to Lucien Laurier. 11 o'clock, 15 southbound service road, Chemin de la Côte d'Olias to de la Savane, and your access to the westbound from 20 eastbound will also close. With the Dulux, you can do more with buy one, get one free. On now until May 6th,
All your
find your local
salads,
paint
fucking
store at
one
dulux.ca. Let us know what you see on the roads. Calling your tips to Star 800. Next report, 10 o'clock.
Tonight, allegations of a porn star payoff and a catch-and-kill scheme. This is Omar Sechenina. Tonight on CTV National News, opening statements in Donald Trump's historic hush money trial. Full details tonight at 11 and at CTV.
So many Quebecers suffer from back pain, which, when left untreated, can result in a loss of quality of life. The Quebec Chiropractors Association invites you to learn more. Visit chiropractic.com for more information about the practice. You can find tips and advice for daily activities and where you can find the chiropractor closest to you. Be well informed, prevent injuries, live your life to the fullest. Pain changes everything. Chiropractic care changes pain.
Yeah, that's how you don't do your bill.
We install water heaters,
What?
charging stations, and even heat pumps. That's how we roll. We get it done. Get it done is
You're
in.
gonna bring
We
away?
deliver. We install. We remove. We screw in. We strengthen. We measure. We level. We pet your dog
Until we
because
get
he's
this
so
hot
cute. We
and we
unplug.
grind
We
it and give it
reconnect.
to you
We
in a
assemble.
spoon.
We calibrate. We adjust.
you
We
gather
test. We
first
fasten.
your,
We pick up. And we only
jam
leave
or
once
peanut butter.
all the work is done. Hydro Solution. We rent. We sell.
You
We
crush your
install.
fill and powder and put it in a spoon of peanut butter. You get crushed
Oh, bug off.
Despite his tone
That's
deafness,
terrifying.
Toledo's
That's
ability
horrible.
sees it. This is his first
That's
time
like
in
you
his
might as
new
well
Ram
fucking
truck.
give me intravenous.
He just picked it up at the Ram Power Days event, where you can get 20% off MSRP for up to $14,200 in discounts on a 2023 Ram 1500 Classic. See dealer for details. Take us away, Tom. Got a new truck! There are all kinds of reasons a couple might be having trouble with intimacy. Men especially often feel like they're not up to the task of talking about it, that is. But that's the most important part. Talk about it with your partner and then book a consultation at ElmaSexualWellness.com. Help is available, always with respect and discretion, in the Cary Square and on Boulevard St. Joseph in Gatineau. Take a break from your usual online activity and visit ElmaSexualWellness.com. Are you experiencing walls or trouble
Are you experiencing crack?
windows or in your house?
Not anymore.
Active specializes in foundation stabilization and piling. For free evaluations and financing options, visit
It's not both
Active,
names.
the concrete and foundation specialists. Call Active for action.
Accent Insurance salutes you, smart home and auto owners everywhere. You've worked hard to find the right home and the right car. But What about the right insurance? Accent makes it easy by shopping around for a solution that's right for you. And with combined home and auto insurance savings up to 30%. Accent Insurance Solutions. Auto, home, and business. Right solutions, right price. 514-363-3636 or visit accentassurance.com.
Here's what sitting in a $329 Milburger chair from IKEA sounds like. And here's what sitting in a $179 Milburger chair from IKEA. That's $50 less.
I'm gonna punch somebody in the fucking pit.
Yeah, come here. Oh, you're throwing stuff.
Oh, you're
fucking throwing bags. What the fuck is that? Are you trying to get in the house or something?
Well, fucking that little mouse. I'm worried the mice are gonna start fucking chewing through the house. Holy shit, they're like fucking lightning fast though.
Yeah.
Like you blink and they're gone. Mm.
Welcome back to News Talk Tonight with Jim Richards on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
This is the iHeart Talk Radio Network, coast to coast. I'm Jim Richards. This is our weekly segment on mental health called Mental Health. We're with Nick Pollard, who is
That was actually kind of clever.
a displeaser. Sounds really mean, doesn't it? Nick, can you tell people where they can follow you on social media?
The best place to find me is on Instagram at @thepeopledisplacement.
And people cannot just follow you because you might be talking about something. You go on these walking rants that are very enlightening. That they might not just follow you to learn something from those, but they can also message you and you work with clients remotely.
I do. So I work with guys all over the world, mostly men and some women. And I also have boot camps and training courses that I put together. And you can find those at thepeopledisbloser.com. If you want to work with me one-on-one, just email me. It's nick@nickpollard.com.
Okay. So mostly men. Is that because, I mean, we've talked about Norm, Mr. Nice Guy, and how men, it might affect their relationships. It might affect them in the workplace. But I'm guessing some are more likely to be a people pleaser if you're a man. I thought we talked about this, but the answer might be yes. Or is it just more problematic in your life?
I think it's probably more problematic in some regard for men because our masculine energy doesn't very well to that level of giving. The masculine is kind of better expressed through masterful action and doing, whereas people pleasing is to be done too. So it's always hoping for that external value. So it really robs guys pretty badly of, what does it mean to be a man? And how do you, this whole toxic masculinity thing that we've gotten into as a culture is, profoundly awful for guys right now, of course, but also it kind of speaks to that. It's like guys don't know how to be guys anymore, and I deal with a lot of that.
Do you believe that? Because I don't necessarily always believe it, because it's usually some guy going like, I can't be a douchebag anymore. No, you shouldn't be a douchebag. Do you know what I mean? Like a lot of the examples that are given are like just ridiculous. Like you can still be a solid dude and, not be this kind of person that's going to be walked all over.
Right. Well, I think what you're speaking to is like, is there a tipping point between two equally dysfunctional extremes? If you put two things in the middle of extremely dysfunctional, then it's probably still going to be pretty dysfunctional. It requires an entire paradigm shift.
Yeah.
For men have to be able to be men, women should be women, and choose however you want to do that or whatever it is. But the deal is like,
you ready?
Is masculinity inherently toxic? No. Is femininity inherently toxic? No. Can you have toxicity in both? The answer is unequivocally yes.
Yeah.
So
when
we're talking about toxically feminine people attacking toxically feminine men, what do we get? We get it's all about status and don't like anybody, so they like cars and money. And the opposite extreme of that, which is like men can be be whatever they want. Women can be whatever they want. It's a mess. Do I think that toxic masculinity, that movement has been painful to men? I do. Why would we label something that is required as toxic? Because masculinity is a requirement. Women are allowed to be masculine as well, men are allowed to be feminine as well. We all have those traits. But just because the 90% of men who are douchebags exhibit these behaviors does not speak for them.
No, I would agree.
Yeah.
So let's try to.
Yeah, I don't really know about that.
Probably solve everybody's problem with this, in a 5 minutes that we have left here. But what are certain steps that people can take if they recognize this behavior in themselves? One, I guess, as you started saying, the ability to say no.
Yeah. In fact, it's one of my favorite exercises to do, both in groups and with one-on-one clients. Is there's a play. It's only got 3 rules, but remember that boundaries. The very first boundary you ever really learn to set as a child is the word no. And every 2-year-old and any parent of a 2-year-old will tell you they assert that boundary really, really well. Right. So go back to being 2. And the rules of the game go like this. So when you're playing this game, the whole idea is to learn the value of no, and I'll explain that. Well, rule number 1 is you can tell the top 10 people in your life they play the game. Okay? Rule number 2 is you have to say no to every request for an entire week. Okay. So you're going to spend the entire week saying no to everything. You want to go out to lunch? You want to have dinner? You want to, fight on horses? No. The answer is no. The answer is no to everything. And the third rule is you can change your mind in 90 seconds. To really make a decision. The problem is that people pleasing minds don't say no. They all say yes. Right? So they don't have a saying no problem, they have a saying yes problem. Right? And they don't fear the word no, they fear not a yes.
And what are they afraid of? That somebody's going to be not like them anymore? They're going to be gossiped about?
Yeah, but apparently people have a fucking real problem with feeling
like maybe they won't like me anymore, maybe they'll be disappointed. Really what people pleasing is an inability to get comfortable with normal negative emotions.
Oh yeah.
It's funny because there was a lot of times I think I said no to everything, and people, rather than lie to them and say hey, you want to come over this weekend? I'm like, yeah, sure, and then I won't show up. But now I
that's
just
because you're a fucking jerk.
Before I would be like, yeah, probably not going to do that, but I'll say yes to everybody just so I don't have to argue with them, sort of thing. But now I just say no. But through your exercise, 90 seconds, are people they're supposed to recognize how powerful that feels and actually audit themselves based on every decision that they're making? Or
Jim's learning how to say no.
Remember that it's a game and you're only going to play for a week.
Yeah.
Right? You're telling people that it's a game and you're playing, but what you're doing is you're changing your default response.
Yeah.
Right? Your default response to everything is yes, and your yes is meaningless. Right? To the point you just made. Like, you'd say yes to a party, but half the time you wouldn't go. So does that mean you're a man of your word or no? The answer is no.
Exactly. Yeah.
That becomes meaningless. So what you're doing is you're changing your yes to a no as an automatic response and giving yourself a modicum of time, 90 seconds, to decide what you actually want to do. Right? And you'll find, so the first couple of times you do it, it's really wonky. Or it's not really painful, but it kind of sucks. And then and then everybody's kind of joking about it. And then it starts to become a habit. Because what we don't realize, they tell us that habits take all this time to create. It's factually inaccurate. It takes repetitions over time to create a habit. So if you say no a lot really, really quickly, then you develop a habit really, really quickly. Right? And you learn a couple of things. The first thing you learn is that your no is not nearly as important as you think it is.
Yeah.
The second thing you learn, and this is probably the most fun, is that a no is a hell of a lot easier to come back from than a yes is.
It's funny, I'll say no, but this is probably a people pleaser thing. I'll say no, but I'll also make up a lie to say why, right? Not just I'll think that they need to know that, hey, I'm hanging out with my family this weekend, even though I'm not. I'll need a reason to say no, and that, I'm guessing there's a bit of people pleaser in that too. Listen, Nick, we're all out of time, but I really appreciate the discussion.
After talking all this segment,
how can we find you on Instagram as well?
Time now.
And the people displeaser.
The people displeaser. Really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Our hands help us accomplish thousands of acts every day, and when they become difficult to use, simple everyday activities become difficult or impossible to perform. Hi, I'm Dr. Daniel Durand, Montreal's only private, board-certified, internationally accredited. I can help you to quickly solve your hand issues and comfortably recover your quality of life. Whether you suffer from carpal tunnel syndrome or any other hand problem, our patients leave our clinic with their problem solved and pain-free. Let me give you a helping hand at Montreal Hand Surgery.
Good job, Jan.
Are you experiencing blurry vision, eye strain, or headaches from staring at screens all day? Are you concerned about AMD? Protect your eyes with New Nordic's Blueberry Strong. Blueberry Strong nourishes your eyes with lutein and concentrated wild Swedish blueberries with a superior concentration of color pigments and antioxidants, promoting healthy eyesight, better night vision, and less eye strain. That's why Blueberry Strong is Scandinavia's #1 selling eye supplement. Available at Shoppers Drug Mart, Coutu, and London Drugs, or online at Amazon and newnordic.ca.
You're listening to the voice of Montreal. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800, the iHeart radio station.
Good evening, it's 10 o'clock. I'm Dario Dupulice with your CTV News update. Currently 7 degrees, weather details in minutes. Here's what's making news right now. A 911 call about gunshots in LaSalle. Emergency rooms worse than pre-pandemic. And Celine Dion says she hopes to perform once again live.
Oh, fuck off!
With the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Joe Fitzgerald.
Fuck, I feel like I'm dating Celine Dion. Jesus
Many
Christ.
all lanes have been reopened at Papineau. In terms of overnight construction, lane closures scheduled to go into effect as of now on Décarie southbound. That is between Royalmount and Jean Talon, closing down the Jean Talon entrance. Côte-de-Liesse eastbound between exit 3 and Autoroute 13. At 10:30, Ville-Marie westbound will shut down between Panay and Lucien-Laurier. The eastbound side is staying open. At 11 o'clock, you will not be able to access the outbound 138 for the Mercier Bridge from 20 eastbound. Other closure of note currently in effect is Marcel around both sides between Décarie Boulevard and Saint Louis. For the BBQ season, enter Adonis Market for fresh, tasty meats until April 24th. Boneless chicken breasts at $4.44 per pound. Traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. Next report, 10:15.
In the news, Montreal police received a 911 call this evening on a parked vehicle near Louis Joliette Street in LaSalle. However, police say they believe the shots were fired over the weekend. Here's Montreal police spokesperson Véronique Dubuc.
According to initial information gathered from witnesses, all indications are that the event occurred last Saturday night when the heard noise resembling gunshots. There were no injuries and no arrests in this event.
So a whole big fucking nothing. Like usual.
Emergency rooms are worse off than they were before the pandemic.
That's according to Health Ministry data showing that patients spend nearly 17 and a half hours in an ER before being admitted to the hospital, sent home, or transferred, compared to 14 hours in 2019. Health Minister today has previously said the goal is to have that down to 15 hours by 2026. Emergency specialist and CJAD 800 medical expert Dr. Vic Shulman says the government's strategy
In 2 years.
for the issue won't have much of an effect.
Smoke and mirrors and magical
Yeah, that's
incantation
hilarious.
with no real change in the environment.
It's 17 hours, and in 2 years they want to get down to 14 hours. Congrats. Goals.
He says we're going to
Aiming
address
high.
staffing shortages by improving working conditions for healthcare workers and cutting down on red tape. Those shortages will only get worse, and long waits won't go anywhere. I'm John Keegan-Fleming.
TD Bank suggests the wealth gap between top earning and low income households has widened to a level not seen since 2015.
The report says national household net worth rebounded last year, but it wasn't distributed evenly. The average income of top earners was 6% more in 2023 than the previous year. That was a big difference from low-income households, which was up 0.3%, while middle-income households lost 0.3% in income. The report says real estate prices, high mortgage debts, and loan servicing fees kept average incomes from growing in those households. Emily Jobeski, The Canadian Press.
Celine Dion says she's listening to her body, but her willpower is pushing her to work hard and be able to perform live again one day.
The pop superstar appears in the May edition of Vogue France and offered insight into how she's managing a rare neurological disorder that sidelined her music career. She went public in December 2022 with her diagnosis of stiff person syndrome, and all of her concert tour dates were canceled in the months that followed. Dion told Vogue France that lately she's turned to a more focused approach that involves an intense 5-day regimen of athletic, physical, and vocal therapy. The documentary that follows Dion's recent health struggles will debut on Prime Video on June 25th. Ira Ahmed, The Canadian Press.
For more news, go to cjd800.com or download the iHeartRadio app. Dormey Weather Center forecast. It will be clear tonight, the low +4. Sunny and windy tomorrow morning with increasing cloudiness in the afternoon. The high 17.
It was 1 degree today.
6 degrees. Right now it's 7 degrees downtown.
Fucking way. Go.
So we've got the rundown, we've got slow news day, and we're about to hit the streets to find out what sort of indifference there is on the streets of Toronto after a win. I do it, folks, not as a Toronto Maple Leaf fan. Not that I'm not a Leaf fan, I'm just not the most enthusiastic. And I'm like, I'm basically, I'll see it when I'll believe it when I see it. Like, if they win a round, I might get excited, but I haven't watched hockey in a long time because why should I? Like, earn it, as far as I'm concerned. So we'll hit the streets to find out the excitement Toronto has after one win.
It's News Talk tonight on the iHeartRadio Talk Network. Here's your host, Jim Richards.
And people who are worse or better than me, you can decide on that. I just find it funny that in Toronto, like, they wouldn't do this in Montreal. If you won one game, I don't know, maybe Montreal would hit the streets after one game and they'd be dancing in the streets after a victory.
Oh, no, they don't dance in the streets. Let's get real. They float the cop car and set it on fire.
Text me and something like that, because I did go to Montreal for one of those games. They did win, and there was some hooping and hollering on the streets. So
I'm assuming flips the cop car on fire.
People go crazy in Toronto. Like, it's one in Toronto won the Stanley Cup.
Cute.
So Tony, who is our producer, has hit the streets. He is trying to discern whether or not I'm listening for horn honking in the background. I'm not sure if that is going to be a thing or just whooping and hollering. Tony, where are you right now?
Right now, at Queen Anne University, walking towards Yonge to see if I can find a crowd of fans. Because Queen Street's pretty empty, University seems pretty empty, no honking yet.
No honking?
Wavy flags, nothing like that. Nothing. I'm just wondering if I should walk down into the subway. Yeah, absolutely.
The fan base that have marginalized and this time might have some sense. Might be sensible.
Yeah, they might be a little more cautious this year, just a little bit more. I have his presence, though. 4 bikes and 2 cars so far heading towards Yonge Street. So I'm following as fast as I can. So maybe they're expecting a little bit of action, but maybe not too much.
All right. That's not what happened last time. I think we did this when they won a game. There was hooping and hollering.
I think we were a little bit later into the playoffs the last time we did this. It wasn't the first game. It wasn't the first game I won. I think
it was the second round?
Yeah, I think it might have been after the first round and possibly into the second round.
Where are you now? You're still on University at Queen?
I am now at Queen and York Street, heading towards Young Street. I'm just about to go by Nathan Phillips Square here. Let's see if there's any action there. Would you like me to run a little faster?
Oh, you're on foot.
Well, maybe I'll check in. You will need to just take your time. If you have a heart attack, I don't want to be sued. So just take your time. And what? Yeah, I don't want to.
Who's going to produce your show, right?
Yes, exactly. We would miss you dearly.
Wow,
so just
dude.
hold the line. I'm
What
going
a
to do one other
douche.
thing right now, and we'll come back to you, okay?
Absolutely.
All right. So Tony is our producer. As IMOC Leaf fans thinking that they would have taken to the streets and that there would be horn honking. Apparently, I'm wrong, and maybe I need to issue an apology. We've been talking tonight about the fact that it is alleged that 3 police officers were lying on the stand, allegedly, to get a conviction of an individual who was afraid for his life, maybe his wife, who wears a headscarf, and they had a child as well when undercover police officers were approaching them. And wanted to ask them questions about a stabbing that they were investigating, allegedly. Anyway, the interaction sadly, unfortunately, tragically resulted in the death of a police officer as the individual in the car tried to get away, fearing. So, one of the things that happened was that elected officials, the mayor of Toronto, the premier, apparently the mayor of Brampton, have all been outraged
What is going on?
that a judge allowed this person out on parole for what now we know as a tragic accident, but this wasn't like a cop killer, like an intentional cop killer. I think we can all agree on that, even if you do think that he should have had some sort of maybe guilty of manslaughter. We could all agree that it was a tragic accident. But many people were outraged, saying, oh, you need to apologize now because you were saying, hey, this guy should not have been released on bail. All of those people did not know the circumstances of why this individual was released on bail. And so the lawyer for Mr. Zamir said this.
Well, I think there should be some apologies from those politicians who made those ignorant statements at the time.
I bring that up because John Tory,
Why?
Mayor of Toronto, former mayor of Toronto, has issued an apology. There are many things that I've learned. The first would be that despite the pressure from the media and the public to comment on these kind of matters, one should wait until...
Until what? Until what?
Important information is available, including initial reasons, he said on Monday. The second, equally important learning for me comes from my own strong belief, which I believe to be shared by many, that the judicial system owes it to the public officials and media to do a better job of ensuring some of the significant information surrounding wants a pound of flesh from politicians saying, you have to have said something. I think it looks really awful, by the way, if you haven't said anything. Like sometimes you have to be able to eat some you-know-what. Are going to wonder why this person is have egg on bail. And you're going to be like, okay, so bail seemed to have been a problem for all these other cases. I just got lumped in. I made a mistake. And I think people respect that. So hopefully the other elected officials will do the same thing. Because if you ask for an apology and somebody gives it to you and you still want a pound of flesh, well, then that's kind of on you. Let's go back to Tony now. Tony, you're at Nathan Phillips Square. Is there any, that doesn't sound like there's any horn honking, any hooping and hollering?
Whooping and hollering. Just like
my
everyone
way
that I
down
did.
to Queen and Yonge at this point. I'm looking south to see if I can see any flags honking.
You're on Queen. You're on Yonge Street now? Yeah,
I talked for that long? Wow, that was a good walk.
I'm a quick walker.
And still no horn honking.
No horn honking that I can do. No, none. I see a person in a Leaf jersey. Yeah, not as much action as we expected, Jim.
Well, as I expected. I've been wrong before and I'm wrong again. And I don't have a problem admitting to the fact that I'm wrong, unlike some elected officials.
Well, there you go. Good callback, Jim.
Thanks, Tony. Tony is really proud of the callback earlier. I don't even know if you can say it on the air, but off the air. Great with the callbacks, Tony is. Tony, exclusive coverage happening only here on the iHeart Talk Radio Network of the Leafs victory, and nobody happy about it on the streets. Great reporting.
Jim, I would be happy to do this when we win the Stanley Cup. Maybe that's too much.
No, it's not too much. I just think you'll probably be dead. No offense. Nobody's hoping for your death, Tony, but I don't think you're going to live to see that, is my point. All right. Thank you, I think, Tony. Unless you're going to Young Dundas Square, where there probably still will not be any hooping and hollering. You're on Young Street, and you haven't had one horn honk?
I haven't heard not even one. I'm headed towards Young Dundas Square right now, but I don't.
Don't worry about it.
A lot of partying.
Yeah, we're not going to call you. Just because there was more important things
All right.
to cover, rather than you not covering anything.
I believe the rundown is coming up soon, right?
Exactly. I don't know why your voice is changing, but we appreciate talking to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your time, Jim. Bye.
That is producer Tony Tedesco on the
was
fact
so
that
weird.
nobody, despite my belief that in years past, after Toronto wins one game, they act like they won the Stanley Cup. Apparently, I am wrong. And again, I apologize to Leafs Nation if that is a thing. All right, we still have Slow News Day, and when we come back, we will decipher some of the things that have happened in a story that I think is quite remarkable, in that it is alleged that 3 individuals lied on the stand. They could have railroaded somebody into a life sentence, a first-degree murder life sentence. We'll break that down in a moment on the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Traffic is back to normal on the Med eastbound. The accident gone from just ahead of Papineau. In terms of closures for overnight construction, there is some work getting underway to carry southbound due for closure at this time. Not a total closure, but lane closures Royal Mount down to Jean Talon, closing down the Jean Talon entrance. Côte-de-Liesse eastbound between exit 3 and Autoroute 13. Coming up at 10:30, Ville-Marie westbound Panay to Lucien-Lallier. The eastbound side is staying open. And on the South Shore, I can see the work has begun on 15 southbound between the 9:30 and the 30, a little bit ahead of schedule. Also at 10:30, the Papineau-Leblon northbound, that is closing down through the overnight. At 11 o'clock, 15 southbound service road, Chemin de la Côte-de-Liesse to de la Savane. 20 east, your access to the outbound 138 will close. Another closure of note at the moment at both sides of Marcel Around between DeCarry Boulevard and Saint Louis. During GMC Truck Month, enjoy amazing offers on the 2024 Sierra 1500. Visit gmcoffers.ca for details. Let us know what you see on the roads. Calling your tips to Star 800. Next report, 10:30.
Attention all home buyers, incredible news. Baldwin Condos and Penthouses in Dollard Desormeaux offers a mortgage rate of just 3.99%. That's right, 3.99%. Our units boast the largest size in the area with amenities like a spa, terrace, gym, and children's park. Secure your dream home today at 3.99%. Learn more at condosbaldwin.ca. Conditions apply. A limited time offer. Visit sales office for details.
Moda L in Plaza Point Claire has been helping women feel and look beautiful for almost 25 years. Amazing quality, personalized service, and brands like Tribal, Lisette L, Desigual, and more await you. Voted best women's clothing store in Montreal by the Suburban. No need to pull out your big vacuum every time you need to tidy up. That's what stick vacs are for. They're lightweight, convenient, and easy to use. And Vacuum Pro has the largest selection starting at $199. Vacuum Pro in Plaza Point Clear, or vacuumpro.ca.
Everyone loves Italian food, and you can bring delicious and authentic Italian food home from Restaurant Di Menna. They've been serving the East End's best Italian dishes since 1971. Order your favorites for delivery or counter pickup, or better yet, load up your freezer with Di Menna's restaurant quality frozen meals, Di Menna's famous Montreal-style pizzas, or lasagnas, pastas, sauces, and more to make dinner easy and delicious. Visit DiMenna.com to see the full menu today. Restaurant Di Menna, your new favorite Italian restaurant in St. Leonard.
It's time for today's Polar Bear Minute. We've got Kate Collins, lead scientist for Gold Star Canadian Tours. Kate, settle the debate. Who's bigger, a polar bear or a grizzly bear?
Great question. Polar bears are the largest land predator on Earth and are significantly larger than any grizzly bear you might see in the Rockies.
Sounds like I need to see a polar bear.
Absolutely. The best part is that seeing polar bears in the wild has never been easier. Come aboard with Gold Star Canadian Tours this fall for our epic one-day expedition up to see the bears in Churchill. Our trip allows guests to experience the region, spend the day on a tundra buggy observing bears, and return home that same night.
A one-day expedition directly from Montreal. What a great idea.
A day trip to Canada's north is super convenient and guaranteed to be an experience you'll never forget. You don't want to miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime expedition.
Thanks, Kate. Head over to goldstarcanada.com to book your seats today.
Shopago saves you money on restaurants, entertainment, products, and services. For example, get $450 off at Otantic Marketing to create, modify, or maintain your company's website. Or get 50% off several fireplaces, smokers, and barbecues at Trevi Noria Sherbrooke, including the Royal King Regal S520 propane barbecue. Find these and other great local deals at shopago.ca.
Radio today is iHeartRadio. The latest breaking news, insider commentary, and #1 podcasts. All free, all in one spot. With iHeartRadio, the news comes with you. In your pocket, your car, and at home on your smart speaker. With exclusive contests, information, opinion, and interviews. So much more of what you love. Easy and free. Download the iHeartRadio app today.
This is the voice of Montreal.
CJAD 800.
News Talk Tonight is on with your host, Jim Richards, on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
I'm all in for peaceful protests if your protest doesn't target communities, Jewish communities, synagogues, places of work, places that are Jewish-owned businesses. We've seen some really awful stuff. And over the weekend, some of the chants in Ottawa, equally as bad. I bring this up right now just because there's breaking news out of New York City where NYU has asked the NYPD to intervene after anti-Semitic chants and incidents of some clashes there. So this kind of stuff is getting out of control, this obvious anti-Semitic chants that I'm sure will be raising their head again in Canada, as we saw in Ottawa on the weekend. Hi, everybody. I'm Jim Richards, and this is the Rundown on News Talk. Tonight we speak of the tragic loss of a police officer's life about 3 years ago, and over the weekend finding out that the man accused of his death in first-degree murder was found not guilty. That's where we start with Chris Holsky, who is a writer, producer, and breaking news reporter with News Talk 580 CFRA in Ottawa. Hey, Chris. Hi, Jim. And Laura Babcock, Power Group Communications, host of The O Show. I have to say that I was kind of enraged watching this thing, and I'm a big supporter of the cops when they do their job. They're upholding the law, and you would think that they would be expected to do that when they are in court. As we heard, the lawyer for Mr. Zamir called several of the police officers liars or said that they were lying. Now we find out the chief of police will be ordering an internal review done by the OPP. He's concerned about maybe how the police officers, the plainclothes police officers, interacted with Mr. Zamir, and some of the things that the judge had discerned about the behavior of some police officers on the stand. Okay, they're not lying, says, let's say, a lot of people, but how did all three of them come up with a story that isn't backed up by video or any other expert witness? So where do you want to start with this, Chris? I'll let you go. I don't know if this story has traveled outside of Toronto, but I think when police are, when there's a death of a police officer, it kind of transcends borders.
Yeah, and I don't want to lose sight of what happened with Constable Jeffrey Northrup. I mean, it's sad that he died, and no matter the circumstance, he died while he was on the job. It's a danger that is existent for every police officer when they step out that door all the time. They don't know what they are going to encounter. And regardless of the circumstances, it's unfortunate that Constable Northup lost his life. That said, there are clearly a lot of questions about the testimony delivered by the three witness police officers and how they all seem to, according to analysts and experts, misremember perhaps what had occurred. It went against what had been drawn out by experts, people who had been reconstructing the scene. And I will say that I am relieved to hear that there will be a review of the matter. Glad to see the Toronto Police Chief is committed to that. I do not feel all that great, however, with the police chief indicating that they perhaps would have liked to see a different outcome, as if the guilt or innocence of the person involved, in actuality, whether the case was proven or not, did not seem to matter with what they would have liked to see. That's the person who's in charge of helping to maintain law and order in the city of Toronto saying something like that.
Well, the union said something similar to that. Again, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but it just seems to, like, okay, you're railroading a guy into a first-degree murder charge, and that would have made you happy? These circumstances, as Chris noted, I noted, I think everybody knows, nobody is happy that this went this way, but to say that we need a pound of flesh when it looks like, again, folks, remember that this is about, 3+ weeks after a Muslim family was mowed down in London. Here's a guy with his wife who wears a headscarf. They got a stroller and a kid. There's carjackings that go on in Toronto. You don't know what the hell is going on, and you're like, you hear stories about people getting pulled over claiming they're cops. I think, not to say that, I think understanding that somebody might be like, oh, what is going on? Flight. I got to get the hell out of here with my family. I think that might be a reasonable response. And everybody's like, if he honestly thought he was a cop, he probably wouldn't have done any of this, is my point. Laura?
Well, the jury agreed, right? The jury heard the evidence, and they said he was not guilty. And the judge apologized to Umar Zamir and his family for what happened. And then we had the police take what was, certainly the union rep coming out saying, it was a loss, one of their members died, and the widow, of course, was saying that she wanted accountability, and they weren't happy with the outcome. But that's not the same as the police chief, to Chris's point, coming out and saying that, the police wanted a different outcome than the decision by a jury of peers and the system of laws. I mean, that was egregious. And I think there's going to be a clamoring of calls for the chief to resign over that. So the fact that they've now asked for the OPP to investigate, yeah, great, sure, had to happen anyway. But that doesn't take away from the comment that was made by the chief. So what you're saying is that, you really wanted this guy to get a murder rap for something that he didn't do. And wasn't it the judge, Jim and Chris, who said that there was collusion potentially with these police officers? So it looks bad. It looks like a bad situation happened, probably, just an accidental situation, a terrible tragedy that was then tried to move into a murder charge that was bogus. And so, what I thought was really something to take good out of this, if we can, was that actually Umar Zamir, if you saw his response to the judge apologizing to him, he said that he has seen good and evil in the last 3 years, but that the goodness has been stronger. And, since his comments, since his verdict, the people of Toronto have already raised $90,000 for his family, for all the legal bills and everything they've been through the last 3 years. So, there is the community rallying around. I just want to make one other point, because just from the anatomy of the scandal here, Jim, You would think that all the callers this afternoon to the rush, when somebody's
In Toronto, the Toronto station,
yeah, you would think that the callers would be split, right? Because it was a high profile trial, and the premier had weighed in earlier, and all kinds of things had been happening with this. I didn't hear a single call that wasn't condemning the police for their handling of this. So this is a huge problem for the police and their public image, and they've got to do more than just ask the OPP to look at it. The chief has to apologize and take back his comments.
Yeah, that you would hope for a different outcome, meaning, again, railroading somebody in a first-degree murder. It just sounds like something that we would mock in an American story. Small-town cops, you know, a Netflix special, Chris.
And it's something that we have seen, and this is like, so working with documentaries, yeah, you talk about like a Netflix special or something along those lines. I'm not sure exactly where this story goes from this stage. I mean, there may be a level of legal recourse for Zamir, but I'm not sure that in Canada you'd have the same kind of powers that would exist, like civilly, that do exist in the United States to try to pursue something that way. I doubt, however, that we have heard the end of this going forward.
Yeah, it is a tragic situation all the way around. Earlier today, the mayor of Brampton has decided that he would dedicate, in the name of Jeffrey Northrop, a park. It's called Northrop Park now. It was Northampton Park. A gesture to ensure his bravery and service is remembered. A plaque beneath a tree chosen by the family for its strength and reach symbolizes Jeff's protective nature and endearing influence. So that's a nice gesture to help remember that police officer. Again, a tragedy all of the way around. We'll continue our conversation in a moment. The big news stories of the day on the Rundown with Chris Holsky and Laura Babcock. I'm Drew Richards. This is the News Talk Tonight.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Ville Marie westbound is shutting down overnight construction between Panay and Lucien Lallier. The eastbound side is staying open. On the South Shore, 15 southbound closed between the 9:30 and the 30, as well as in eastern Laval, Papineau, LeBlanc Bridge northbound shutting down until 5:30. At 11 o'clock, 15 southbound, the service road will be closed between Chemin de la Côte-Tiliesse and de la Savane. And your access onto the 138 westbound from 20 eastbound that takes you to the Mercier Bridge outbound side will also be closed. With Dulux, you can do more with buy one, get one free. On now until May 6th, find your local paint store at dulux.ca. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to Star 800. Next report, 1045.
Take your business to the next level with a TV commercial. CreativeServices.ca can help for less than you might imagine. We're the pros at CTV Montreal, so we know TV production. Now, let us get you there. Visit CreativeServices.ca.
It's a Honda. 1, 2, 3, cha cha cha. 1, 2, 3, cha cha cha.
4.
No. It's 1, 2, 3.
When you're in a Honda CRV with Honda Sensing Technologies, it's much easier to adapt yourself to the road and to other drivers. Try it again.
Yeah, let's try it again.
Hey.
No.
With 2 available hybrid versions, follow the rhythm of any road. During the Honda All the Way event, lease the 2024 CRV Touring Hybrid from only 2.99% up to 24 months and get a $1,000 lease bonus. It's a Honda. On approved credit, details at honda.ca.
Hi, this is Sabrina from Silver and Gold for Cash. If you have any broken or old jewelry that you want cash for, come and see us at Leonardo da Vinci Center, Tuesday to Saturday, 10 to 5. We will beat all written offers, so you know you're always getting the best rate, guaranteed. silverandgoldforcash.com.
It makes a difference when a business like Litracits Dispensing Opticians takes a personal interest in what they do and in their customers. That's what sets Litracits apart. They are, after all, a family serving families with the best in eye care, lenses, and a wide variety of frames from partners like Essilor, Maui Jim, Bevel, and more. Litracits Dispensing Opticians, taking care of your family's vision like their own. At DeCarry and Isabella for over 50 years. At Litracits, you'll see.
I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. That Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Ricardo, quote, "This is one of the greatest inventions ever. I know this may sound like I'm exaggerating, but this This sucker is amazing. The first time I did it, I couldn't believe what came out of my sinuses. I could breathe with ease. My wife just bought one too. Thank you for this product, unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is at Canadian Tire, Family Prix, Brunet, Jean Coutu, and Navage.ca. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Located in the heart of Ville LaSalle, the Jazz Newman Private Retirement Residence offers you a unique multi-generational living environment where living together is at the heart of every moment. The residence's team is pleased to invite you to the Elvis Tribute Show on Thursday, May 2nd at 2 p.m. The event is free and tickets are limited. Reserve yours now by calling 514-744-9191. Jazz Newman. In my Kosher retirement residence, I feel right at home.
Hey, Simon, your concrete is still in good condition.
Geofix.ca. Clutter, junk collects corners and piles.
In attics and basements.
In closets and sheds.
And in garages.
Boys, junk gathering in garages.
The average garage is a convention center for junk.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
You're going to get a brand new garage.
You're going to get a bunch of new closets.
You're going to get a new shed.
Best of all, you're going to get fresh air, freedom.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Tonight, allegations of a porn star payoff and a catch and kill scheme. This is Omar Sechenina. Tonight on 60 National News, opening statements in Donald Trump's historic hush money trial. Full details tonight at 11 and at CTV.ca.
This is CJAD 800.
Visit anywhere, anytime.
At CJAD800.com.
The iHeartRadio app or on your smart speaker.
News Talk Tonight is on with your host, Jim Richards, on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
Hi, I'm Jim Richards. This is a rundown. Taking a look at some of the bigger news stories of the past 24 hours with Chris Holsky from CFRA in Ottawa and more about Powergrid Communications and host of the O Show. The talk late last week was that the Liberals have a plan, and that is to narrow the poll gap by 5 points come July. Boy, that in terms of how I see that happening is a whole bunch of rakes that here Polyev needs to step on. Because honestly, Laura, I don't know that Trudeau at this point is going to get credit for doing anything. Even if this budget landed with young people and they can look at this budget and they can see, I can see the light at the end of the affordability crisis, and Justin Trudeau is going to get me into a home within the next 5 years if we stick with this guy. I don't know that there's much that he can do to change people's minds.
That's what they're going to have to prove. I mean, the fact that they can come out, they said it. If they don't get it, they're going to look even worse and lose even more credibility. They can only make their numbers better by being a rapid response to Polyef's attacks, which they have been terrible at for a very long time. And Trudeau's going to rely on his bench. I mean, his Minister of Housing is good. Can take Polyef on. And then putting up some slick stuff. And so the bench is there. It's that I'm going to list appointed by Freeland and a few others, but we are seeing some people rise to the moment and need it. So is Trudeau as a brand himself? People tired of him, people who supported him frustrated that he's let things get this far? Absolutely. But there are other people in his cabinet, on his bench, who maybe he can get in against and he can take over, and that will make a difference. So, number one, they cannot let Polyef take land anymore. They have to counterpunch because they're just getting killed. And they have to show us the good. Now, of course, that's going to be dumping money, but that's what every incumbent government does when they're moving up to an election. But we need to see housing. Maybe not.
Oh my God, no fucking way.
But there are many, many things that they could be doing that housing advocates are screaming for.
I gotta say, Chris, that I agree with what Lord says, like the truth should prevail, but I don't know if the truth in this climate prevails when you have a witty comeback or a bumper sticker slogan like "Tax the tax," and that is what Pierre Poilievre is really great at.
Well, we've seen in the past few months some attempts by Trudeau to kick back and fight back, and it hasn't really been sustained. And I wonder if he's reluctant to try to take up that image. 5% by July. Nothing they've done recently has moved the needle, and I think they might be overvaluing the potential budget they have on poll numbers right now. Look, we know the federal budget it affects everyone. I'm certain everybody listening across the iHeart Top Radio Network understands that. But if you say the words federal spending plan to the average Canadian, watch them get bored. Just look at their face. See if that's going to have some kind of 5% impact on the 3% tax rates that most liberals need. One of the analysts in the Global Mail spoke with when discussing this story, when reporting on this story, these polls suggested that if there was not that kind of movement, 5% by July, then maybe it's time to start looking for a new year. Spoiler alert, start looking now.
It's almost like a hostage situation. If we don't get up 5 points by July, the following is going to happen. What is going to happen? You'll still be down 20 points is what is going to happen. All right, let's talk a little bit about, back in the old days when it was the right that was boycotting everything, and I used to have this montage of all the things that Trump was calling on people to boycott. But the right, I think, initiated boycotts and bans and all that kind of stuff. The liberals seem to have gotten a little bit better about it, cancel culture, and people using woke as a pejorative. But Black Creek Pioneer Vision Village decided to reflect what it would have been like and back at that time. And so they decided we're not going to be leaning so much on Pioneer, and we're going to try to tell the story of Indigenous people. So they took Pioneer out of their name because that's actually, they're kind of changing what they do, and people are losing their mind. Like people, I was listening to somebody earlier today, and they're just like reminded about them dropping a word into the attack on white people. It's all of this other stuff. And I don't know, but maybe they'll have a meltdown, or they're mentioning that it's the left that's having a meltdown here, even though I just listened to some dude for 20 minutes. Lose his mind.
Listen, it has to get to the point where we look at history honestly and accurately and just tell all these stories of the conquerors or So I applaud Black Creek for wanting to tell the story of the Indigenous peoples that were here, obviously, before the pioneers, and that were pioneer settlers, right? So we have this telling the story of what the Europeans did when they arrived, and I like pioneer villages when you get on school trips. It is part of what happened, it's part of our history, but it's not everything that happened, and we need to educate ourselves on the rest of the story. So to me, it's not about pulling the word pioneer out, it's about adding the Indigenous story to it. So this, while people are freaking out about the branding change, what I do applaud is the position is that we are going to make sure that I'm going to go into the village, and here's what pioneers are up to. We're going to hear what was happening in terms of relationships and what was going on in the history of the Indigenous people who were here first. So I like that this makes the curriculum actually accurate to what was going on as opposed to this new version we all grew up with. But I think that people need to stop flipping out about titles and start making it about actually telling the story of our history, of our service.
Not to make too much of a drama, but people pulling down statues right across the country, John McDonald statue being pulled down. I'm not for that. Just make the plaque reflective of the time and of the true history of Canada. And in Toronto, Chris, they want to change the name of one of the most, when I say popular, I should say well-known streets in the city, yes, because of its history. So I think those things are a bit much, but I don't know if this one doesn't read the same way to me.
Well, how many comments from some of the yells of elements, right, abstract and stuff like
I mean, that's not true because the right got mad when they took away the sexy M&Ms and put her in flats. Laura?
Well, I was just going to say, changing, pulling down all the names of all the people who came here and made a splash, had the money, like all the Dundas and all the rest of it. That doesn't make sense when we have so many other pressures in terms of our economy and people who are helping us need our money and social services and everything else. But I'm a little bit separate from you on this, Jim, as when it comes to statutes, because they're literally put on a pedestal. And for people who were injured by that person who did terrible things to their people, to have to walk by that and look up at it is I can see where the distinction is. But in terms of just pulling names off of everything,
Why can't you just I don't want to get into this argument, but I mean, he's our father, not to put Johnny McDonald. Can't you just have a plaque that would describe the ugly truth, if you want to use that term, of Canada's history?
you know what? That somebody who was not the target of his politics, who was not being starved up to railroad routes, that would be enough for me. But I listen to people who walk by those statues and see just how much people trust their people, and that's something hard to look up at. And I feel to me the statue thing is a different conversation. There's names on everything. I don't think most people know what's done that, right? It's just the road that they go downtown Toronto on. So I think we can look at these things with some nuance.
All right, thank you very much, Laura Babcock, Power Group Communications, has the answer to Chris Polsky. You can hear him on CFRA. He's a writer, producer, and reporter. Guys, thank you very much for your time.
An update from the CJ 8800 Traffic Center.
Key closures for overnight construction include the Millring westbound, shutdown planning to Bouquet Lallier. There's no work scheduled on the eastbound side tonight. Coming up at 11 o'clock, 57 Service Road will shut down between Chemin de la Côte-Juliette and de la Savane. 20 east access onto the 138 westbound will also close. To carry southbound lane closures between Royal Mount and Jean Talon, posted down the Jean Talon entrance. Côte-Juliette eastbound closure between exit 3 and Auburn 13, and Martel Line north and southbound closure shutdown between Harry Boulevard and South Beach. During GMC Truck Month, enjoy amazing offers on the 2024 Sierra 1500. Visit GMC offers stop to the A4 details. Let us know what you see on the roads. Calling your tips to Star 800. Next report, 11 o'clock.
We continue the biggest Latin music festival in town, Fuego Fuego. Tickets on the Can't Lose quiz before 7 o'clock. The surprising effect weight loss drugs like Ozempic appear to be having on fertility. Dr. Rich at 7:50. And you have a hobby you want to monetize? So Patty Lovick explains how to make it work without driving you crazy. That's at 8:20. The Andrew Carter Morning Show. Join us 5 to 9.
So many Quebecers suffer from back pain, which, when left untreated, can result in a loss of quality of life. The Quebec Chiropractors Association invites you to learn more. Visit chiropractic.com for more information about the practice. You can find tips and advice for daily activities and where you can find the chiropractor closest to you. Be well informed. Prevent injuries. Live your life to the fullest. Pain changes everything. Chiropractic care changes pain.
At Hydro Solution, we install water heaters, charging stations, and even heat pumps. That's how we roll. We get it done. Get it done. We deliver. We install. We remove. We screw in. We strengthen. We measure. We level. We pet your dog because he's so cute. We unplug. We reconnect. We assemble. We calibrate. We adjust. We test. We fasten. We pick up. And we only leave once all the work is done. Hydro Solution. We rent. We sell. We install. We get it done. All of it.
Got any plans for the summer?
Summer? It's barely spring.
I know, but you don't want to miss out on your spot in the sun. I was searching for weeks before I found my deal with Sell-Off Vacations.
Oh no, the FOMO's starting to kick in already.
Oh yeah, and with packages to Cuba, Mexico, and the Dominican Republic at up to 50% off, you know they're going to go fast.
You're right. I'm going to block out the next hour or so for business.
Don't wait. Book with your local travel expert or at
SellOffVacations.com. JJ Cardinal Funeral Home is proudly family-owned and operated, having been in service to the community for over 50 years, helping families and loved ones navigate some of life's most difficult moments. They offer pre-planning services, comfortable and spacious visitation and reception rooms, cremation on site, as well as a unique columbarium that is integrated
breathtaking chapels. J.J. Cardinal Funeral Home. Let their family serve your family with understanding, compassion, and integrity. Call 514-631-1511 or visit jjcardinal.ca.
Here's what's sitting in a $329 Milberger chair from IKEA sounds like. And here's what's sitting in a $179 Milberger chair from IKEA sounds like. Did you hear the difference? It's $150 less. Same great products, new lower prices.
IKEA. Shop new lower prices on over 1,000 items today.
Ooh, so many low prices.
While you're focused on this voice talking to you here, or here, or right here, or way over here. Day-to-Day Business is focused on more than 400,000 businesses around you. For over 120 years, our dedicated teams have been there for local entrepreneurs, providing guidance every step of the way so they can focus on what matters most, growing their business.
With clear blue skies over a winding country road, you buckle up. Your new Toyota revs to life with excitement. You start hugging the curves, eagerly anticipating the next corner or construction site. Anyway, one thing's for sure, this moment isn't just a dream. It's an invitation to exhilaration. So stop dreaming. Red Tag Days are on at Toyota. Take this opportunity to shop for a 2024 Tundra. Visit shoptoyota.ca or your local Quebec Toyota dealer today.
This is the voice of Montreal.
CJAD 800.
Today is a great day. Why is that?
It is Earth Day.
I love the Earth.
Mother Earth has provided all the
Earth Day? Oh, much better than Earth Day.
Happy Earth Day.
Protect Mother Earth.
Earth Day.
Earth Day has been around since 1970.
Best Earth Day ever.
Happy Earth Day, everyone. I'm Recyclon. How about some Earth Day entertainment?
Showtime.
This is News Talk Tonight with Jim Richards on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
Okay, it's time for Slow News Day. This is where we bring you some of the news that was disregarded during the day, and we try to figure out whether or not the people who are the deciders, the gatekeepers of the facts, made the correct decisions or if they erred. I think we have one late entry here now.
You're absolutely right. We have a late entry. Alex Baldwin, there's a clip circulating online of Alex Baldwin being harassed at a coffee shop by a Palestinian protester. So take a listen.
Alan, can you please say 3,000 one time? Why did you kill that lady? You killed that lady, got no jail time? No jail time, Alec? No jail time, Alec. You're putting innocent people in jail, Alec Baldwin. Free Palestine, Alec, just one time. And I'll leave you alone. I'll leave you alone, I swear. Just say Free Palestine one time. One time. One time.
Please.
One time, Alec. You know he's a criminal. You know he's a criminal. Come on, Alec. Just say Free Palestine one time. One time. Just one time. Please. And I'll leave you alone. Free Palestine. Israel, Zionism. Please say it. One time.
What is that noise at the end? I haven't seen the video. I just heard that right there.
I believe it's Alex Baldwin punching the camera.
Yeah, I'm surprised that didn't happen earlier. Is that lady still alive? It is a pretty horrible thing to do to somebody. I don't think it's a fair thing for her to do to him. She's really balky, though, with the, hey, watch that lady, Alec. That is, I mean, it is kind of amusing, but I'm going to say that is not the biggest news story, but people will be talking about that tomorrow. Let me put it that way when I try to tell you that will be a news story tomorrow, as I don't think that came up on the radar until in and around 9 o'clock tonight. That's when we saw it anyway. So I am going to say for that reason that it will be in the news cycle tomorrow. What else you got?
All right, a 13-year-old middle school girl in Pennsylvania attacked a 12-year-old classmate last week with a large Stanley Cup. Here are multiple parents and students from that school speaking out about the violent attack.
It hurts me to say, Mom, I'm scared. I can't even tell you what it's like to get attacked. Like when your kids at school, you said there's nothing understands. I just
little girl would have been in school today. You know, how are you keeping our kids safe?
So it was a 12-year-old who did the attacking of another 12-year-old?
13-year-old who attacked a 12-year-old.
With the Stanley Cup, which is, if people don't know, it's like a mug that's made out of metal. That, it's called Stanley Cup. I don't know if they did that as a play on words. I don't know how the history of that company. But anyway, yeah, that's terrible. But I have a feeling like that stuff happens all the time and does not make the news. I'm not saying it's not important, and hopefully all of those people will get the help that they need. And sometimes, like when it's a kid, yes, very sympathetic to the victim, but also like, how is that kid getting raised? You know, almost like I always think like, how is the person who's 13 who's reacting like that being raised, not even knowing if there are other problems that might be there? But for those reasons, I'm going to say again, I think it happens all the time. I don't know if it's news.
A school in Australia broke the world record for firing confetti cannons at the same time. The confetti is biodegradable for Earth Day, and the students were also in the shape of the number 40 for the school's 40th anniversary. There was one misfire when a kid blasted prematurely. Here they are, firing 2013 all at once.
We are here for the most people firing confetti cannons simultaneously. 3, 2, 1.
And it was like, oh my god, this is Steve. It was really fun. It was so cool. I can't believe we got over 3,000. I can't believe I remember it so well.
And you will be remembering this. When people remember me saying, you won't remember it, then we'll be remembering it. I'm sure it'll look terrible, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it's not news. I was hoping that when we heard the blast that we would use the one misfire. But we didn't, and thus my day is ruined. Earth Day, ruined again. Other than the fact that we all got through the show without doing anything on Earth Day, because I didn't see a lot about it today. But anyway, good story, I guess. Whatever, Earth Day, blah, 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 not news.
We have a feeling the makers of Ruffles potato chips will be looking for this very cute young girl. She's really excited about the big potato chip she found in her bag of chips.
Guess what? I just found 12 big chips. I've never seen a chip this big in my life. Right, it's big, all chips. How many? 3, 2, 1. Isn't it so big, guys? Bigger than my head. No, get these chips. Let's see if you can find the world's biggest chip.
Jaded. Man, you're right. That is a commercial, right? If they were smart, and I'm sure they are, they're getting a hold of that little girl and making that into a commercial. For sure they are. That is super cute. And listen, if it gets a commercial, she gets an endorsement, and she makes, I don't know, thousands of dollars out of it, then I'm sure it is news. Right now, news ending.
Kentucky is having trouble with their real ID. Travelers are getting hassled by TSA agents because their authentication technology is having trouble verifying people's identities. Here's Kelly Doggerman talking about all the trouble she had traveling with her relatives' new real ID.
He really struggled getting it to process my photo. And she pulled it back out and she was like, how old is this driver's license? And I said, I just got it in October. She's like, it's all washed out. I can't see anything. He made me remove my hat. He had me take my glasses off. He asked me to change my smile. Looking, he couldn't get it to verify. So he had to get a supervisor involved at that point.
Wow. You have to take your hat off. That's crazy. I guess that could be a problem. That sounds like something that Ford came up with. It really does. That's too bad. It's not news for me. I mean, it probably is in Kentucky.
Right, there's one more. A new poll shows that only 12% of people say they actually had their mouth washed out with soap by their parents.
Over the years, I got to be quite a connoisseur, so my personal preferences relax, but I thought Palmolive had a nice piquant for dinner flavor. Heady, but just a touch of mellow smoothness.
Is that from a movie? Is that a clip from a movie or something?
That's a clip from A Christmas Story.
It sounded like A Christmas Story filmed in Canada. Hamilton, I do believe. All right, there you're at 9. Is that a news story? No, not a news story. Third time, CTV National News is moments away. Thank you to Noah, and also thank you to Tony, who hit the streets to find indifference in the city of Toronto after they won one Stanley Cup. One game in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs, which is news to me because I thought people went nuts out in Toronto when they just won one game. Right to the start. Have a great night and go Brave.
This is Mike from Andy's house. If you or a loved one is struggling with drugs or alcohol, call us to learn more about our comprehensive programs, including our new 35-day residential plus program. Call 514-738-ANDY. 514-738-ANDY. Call today.
Are you tired of dealing with water in your basement? Don't let it ruin your home and belongings. Acton is the leader in foundation waterproofing, from repairing cracks to installing full French drain systems. Recommended by CAA, financing options to fit your budget. Visit acton.ca. That's AKTON.ca to learn more about their services and to schedule your free evaluation today. Acton, the concrete and foundation specialist, serving the Montreal community for over 40 years. Call Acton for action.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800, an iHeart radio station.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Transport Quebec has scheduled closures as of now 11 p.m. overnight road work. 15 southbound service road between Chemin de la Côte-de-Léa and de la Savane. No access from 20 eastbound onto the 138 westbound takes you to the Mercier Bridge. Ville-Marie westbound is currently closed between Panay and Lucien-Lallier. Also deferred southbound lane closures between Royalmount and Jean-Talon, closing the Jean-Talon entrance. Côte-de-Léa extbound between exit 3 and the Monterey 13 entrance, and both sides of Marcel Laurent between Décarie Boulevard and Saint-Louis. For the BBQ season, enter Adonis Market for fresh, tasty meats. Until April 24, the beef, ribeye, steak, or roast at $7.99 per pound. Let us know what you see on the road. Calling your tips to Star 800.
You're listening to CJAD News. Omar Salazar. CJAD 800. A wildfire blaze out of control flames in Western Canada. Alerts in Alberta. Pretty scary, especially having it that close. And in British Columbia, an early start to what could be another devastating season. A train engulfed in flames. The horrifying moment, a train up in flames barreled through a downtown Ontario city. Also, sources tell us Honda is set to build a major EV battery plant in Canada. In the U.S., the first witness takes the stand in Donald Trump's criminal trial. The ex-publisher of a tabloid accused of being the architect behind a catch-and-kill scheme. And an old masterpiece gets a modern makeover thanks to AI.
Yo, I'm a paparazzi. I don't play no Yahtzee.
The picture that says 1,000 words about the future. It can be easier for us to be tricked by these tools.
I'm legit a sucker.
With Omar Sacchettino.
Good evening, everyone. We begin tonight with evacuation alerts in Western Canada as flames threaten several communities. The fires, signaling an early start to the season, are in British Columbia and Alberta, putting crews on high alert after last year's record-breaking flames scorched millions of hectares across Canada. CTV's BC Bureau Chief Andrew Johnson on the new dangers and the response.
An Alberta road blocked as firefighters race into the brush.
Yeah, last night the fire department's here. We have skid steers and shovels and a bunch of subdivisions.
People in a rural area 50 kilometers northwest of Edmonton got a scare this afternoon. They were told to be ready to get out.
Pretty scary, especially having it that close.
Yeah,
having it evacuating. We can push animals and stuff as well.
Fortunately, fire crews with help from the community knocked down the human-caused flames quickly. Further north, near Fort McMurray, hundreds were put on alert because of an out-of-control fire a few kilometers away. Ominous in a region home to the most expensive disaster in Canadian history, wildfires destroyed thousands of homes in 2016. New flames are also sparking alerts in BC.
We have had more than seasonal averages for temperatures and a low snowpack over the winter.
The largest fire exploded in size over the weekend. It now covers 16 square kilometers between Quesnel and Williams Lake and is also believed to be human-caused. BC is coming off its most destructive wildfire season ever and trying to get ahead of the next one. Much of the province is already considered at moderate or high fire risk, prompting new warnings to be careful and prepared.
People are outdoors recreating, driving spots, having campfires. We're in conditions that's incredibly dry.
It's really important for people to have a sort of a preparedness kit in place and plans for their family and their business. It's hoped people adopting those tips, as well as moving anything flammable further away from their home, could save properties this season. There's a lot of concern over what the next few months could bring, unless, of course, it's rain. A wet spring could go a long way. All right, Andrew, thank you. Anxious moments in downtown London, Ontario, as a train in flames barreled through the city. A CP freight train on fire stunned onlookers.
I've seen the train going across the bridge there, totally engulfed in flames. I couldn't believe it.
I could smell a little bit of smoke. It smelled like campfire to us. And the smoke was quite heavy coming out of over the top of the building there.
The train did come to a stop, taking 30 firefighters about an hour to get under control.
Put it out very quickly with the use of foam.
Touring cars were carrying old wooden railway ties. Luckily, no one was hurt, and crews were able to disconnect it from another car carrying hazardous materials. Damage is estimated at about $35,000, and CP Rail Police are now investigating. 4,000 delegates from around the world are in Ottawa this week for a major United Nations summit to end plastic pollution. The world generates about 400 million tons of plastic waste each year, and of the 13,000 chemicals it takes to make plastics, some are highly toxic, especially harmful to marine ecosystems. Cities Judy Trend on a growing threat and the politics of reaching a deal on this Earth Day.
Each day brings an additional 30,000 tons of plastic floating in oceans, washing up on shores in every corner of the world.
The importance of Earth Day to me is to thank South Africans to reduce the production of plastics.
We have a plastic problem. Creating a binding agreement to end plastic pollution is the aim of this United Nations conference. Over the next 3 days, thousands of delegates from 175 countries will try to draft a roadmap.
A deal that could allow us to protect nature, to protect our very own health, and of course the climate, and help create jobs and opportunities.
But this international treaty needs clear targets to keep the problem from growing. Nations have to agree on how much plastic production needs to be cut, how much more should be recycled, and by when.
We need everyone on board for this to be a lasting solution. Governments, Indigenous people, civil society, industry.
Today, the NDP brought out an advocate to remind Canadians that domestic companies are still shipping their plastic waste overseas. When you send your plastic waste to Malaysia for recycling, you're essentially polluting our soil, our water, our air, and our bodies. Researchers have found toxic chemicals from plastic in marine life and the human placentas of unborn babies, but some are still unconvinced by the evidence.
Do you really care about Canada next week's radical international plastics ban week?
The Conservative Party has now mounted a campaign to bring back plastic straws 2 years after Canada banned them, along with other single-use plastics. Globally, 59 countries, or about 1/3 of all nations, support getting rid of single-use plastics. Domestically, Canada has plans to force plastic companies to disclose what chemicals they're using, how much plastic they're producing, and how much for recycling.
All right, Judy, thanks. And there are signs of another big step on the road to a greener future tonight. Sources tell CP News Honda is set to announce a major in electric vehicles in Canada. Here's CP's Adrian O'Brien.
Putting a charge into Canada's electric vehicle industry.
Potentially the biggest investment that company has put heavily.
Multiple sources tell CTV News that Honda
is indeed the company making the massive investment. Once the deal is made public, it would be Ontario's third electric vehicle battery plant. Honda's plan is to manufacture batteries here at its automotive plant in Alliston, Ontario. The scale of the plant would reportedly dwarf Stellantis LG's 4 million square foot facility set to open this year in Ontario, as well as Volkswagen's 16 million square foot EV battery manufacturing hub. And Ontario's premier could barely keep a lid on the news today.
This week, we landed a new deal. It'll be the largest deal in Canadian history. It'll be double the size of Volkswagen. So stay tuned.
Well, the secret is now out. The deal is expected to include TV platform, capital commitments, and tax credits.
Tax credit offered by the feds is different than anything the Americans offer. Everybody in the office around the world say, what does that company do at what size, where?
Though the partnership doesn't come without risk, electric vehicle sales, while still growing in Canada, have slowed. Just last week, Tesla announced it was letting go more than 10% of its workforce, with the company's stock down more than 35%. And in Ontario, Ford Motor Company has delayed the start of its planned electric vehicle production by 2 years.
Once the deal is officially finalized, it will give Ontario an end-to-end electric vehicle supply chain, with both EVs and the batteries they need manufactured right here in the province. Now, as for Honda, we requested an interview today. Omar, they declined. The official announcement is expected later this week.
All right, then, thank you. First Nations leaders are renewing calls to disband Thunder Bay Police Service as the former chief faces criminal charges in a misconduct investigation.
There is a complete lack of trust.
The chiefs want Ontario's Inspector General of Policing to bring an outside service to investigate the deaths of Indigenous people. Since 2018, several reports have concluded investigations by Thunder Bay Police were tainted by systemic racism. Police in Toronto are also coming under increasing scrutiny after the high-profile acquittal of a man charged with murder. And today, one of Canada's largest police organizations will undergo a review. Here's CTV's John Wood.
Police informs that Constable Jeffrey North was run down standing up on the road in Toronto City Hall on May 2021. Authorities superior court testimony by Forbes and 2 other officers did not match the evidence that Samir likely hit Northrop while reversing his BMW. Samir testified he was fleeing what he thought was an attack on him, his pregnant wife, and 2-year-old child, with no idea if the people were plainclothes officers. The judge highlighted potential collusion among the officers who all had the same wrong story. I'm hoping that they take a hard look at what happened in this case. The testimony.
Questions and inquiries, not just in Toronto, but we right across the country.
The Crown attorney said in a statement the event was serious enough it needed a trial to determine the facts. The judge apologized. Some suggest that special prosecutor could have provided some objectivity in a highly politicized case. The premier tweeted outrage that Samir got bail in 2021.
For years, I can tell Canadian comment on that specific case.
No word from Premier Doug Ford. Former Toronto Mayor John Tory said he has, despite pressure from the media and the public to comment on these kinds of matters, one should wait until significantly important information is available. Northrop's death caused an outpouring of grief.
We share the feelings of our members.
Samir apologized for his role in Northrop's death Sunday. Despite that, Charles Constable Lisa Forbes was promoted to sergeant. John Woodward, CTV News.
On the first day of opening statements in Donald Trump's historic criminal trial, prosecutors put the ex-publisher of the National Enquirer on the stand, making the case that the tabloid was central to quashing negative stories about the former president. CTV's Washington Bureau Chief Joe Madden on tables.
wants to be president again, forces hit silently in a New York courtroom, no longer in control. As prosecutors in the first criminal trial of a U.S. president laid out their case against him. Prosecutor Matthew Colangelo told the jury Donald Trump orchestrated a criminal scheme to corrupt the 2016 presidential election, and that Trump lied over and over again to cover up an alleged affair with porn star Stormy Daniels, colluding with his lawyer Michael Cohen to falsify business records and hide it from voters. Prosecutors say Trump's campaign was in damage control. The Access Hollywood tape had leaked, with Trump boasting about groping women weeks before the 2016 election. Trump's lawyer Todd Blanche pushed back, saying Trump was simply trying to protect his family, his reputation, and his brand, telling the jury hush money isn't a crime. And spoiler alert, there's nothing wrong with trying to influence an election. It's called democracy. The first witness, David Pecker, longtime friend and publisher of the tabloid National Enquirer. The prosecution says Pecker, and his lawyer Michael Cohen, actually used attention on damaging stories about Trump during the election. Touching on payoffs went to Karen McDougal and Stormy Daniels over alleged affairs. Trump left court ripping to Michael Cohen and key witness, possibly violating the schedule. All of it unsavory and very serious for a man who wants to be president. Donald Trump faces 34 criminal counts and says he wants to testify in his own defense. Omar?
All right, Joy, thank you. U.S. President Joe Biden leading on pro-Palestinian protests on college campuses today. Columbia University canceled university classes, and there were several arrests at Yale. Students at several universities are demanding a ceasefire in Gaza. Students say some of the demonstrators are making them feel unsafe. Police are investigating allegations of hate speech at a pro-Palestinian rally on Parliament Hill. There were several complaints over chants allegedly supporting the October attack on Israel by Hamas that also drew condemnation from the Prime Minister. The head of Israeli military intelligence has resigned over failures to prevent Hamas's October 7th attack. Also today, an independent panel for the United Nations revealed Israel has yet to provide evidence of claims UN staff are involved with terrorist organizations, and authorities in Gaza say they recovered more bodies and mass graves at the site of the hospital.
The experts at Protégé Google tested the CX5 and CX30 out on the road in Quebec in good weather and not so good weather. And they were impressed. So much so, they named the Mazda CX5 and the Mazda CX30 best pick for their categories. Looking for performance, refinement, safety, or reliability? Protégé Google best picks are now available at the nearest Mazda dealer.
It makes a difference when a business like yours is dispensing out tickets of personal interest in what they do and in their customers. That's what sets Littricities apart. They are, after all, a family serving families with the best in eye care and lenses and a wide variety of brands. Partners like Essel and Realty Trade. Littricities dispensing out customers taking care of your family's special needs at home. That's Canada. It's about 50 years of Littricities USA.
Something about to happen in Russia. Russian President Vladimir rushed to the Kremlin late last night for an emergency meeting of some kind, according to our next guest. So did that emergency meeting have anything to do with this? Reports this morning circulating that Russian forces are aware of the 101st Airborne Division and the United States side, and French troops now openly operating in Odessa. This is a separate report that U.S. Congress effectively declared war on Saturday night over a big vote in the House of Representatives. So we have a couple of pieces that we want to bring in. Colonel Douglas McGregor to gain his analysis on. Colonel, your reporting on this is that, first of all, the piece, you can confirm that he was rushed to the Kremlin late last night. Can you tell us more about that? And then we'll talk about the troops piece.
No, I wish that I could. I mean, I've been able to confirm through local sources that he was rushed to the Kremlin in the middle of the night or early in the morning last night. Why? I have no idea. It was linked, obviously, to this report of U.S. and French troops in Odessa. However, Russians on the ground in Odessa have reported categorically that they have not seen any French or U.S. troops in the city or outside of the city.
Now, this is 101st Airborne Division. We know the best of the best. Would you see them walking down the street? Or would they be invisible? And that's why this report is credible on the troop side. Again, we don't know. Maybe we're conflating the two things. We don't know if they're related at all. Right?
Well, the French forces are, whatever they are, they're probably foreign legion. They may have some both armored elements, but they are largely infantry. The same thing would be true for the 101st Air Mobile. We call it the Airborne Division because of World War II, but it's really a helicopter-borne infantry. They haven't left Romania as far as we can tell. So, I think that report is false. Now, does that mean that they're not going to do so, or it's not under consideration? We have Biden's promise that there will be no U.S. boots on the ground in Ukraine. But we know we've had lots of U.S. military and intelligence personnel on the ground. They simply haven't been organized into units. If we were to do this, and the French were to do so with us, we would end up at war with Russia. So it's an absurdly ridiculous idea. And one wonders what they're trying to accomplish by going into the port city of Odessa, where the port's easily blocked, easily mined from the sea approach. And then you're sitting ostensibly on Russia's doorstep. It can move forward and position all of its rocket artillery and tube artillery to utterly pulverize and flatten any of the areas where we might decide to establish ourselves. It's a very dumb idea. It's incomprehensible for me that anybody would be that stupid, but I've been wrong a lot lately on that topic.
I guess a lot of your analysis of the world doesn't account for stupid. You have a stupid index to look at this. Going through Russian media, I can't find any information at all about them having been rushed to the Kremlin. So this is interesting. The Russian, if this was some sort of emergency on the Russian side, then you might see it all over Russian media, but it seems like it's been very, very quiet. So something seems to be happening here. I don't know if you said what's going on here to speculate, but do you think this is tied in any way to this massive tranche of money, which was passed on Saturday night by the House of Representatives, which, by the way, one of the most disgusting things I think I've ever seen, to see that the House of Representatives, after they passed this massive multi-billion-dollar funding package for Ukraine, grab Ukrainian flags and wave them cheering for Ukraine on the floor of the House of Representatives. I was really bothered by that personally. Not to editorialize, but I really was bothered by that. Southern borders wide open, 10 cities across the United States crime rampant, and we're celebrating funding Ukraine. Anyway, do you think that this emergency meeting in the Kremlin has anything to do with this massive tranche of money flowing in?
Feels like a dream, feels like magic.
One then peer-reviewed research shows that human consciousness can affect physical matter. As a group, when we do intention, we create a psychic internet. There is this universal divine force that guides all of us.
It's actually a lot of scientific work showing how sound can
Nature and consciousness.
That inner universe within us connects with the greater universe of the stars. These discoveries are now confirming the real lines of ancient and cherished spiritual traditions.
No, I don't think so, because the Russians have learned how our system works. And this money, most of it is a gift to donors and people inside the United States who have an interest in defense. And what do I mean by that? Most of the money will never reach Ukraine. It will be used to replenish existing stocks that have now been emptied into Ukrainian hands. It will pay for things that have yet to be produced by assembly lines. So I don't think the Russians are particularly worried about that. I think that this is another demonstration of the loyalty and fealty of many, many members to most members, frankly, to their donors. They're waving whatever flag the donor tells them to. And, keep in mind, most of these people on the Hill, they don't know anything about Russia. They know nothing about Ukraine or Eastern Europe. These are all domestic politicians who will do whatever they think it takes to get reelected. There were only 21 members of the House that voted against the massive funding bill for both, over $90 billion for both Ukraine, Israel, and obviously Taiwan. And they did so because they said until we've closed our borders, addressed our national security needs, and restored the rule of law here at home, we're not sending any more money overseas. Of course, that makes infinite sense. But there were only 21. So I think if you could turn to your researching staff, if you got one, and put them to work to find out who's paying each of these individuals and voting for the bill question. I'm sure they have all been richly rewarded for their support. I remember just a few years ago when President Obama was in power that Senator Tom Cotton crafted a letter arguing essentially for war with Ukraine, war with Iran. In other words, one of these letters that said we need to be more hostile and aggressive towards Iran. Sanctions aren't enough. We need to directly attack them and so forth. He ended up receiving the day after he circulated that letter, had it signed, and brought it to the White House. He ended up receiving $1 million from Bill Kristol's Israeli fund. So I think it's pretty obvious how this works. You say the right thing, look the right way, and you're going to be wealthy. The problem is it doesn't do us any good. I think we have a Congress that sort of lives on the Washington version of Epstein Island. It's fantasy world. And they're no longer connected seriously to the people that they were elected to represent, because I doubt seriously they hold the American people that anybody is rushing to volunteer to fight in Ukraine or the Middle East. I don't see it. And the notion of fighting on Taiwan, that's absurd.
I'll ask our audience watching us tonight on the show if you guys think it's appropriate for Americans to go fight in Ukraine, die in Ukraine, go fight in Israel, die in Israel, go fight in Taiwan, die in Taiwan. By the way, just fun. Well over 70% of Americans say absolutely not. So the Congress is absolutely out of touch with the American people on purpose. On purpose. This is not something that they're doing blindly, but as the Financial Times reports today, Ukraine released $61 billion in U.S. aid to stop Russia. They know it's not going to stop anything. This is the front page of the Financial Times. So, as you point out, where's this money going to go? It's going to go to funnel to military-industrial complexes, going to store them with exploiting birds and the CIA warrants and risking that stop stealing our money. So we know that it's just flushing this money out the toilet. But yes, we see all of these trenches being built, and all of these great dudes, people that went to Home Depot, and all sorts of nice fencing, all these
with all, garden posts and plywood. We're building all these massive trenches now, all, fortifications. So is that what we're looking at? We're looking at a trend like World War I trench warfare for the next couple of years.
Well, I'm sure that's what the Ukrainian government, the current one under Zelensky, wants. But there are a couple of problems. First of all, digging trenches is very easy. They have entrenching machines that are really quite marvelous. I'm sure if we resurrected the armies of the First World War and showed them these machines, they would be absolutely astounded because, we just have to dig those ourselves. So these machines are able to cross fields in the space of 30 minutes and dig trenches that will accommodate whatever equipment you want to put in them or whatever soldiers you want to put in them. They can rapidly be reinforced with poured concrete so that this is easy to do. The problem is, who are the Ukrainian soldiers that will fill these trenches? Or is there an expectation that NATO troops will come and fill these trenches? I don't see the Ukrainian soldiers doing it. I mean, last week, the Azov, one of the Azov units, this was a battalion strength organization, probably at one time it was brigade strength, much larger, probably had 2,000 people plus a reinforced battalion, and they were the so-called neo-Nazi fanatics that were devoted to the regime. They even refused to fight. Simply said, we're not attacking. We won't do it. We're not prepared to all die in another pointless attack. In other cases, vast numbers of Ukrainian troops have simply said, that's it. We're going to surrender. And the Russians have been broadcasting very effective surrender appeals. And they know from having talked to their comrades that have come back from Russia that were captured years ago that they were well treated. So they know that the Russians will not abuse them. They will be processed. They will be fed. If they're injured, they will receive medical treatment. And then they will be escorted to a containment facility by the people that captured them. The Russians have handled this extremely well. All these lies about Russian atrocities may have impressed people in the West, but there's never been the evidence for it on the battlefield, and the Ukrainians know that. So I think this war is very definitely at the end. So unless we have a ghost army that's going to be resurrected from the death sentence that they received from Zelensky, I don't see anybody filling those trenches. Now, again, going back to the NATO, we have said, and the Germans have said, that we will not send our forces. Now, we've heard Biden say that he would do a lot of things and then turn around, backtrack, and do them anyway. So it's not impossible that we could still be that foolish and stupid as to send troops in there. I wouldn't exclude that. But right now, it's basically the Lithuanians, the Poles, the Romanians, and I think the French and potentially the British. But again, what do they propose to do if they actually go there? There are 72,000 troops in the British Army. There are 120,000 troops in the French Army. If we sent all of them, they wouldn't make a dent in the Russian forces that are deployed right now in Ukraine that number over 800,000. There's no chance for these forces to have any impact at all. But they could start a major war. And again, this puts us back on track for two major wars that could escalate to the nuclear level. One in Eastern Europe and one in the Middle East. Take your pick. You would think any sane administration would be interested in
hell for his nation to fight somewhere as part of the NATO alliance without clearing that from Washington. We're not in control. Biden is not in control. I don't know who's making the decisions behind his back. He's simply being handed things to read. But the point is, in the Middle East, Mr. Netanyahu remains in control. He's got a real problem. You know, Gaza is a catastrophe. It's still miserable. They have not won in Gaza. We know that. He wants to go back in and finish up the rough. How many men, women, and children that have nothing to do with Hamas will die in that enterprise is anybody's guess. And Iran, I think, has demonstrated that if it's attacked by Israel, it has the capacity with pinpoint accuracy to eliminate most of what Israel considers important to its strategic power. So, Mr. Netanyahu is in a difficult position. We can't help him. All we can do is tell him to back down. He can't back down. Netanyahu has to escalate or he's finished. So I don't think we've seen the last of the Israeli-Iranian confrontation. I don't think we've seen the last of Rafah. I don't think we've even seen the beginnings of what could happen in the region, because if anything, we're seeing more and more solidarity across national lines inside the Muslim world. The Turks, thanks to the last election, signaled their complete disgust with Mr. Erdogan's failure to engage seriously against Israel on behalf of the Palestinians. I think that Mr. Sisi, or General Sisi, is worried about his future. I know that King Abdullah right now is on very shaky ground because he was foolish enough to cast his lot with us and help to defend Israeli airspace. Incomprehensible to millions of his own subjects who are watching their brothers on the other side be murdered. So that the world has turned against Israel. We are increasingly isolated, but we have very little control. We are now, unfortunately, like the man that borrowed very heavily from the bank and at some point borrowed so much that he owns the bank. Mr. Netanyahu owns us. What do we do?
YouTube Music Premium vous donne un contrôle total sur votre musique. Écoutez la sans-annonce, téléchargez l'anonymité et profitez-en hors des ou en arrière-plan. Adoptez YouTube Music Premium.
Great question. I mean, you know, like, I'll get you out here on this one. Look at what the United States is about in this election. So it's like there's a party, of course, that you're talking about coming on the show during solidarity in the United States Congress, and they're passing billions of dollars in packages. They're not securing the southern border. They have Speaker of the House, a Republican, teams by name, has repeatedly said border. The U.S. southern border. So it seems like they are in solidarity with this movement. And what do you think that is going to do next? We talked about showing up the ground as the ground becomes solid, lack of snow, rain. What do you think is going to happen these next few weeks?
I think that the Russian forces will advance at numerous points along the line up to the Dnieper River. They will make a decision then where they want to cross, but I still am firmly convinced that after Kharkov falls would have against us in the United States. And right now, Odessa is analogous to Tijuana, just over the border from the United States. And you would think that the Russians would concentrate 20 or 30,000 troops there in a bid to threaten us. Of course not. It's absurd. It's not sensible. We are being foolish and stupid monsters.
And so I was going to get you out of here a second, but I have one more question in terms of Donald Trump, of course. You used to work for President Trump. And I was just kind of stunned over the weekend. I thought that you mentioned one of the Republicans moving against this Ukraine. Massive amounts of money. And 21 Republicans said no, sure, wasn't we can't do this. President Trump is not president. He could have as the leader of the Republican Party come out and say, end this. No more money to Ukraine. This is ridiculous. And Lindsey Graham said on Sunday show, this bill would not have passed the House of Representatives with MAGA Money Johnson had Donald Trump not been supportive of it. This idea to give up on Ukraine makes the world safer. If people want to go to Ukraine because you don't have enough capability, there goes Taiwan. Ukrainians are fighting like tigers. This aid package has a long component to it. This would not have passed without Donald Trump. I want to thank the House Speaker and Hakeem Jeffries for working together in a bipartisan fashion to give weapons to Ukraine to fight a fight that matters to us. President Trump is creating a long component to this package. It gives us leverage down the road. What is your assessment for President Trump? Could he, did he fail on this, or was this a great success? Where would you advise him to come down on this one?
Well, if I were working for him right now and he's the president, I would advise him under good circumstances to support the bill and instead focus our attention on the borders of the United States, restoring the rule of law. If he went ahead and did what he did, which is essentially align himself with the money pigs in Washington, who are interested in everything other than the American people, I would have to resign. But I think Mr. Trump wants desperately to be president. And I think he sees becoming president as a vindication, since he truly believes that he won the last election. And to be quite frank with you, I tend to agree with him. That was not a fair and free election by any stretch of the imagination. And we're not about to have one anytime soon, because all of the same problems that existed back in 2020 still persist today. But I think he wants to be president, and so he is turning to everyone and anyone who has money willing to support him and will promise to do so. Whatever they're asking. This is outrageous. I think it's terrible, and he's made a bad mistake. And I agree with you. He should have stood with the 21 members, because quite frankly, most of America stands with those 21 members. Now, there were 37 members on the Democrat side who refused to support Israel and the money for Israel. That's another issue. And of course, it's toxic for all of the candidates. None of them want to be in the corner with the party that says Israel should stop killing people in Gaza. Anyone who suggests that is immediately branded as an enemy of Israel. So it's a tough time to run for election. But the good news is Americans can look at what's happening right now, and they can find out who's really who. You know, who is this man Donald Trump? What did he do? He encouraged Speaker Johnson to do what he did. He congratulates him on doing a good job. This is catastrophically stupid. He's essentially throwing his principles overboard and his supporters under the bus.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how else to read it. I mean, and our viewers right now, I think any of you watching right now are just, dying for Trump supporters, no matter what presents itself. It doesn't matter to you. But this was a big, to me, this is rising to the level of coming out and supporting COVID vaccines a few weeks ago, raising that. Because a lot of MAGA Republicans are saying that Trump is raising COVID vaccine. Did I hear that right? And now this weekend, supporting Speaker Johnson, supporting all of this money to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. I just can't wrap my head around it. So
part of the swamp. No matter how much you don't want him to be part of it, he is part of it. Like, he's not playing a long game. He supports this.
Yeah, why didn't he pardon Julian Assange when he had the chance right.
Or
yeah.
Snowden.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I let us know in the comments. I mean, we're being honest here on the show. We're not, we don't have any dog in this hunt. By the way, I think as we've detailed at great length on this show, both of these parties are corrupt. Okay? They are a uniparty, and when you have MAGA Mike Johnson, is what Trump called him, fly down to Mar-a-Lago, stand there side by side with them, fly back, and then tell the American people that forget the border. The main focus right now is Ukraine. Like, the main focus is sending $61 billion to Ukraine. And you can spend it all you want, that it's for the military-industrial complex, but it doesn't really matter. It's money not going to American infrastructure right now. Just before the show, my little girl was standing here in our studio, and she was staring at this. She's 11 years old, and she's like...
She goes, that's fake, right?
She's like, that's a fake number, right? And because she doesn't ever see this live like this, and she was like, that's a fake number, right? Like, what's it doing? Like, that's going up, and Natalie, you explained it to her.
I said, well, that's what my generation is spending, and your generation will have to pay it in your tax dollars. And she was like, make it stop. We didn't do this. We don't agree to this. And I was like, I know. I can't. I wish that I could.
Well, I'll make sure she realizes that all you need to do is just have her generation print more money. She'll be fine. Just keep the number growing. It never ends.
Well,
it's infinite.
One of the things that Colonel McGregor just pointed out, which really hit me, is when he said, it's not the American people that really care about the Ukrainian people. Now, we showed you last week how it is now being re-implemented in Ukraine, and it will drag innocent people to their lives, sick, innocent people. And he's absolutely right, because we are done congratulating ourselves on what we're doing for Ukraine, taking in refugees and giving them food and shelter and clothes. So because that's dried up,
Mm-hmm. Oh, for fuck's sake. All right.
chorus of advocates and critics decrying the governor's bait and switch. Rewind to 2022 when legislation for the benefit was first introduced to great fanfare. Minister Carlo Qualtrough hailed it as a poverty-fighting program on par with the likes of old age security. If the lackluster version that was just announced in the federal budget provides only meager repayments, quite the discrepancy from the super promises made. Meanwhile, Finance Minister Freeland dares to suggest that a half measure will meaningfully impact people's well-being, following it up with making even more promises about increasing the benefit at a later date, and letting them never learn. The only well-being our lavish spending Finance Minister seems to care about is her own desire to posture on the international stage. Perhaps disabled Canadians should book a flight to Davos to get her attention. Welcome back to Street Politics Canada. Before we dive into today's video, take a moment to follow our Twitter account. The reality of Biden's constant controversy is missing from mainstream news outlets, but our Twitter breaks through that deception. We post multiple times every day reporting straight facts on Biden's disappointments. We will leave you the link below. Click the follow button so you don't miss our next viral tweet destroying Biden. Last week saw a dramatic turn of events regarding the Canada Disability Benefit that was tabled in a costly budget as one of the members of the advisory panel overseeing its development resigned in protest. Michael Prince, a professor at the University of Victoria, slammed the Trudeau government's newly announced disability benefit as a colossal failure that falls far short of what advocates had promised a year or so ago. Another instance of Trudeau promising the world and then not delivering on that very same promise because he either lied or is completely inept as a prime minister. Color me not shocked at all. Prince's resignation is the latest criticism, however, of the underwhelming federal benefit by disability advocates and conservative voices across the country.
The hope for David Gold is to someday be better. His parents cared for him since he was born with severe cerebral palsy. There was optimism that the new federal disability benefit would make things easier, but the most positive thing his parents can put on it is that it's better than nothing.
For an adult trying to live independently, $200 a month is literally making history.
Given his new disability benefit became law last summer, for 9 months, the question was, how much would it be? Advocates argued people with disabilities needed for $1,000 a month, money that would be on top of provincial benefits. And when the budget dropped to the numbers last Tuesday, it fell considerably short.
The $200 checks the box for the federal government that they launched this program, but it's not going to make a meaningful difference.
The federal benefit program will be funded with $6.2 billion over 6 years. So 600,000 adults and low-income Canadians with disabilities will be eligible. The maximum will be of $2,400 per person per year. While in every province right now, social assistance programs for people with disabilities place them below the poverty line. Ottawa's new benefit will get people closer, but advocates say not by much.
We know now that we do better.
Rugby Heather is in a group called Disability Without Poverty. She says she'd be warned the benefit would be disability, but didn't expect it to be heartbreaking.
In some cases, there were people waiting in anticipation of this benefit limiting a lot of poverty, so we don't have to consider medical assistance and dying. It would be great to be able to do one, and we aspire to that.
The federal finance minister says the benefit is a starting point, admitting it's not quite a solution. The issue is in provincial jurisdiction. Ottawa's calling on the provinces to give more money and systematically watching. It wants to ensure these new benefits doesn't lead to a clawback of what people are already receiving. Like our Montreal.
When the Liberal government first introduced legislation for the benefit in 2022, it was presented as a transformative program that would lift hundreds of thousands of disabled Canadians out of poverty. Minister Carlo Qualtrough said at the time that the benefit would reduce poverty among disabled Canadians in the same way programs like old age security and the Canada Child Benefit have done for seniors and families. And we were supposed to believe their lies then and there when it was really just blowing some hot air to support the leader Trudeau and the failing Liberal Party. It's never been more clear that the Liberals have completely lost it, and now with the program finally being announced in the recent federal budget, only to find out that it is but a shadow of what advocates were expecting and clamoring for. The budget allocated only $6.1 billion over 6 years for the benefit, which is something that only provides a mere $200 per month eligible recipients. This is little example of overpromising to Canadians, dangling their solution right in front of them like they are animals, and then embarrassingly under-delivering when the time for action and honesty rolls around. A classic Trudeau ruse. Making matters worse, as if it never can be, Trudeau and the Liberals in power. The structure of the new and fairly useful benefit is also highly restrictive. Recipients will be required to qualify via the disability tax credit, which is extremely restrictive with covers before becoming eligible. As a result, the government claimed that over 600,000 disabled Canadians will benefit is highly dubious at best and might be another outright lie by the Liberals at worst. The Byzantine application process will undoubtedly preclude many of those in need and suffering from accessing the program. This highlights a fundamentally paternalistic flaw in the government's approach. Rather than simply providing assistance to those living with disabilities, bureaucrats have designed an overly complex web of rules and conditions that disabled Canadians will have to navigate the system for support. Respect for autonomy and dignity would require the government to deliver support without such arbitrary roadblocks. Actually, any sign of respect from the government towards disabled Canadians without Trudeau is substantially more to support Canadians that are looking to be independent and are severely with guiding hand. The only problem is Trudeau never has respect for average Canadians, let alone disabled Canadians that will not easily line up his greedy pocket with more undeserved taxpayer money. Beyond the benefits, speedy funding and restrictive application, the way it was developed also raises concern. Prince's resignation statement makes it clear that he believes the changeover from Minister Qualtrough to the new Minister of Health Care this past summer resulted in a dramatic scaling back of the benefits scope. Such political factors, rather than principal assessment of disabled Canadians' needs, seem to have driven the policy development. But it ultimately does not matter when it comes to replacing one corrupt liberal with either an equally or more corrupt liberal. They don't the same game, and only Canadians are losers. Speaking of losers, I wonder how Freeland, who won the chief of the budget in the first place, thinks of the insulting disability benefit and how every aspect of her popular budget is an embarrassing failure. Well, she certainly thinks highly of her budget for some reason. Freeland keeps blabbering about the true purpose of the budget and how it aims for fairness with every generation. Except, of course, if you were a senior or disabled person, then you are probably the forgotten generation in Canada.
And I want to start by talking about what percent of our budget is, what and that really is what we've heard from other people, which is unlocking the costs in Canada for everyone, but especially for them. We've heard, I was especially glad to have because they talk about how investing in people and we agree with that. And that's why this budget is investing in Canada. It's investing in the middle class. And above all, it's investing in unlocking the middle class. And we're doing that with investments in housing. So this investment in workers, this investment in long-term employment. That's what we're doing.
Well, she is directly asked about the reaction to the offensively voted disabled benefit and the municipal government would do more for Canadians in need. She is completely silent for a moment like a deer caught in the headlights, only for her to deliver a nonsense speech about how the Liberal governments recognize and aspire to do more for disabled Canadians. But they never did, and they never will.
Yeah. I think I got most of the question as well, but I think I got it. Thank you for the question. And I personally, and we as government, absolutely the challenges that people and that's why we're so glad that as part of this budget, that so energetically in Canada and
Whoa, you okay?
It's very important for all of us. Very clear from the territory that it is not acceptable for them to draw back benefits.
What?
Federal benefit is there for people with disabilities.
It's us.
I agree with your question. It's great to be able to work, and we aspire to that. It's a big step, and measure yourself on
It is the same tired speech from staying ambitious and has a word to paint a picture of a more competent government where every Canadian knows how much of an embarrassing failure Trudeau and the Liberals are trying to hack again. This is a common conservative critique of liberal social policy that is driven more by political posturing than a desire to real impact. The disability benefits great fanfare is being linked to an underfunded program that seems primarily focused on creating the appearance of action rather than reality. The Canada Disability Benefit could have been, and was promised to be, a transformative initiative enabling hundreds of thousands of disabled Canadians to escape poverty. Tragically, this vision has given way to yet another piece of lofty progressive rhetoric colliding with underlying fiscal reality. Canadians living with disabilities and all those seeking competent, compassionate government are right to feel let down by a fiscal, irresponsible government that is more happy touting its hollow IMF achievements in the already debunked AAA as if these were clear signs of a working and prosperous economy.
was how would you ever get the policies to fall? I was confident it was something that Canadians wanted and needed, especially that Canadian mothers needed. When it comes to housing, I have not spoken to a single person in Canada who does not agree that this is a challenge of absolutely essential importance, who doesn't agree that we need to act with absolute urgency. We need to do it first and foremost for young Canadians. And because it is so important, it is absolutely essential for the federal government to be there, lead the charge, as the Prime Minister has said. That is what we are doing. We are so pleased with policies and municipalities. We're already making huge amount of progress, and I have great confidence that we'll continue. Okay, I am grateful for this question because there are some areas where you can have a kind of legitimate fight that wants to go in the partnership. You can debate if you want bigger government or smaller government. You can debate is federal fair a good idea or not. But it is simply a factual reality that Canada today is one very fiscally responsible federal policy. We are working effectively to support the Bank of Canada in the effort to stabilize inflation and bring rates down. And that we heard from the governor of the Bank of Canada on Friday, where he talked about how the fiscal trap had not been affected and that it has met our three anchors, and that is important. Even more importantly, it's so important for Canadians, for Canadian analysts, for Canadian journalists to take a look at the international comparison. This was the belief of the IMF World Bank. And I went to Washington very quickly after the time there, and they were with Canada, and that was I was there with 2 hours in Washington, D.C. And I got there for a meeting with the 5 finance minister, And the Australian finance minister, was a great guy, said hi to me, and he said, "You're number one and we're number two." And I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Well, the IMF has just published its ranking of G20 countries and who is running the most fiscally responsible policies. Canada is number one, Australia is number two." So I really urge people to look at that data. And when I say this, as the Prime Minister has said, Canada has the lowest deficit to GDP ratio in the G7. That's not funny. That is, say we have the lowest deficit to GDP ratio. That is simply that. And on the deficit, what is really important for me, and there's this like this, I we now have a debt to GDP ratio steadily. Relative to the size of our economy is getting smaller every year. That's like paying down more. That is a very critical place for our country to be, and that is the very point. And the final sort of international measure, and the point is give credit ratings. Now, the people who work at ratings agencies, they are not known as, extreme leftists or liberal part of that. They're, serious economic analysts, and they look and compare what is the fiscal position of different countries. Canada's AAA rating has been consistently reaffirmed. It doesn't get better than that.
A clown show with no lack of audience is the current state of Canada under the likes of Freeland and Trudeau. Only way forward is to inject some common sense conservatism into the faulty and unresilient prideful system. Because Canada should not be represented by just the elite at the top or economic forums and meetings with each other, and you get a report finding the working Canadians. Canada is a middle class family. Canada is young Canadians struggling hard with their own government just to lead a prosperous life for themselves and for everyone around them. Canada is not just Trudeau, it is all of us. Well, that's all for now. Do you think the disability benefit will see any changes in the future to make it decent and acceptable for Canadians in need? Or will Trudeau and Freeland double down on their ignorance and incompetence? Let us know what you think in the comments below. And if you haven't, please subscribe and leave a like for this video. Your support helps us continue our work. You can also subscribe to our newsletter, where we share daily unfiltered and unbiased news straight to your inbox. You can find the link in the description below. Thanks again for your support, and I'll see you in the next one.
Vous voulez obtenir 15% de rabais sur chacune de vos commandes de nourriture, de gâteries et de litière pour animaux de compagnie? Essayez le programme économatique, livraison avec expédition simple et expédition gratuite. Vous pouvez suspendre, sauter ou annuler une commande en tout temps. Abonnez-vous à Économatique aujourd'hui.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I'm Chantel DeYoung, MLA for Chestermere Strathmore and Parliamentary Secretary for Portago.
Colonel Douglas McGregor is retired, although he's a civilian actor, he's U.S. Army colonel, the author, he is former editor, he's actually something called and long ago, he would have been a conflict with called Mike. Going flying, not far from where I'm broadcasting to you right now. Douglas McGregor. Colonel McGregor, I'm always grateful for your wisdom. I follow you on all platforms. Let me put to you, if I may, the payoff line of a call I just took from Florida. The blue within the flag that they flew. Jumbo the elephant and a jackass. Is that what you thought when you saw the Congress waving the Ukrainian flag yesterday?
Well, first, congratulations on your new job. People were all busy lobbying for money, with which they can mine their pockets. Now, some of them are just ignorant, which we call it the constructive trade. And some are destructive, which we follow the health. The Omicron trade was very good questions before that. Which explains why we are following the policies that we don't.
Normally, but it's something to do with that. The United States has often surprised us with the low caliber of its top representatives. They're looking at Joe Biden in the White House. I'm looking at that nest of lobbyists yesterday. I think in the Washington, we must reach the conclusion that this is the worst it's ever.
Oh, I think it is. Friends of mine inside Washington now refer to Washington as Epstein Island, a place where people were underage girls. And it's like none of them have been involved in it. They're all sadly, our lives are blackmail. And if that's the case, they can be compelled to move in whatever direction the very wealthy and powerful oligarchs in the United States. I say oligarch because somebody's a billionaire hedge fund manager can just as easily buy policy outcomes as an oligarch in Russia or Ukraine. So I think that's our biggest problem. The only way that it will end is with some form of financial collapse, which many of us think is going to happen.
Time for a new American Revolution, isn't it?
Well, the only time you get a revolution, really, let's be frank, is when the population can't eat.
That's what we got the French Revolution. And the problem is the French Revolution confronted to be around for years. It was only after the population of Paris could not afford to buy bread. I think we could confront a similar situation in the United States with the disruption of supply chain and the destruction of our economy. We're currently living on income that is at least 50%, or close to 50% of government income. In other words, the so-called GDP is an illusion. It's something in the neighborhood of less than half of what it appears to be. This can't go on forever. It just cannot. We just don't know when it's going to happen. But something is going to come along and tip us over. And when that happens, there will be an opportunity to clean house and hopefully start over and put an end to this unnecessary overseas empire that you and your previous caller were talking about.
You need a Hercules to clean the Orbean stable. Like me, you're getting on. Is there anyone younger than you that's capable of doing that job? About $18 billion for Taiwan, for Mexico, and above all for Zelensky. It's popular, not even like
It's impressive beyond words because none of this is going to make any difference in the outcome of Ukraine. Sergei Lavrov, very capable of this with Russia's interests 24 hours ago, have made it clear that if there were any negotiations, that would be fine with them. The Russian army will continue to attack and complete their cash. Ukraine, not to lie, and ultimately territory that they think is necessary for their national security. So I think we've lost this competition in Ukraine. That's why now Washington has been put in public government with Russia. And I think at the end of NATO is on the horizon. I think even Europeans who are even more misguided and utterly confused than much of the American population, that they are going to realize that there's no future in this relationship between us and them, that they too have to save themselves, and they'll have to chart a new destiny for themselves. So I think that'll be the end of NATO. The Russians will then demilitarize what remains in Ukraine. I don't think they'll occupy it or try to govern it, but they will ensure that it's completely demilitarized and can never threaten Russia again. The question then is what happens in the Middle East. And in the Middle East, we're not sure that we're going to escape a major war in that region. Every time we think we may have put a new policy on the rails, we discover that the policy is being shattered by Mr. Netanyahu, who ultimately seems to exert a great deal more influence in Washington than Mr. Biden.
What do you think to Governor Nixon's thesis that all of this plucking that we see being released to the media about differences between Biden and is simply a move, and that the United States government is actually fully behind what Netanyahu has done and is going to do.
I think they're half-right. First of all, I think until recently it was unconditional support for Israel. Then I think the reality has begun to set in with some of the senior people behind the scenes that are instructing Biden and controlling the Congress that there's a very real potential for a major war that would draw in Russia and China and other countries and could frankly destroy Israel and fatally harm us. And so now I think there's a sense of helplessness, and that helplessness leads to pleas for cooperation with Mr. Netanyahu. Mr. Netanyahu did not get what he wanted, which was a war with Iran. So that's a good thing. That doesn't end the probability of future war with Iran for Israel and us, but at least it's breathing space. The bad news is he continues to enjoy unconditional support for this program of mass expulsion and murder in Gaza. And as we see within the last 24 hours, 26 people were killed in bombings last night, most of whom I'm told are children. So this nonsense continues, and no one is willing to stand up and stop it. It's a condition of moral bankruptcy in London and in Washington that is clearly without precedent, I would say.
I respect all of that and agree with almost all of it too. But I think we have to consider the shift in paradigm. Until now, worried about the fact that Israel wanted a war with Iran. We may be entering an era in which Iran might want a war with Israel. If there is an all-out massacre in Rafah, for example, I now no longer believe that Iran will sit back and watch that, but will in fact use that as a launch pad for hegemony across the Muslim world.
Well, there's certainly evidence to support your assertion. I don't think that Iran is delusional in the sense that it thinks it could be the dominant force in the Islamic world because it sits next to Turkey, and the Turks are certainly not going to tolerate that. I think what we're really seeing, in addition to Iran, is the broader Muslim world coalesce. What hasn't happened yet is that some of the governments that have been dragging their feet, like of Jordan, the government in Egypt, they're not the only ones. I'm not sure they will last much longer because their populations will demand action. When they don't get it, they'll remove the government. I think Mr. Erdogan has changed his behavior recently because he lost badly in Turkish elections, at least in part for his failure to engage decisively against the Israelis. So I think we're going to see more of the Muslim world engaged than we've seen in centuries. So that much Mr. Netanyahu has achieved. The question is, what do we do? And we seem to be inept and powerless to exert any influence, largely because of what we've been discussing. The people that were cheering and waving the Ukrainian flags are bought men, or they're simply fools. I think that's a pretty good description.
Yeah, fools or knaves or both, of course, that's a possibility. Again, much of what you say I concur with. I just think that the military balance of power is that Iran is a very powerful actor indeed, with far more soft power than Israel, and maybe equivalent hard power. What do you say to those that speculate that Iran's newfound confidence in dealing with Israel is because they've already got themselves nuclear weapons?
You know, every intelligence agency with any degree of credibility that's looked at it has made it very clear that Iran is at most a threshold state. In other words, if they decided to build nuclear warheads, they could do it pretty rapidly. But thus far, we don't have any evidence that they have. I think you should also consider that Pakistan has promised
nuclear warheads to Mr. Erdogan in the event that he thinks he needs them. And it would be very easy to get those to Turkey and for the Turks to mount them on missiles. I think Israel's in a very difficult position, and what worries me is that instead of coming to terms with reality that this mass murder and expulsion policy is the death knell of Israel, and instead stopping it and seeking a way out of this terrible mess that they've created, that they themselves will decide to use a nuclear weapon. Mr. Erdogan has said so publicly, and others in the region have also said they know what the Israelis have, and the Israelis have made it very clear on numerous occasions that they are willing to use it. That would be disastrous. At that point, I think all bets are off, and that really would be the end of the Israeli state. But I wouldn't exclude that happening first.
Now, you were a Washington insider as well as a distinguished military man. You counseled President Trump. You know how the Beltway works. And so I ask you candidly, I know it's embarrassing for Americans, but have you ever seen a president like Joe Biden, who, as we would say back in your native Scotland, could scarcely bite his own nails? This is a man you wouldn't send out for a load, and yet he's got his finger on your nuclear trigger.
The only ready comparison I can come up with is the last year in office of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Because if you look at his reelection, he was dead or dying when he was reelected, and he was in no position to cope with the advance of the Soviet armies under Stalin into Europe and the eventual conquest and occupation of half of Europe and the world by communism. And so he was a disaster. So in that sense, you're absolutely right. He brought us to a disastrous end of the Second World War, and we're dealing with someone now who is eminently incapable of coping with the reality of what you and I have been discussing. However, there are others behind Biden who are not total fools. What they are, I would say, is simply amateurs. They've been playing at everything as though America is still what it was in 1991. They are ignoring the open borders, which they have deliberately created to dilute our population and essentially erase the American culture and national identity. They are the ones who are releasing criminals onto the street by destroying the justice system. They've ruined the armed forces in terms of morale and capability. It's at an all-time low. So you add that to the equation, and the only thing I can see ahead for the United States right now is total disaster. So perhaps someone will wake up and suddenly realize that the combination of stupidity overseas and self-flagellation at home or suicidal policies at home, somebody has to make a decision to stop one or the other. And I suspect there will be some people who will step forward and say, it's time to pull in overseas. But there's no guarantee. Thus far, there's a lot of self-delusion. You know, we're not 1991. We're not the nation we were. And they don't seem to want to recognize it. They still think that there's no one who can challenge us militarily. All they need to do is take a long look at Russia and figure out that's not true. Then look at Iran, look at Turkey, look at the rest of the region. Make the assumption that these countries are backward, that they don't have people of high intelligence and ability, that they are not technologically sophisticated, is fundamentally wrong. but that stupidity persists inside the Beltway. We grossly underestimate everyone, and we overestimate ourselves.
Well, that's a great note to end on, a great pearl of wisdom. You and I are both spring chickens compared to Joe Biden. I'm back in office. Shouldn't you be running for office, Colonel?
I don't think so. I'm not clever like you, George. You're a much better political figure and a better political thinker than I am. I'm a lifelong professional soldier, and I still trust too many people and believe they're honest when they're not. I feel visibly in politics.
Colonel McGregor, you certainly don't fail as our blue chip guest on the Mullen Hall. Thank you for the Now you're talking about terror. What about old me? I've been terrorized all my days. All my days.
The scholar Yeshayahu Leibowitz, who Isaiah Berlin called the conscience of Israel, warned that if Israel did not separate church and state, it would give rise to a corrupt rabbinism that would warp Judaism into a fascistic cult. Religious nationalism is to religion, and national socialism was to socialism, warned Leibowitz, who died in 1994. He understood that the blind veneration of the military, especially after the 1967 war, to capture the West Bank and East Jerusalem, was dangerous and would lead to the ultimate destruction of democracy. Our situation will deteriorate to that of a second Vietnam, to a war and constant escalation without prospect of ultimate resolution, he wrote. He foresaw that, quote, the Arabs would be the working people, the administrators, inspectors, officials, and police, mainly secret police. A state ruling a hostile population of 1.5 million to 2 million foreigners would necessarily become a secret police state, with all that implies for education, free speech, and democratic institutions. The corruption characteristic of every colonial regime would also prevail in the state of Israel. The administration would have to suppress Arab insurgency on the one hand and acquire Arab quislings on the other. There is also good reason to fear that the Israeli Defense Force, which has been until now a people's army, would, as a result of being transformed into an army of occupation, degenerate, and its commanders, who will have become military governors, will resemble their colleagues in other nations. He warned that the rise of virulent racism would consume Israeli society. He knew that prolonged occupation of the Palestinians would spawn concentration camps for the occupied, and that, in his words, Israel would not deserve to exist, and it will not be worthwhile to preserve it. The decision to obliterate Gaza has long been the dream of Israeli fanatics, heirs of the fascistic movement led by the extremist Meir Kahane, who was barred from running for office and whose Koch party was outlawed in 1994 and declared a terrorist organization by Israel and the United States. These Jewish extremists, who today make up the ruling coalition government or orchestrating the genocide in Gaza, where hundreds of Palestinians are being killed or wounded a day. They champion the iconography and language of homegrown fascism, Jewish identity, and Jewish nationalism. The Zionist versions of blood and soil, Jewish supremacy, is sanctified by God, as is the slaughter of the Palestinians, who are compared to the biblical Amalekites massacred by the Israelites. Enemies, usually Muslims, slated for extinction, are subhuman, who embody evil. Violence and the threat of violence are the only forms of communication those outside the magic circle of Jewish nationalism understand. Millions of Muslims, Christians, including those with Israeli citizenship, are to be purged. Joining me to discuss what the occupation of Palestine has done to Israeli society, and what the results of its current murderous campaign in Gaza and the West Bank portends for Israel in the future, is Ilan Pappé, professor of history at the University of Exeter in Great Britain, who has described what Israel does to the Palestinians as incremental genocide. He has written numerous books, including The Biggest Prison on Earth, A History of the Occupied Territories, and The Ending of Palestine, which is French publisher has ceased publishing, despite a surge in sales since the October 7th attack, part of the concerted campaign by Zionists and their supporters to discredit and censor narratives that are critical of Israel. I'd like to begin with a look at post-Israel, the Zionist project that begins in the 1920s, and see whether the project itself, even before the creation of the State of Israel, has built within it the seeds of its own destruction.
Yes, I do think it did. And you're right in pointing to the 1920s, because of course the Zionist movement existed before. But I think in the mid-1920s, when we started to purchase land and equip the people who were living on that land, and that happened around 1926, it became a separate colonial project and not just not just a project for self-induced from anti-Semitism or a national cultural redefinition of Judaism and religion as nationalism instead of religion. The moment that happened, it was very clear that it was going to impose itself by force on an indigenous native population. It was not just the classical settler colonial imposition of settlers from rural including themselves as a native population. It also was kind of creating this idea that they can produce or establish a European state in the midst of the Arab world. It's very much like the white supremacists in South Africa. And these two facts that you are trying to implement a project of displacement and replacement of an indigenous population, and that you are trying to create a cultural political entity that would alienate the area it belongs to, and the area that alienates you, were so in the 1920s, and you can see the effect of this. That's all I think.
And yet there was always a tension within the Zionist project. You may have known him too. I knew Avi Ivan in college. When I was in Israel, the outlaw and Americana party, the people around that outlaw now the heirs to the party, assassinated this very right-wing rabbi. And I want you to talk about that tension, because it was there. I mean, Teddy Kollek, when he was mayor of Jerusalem, when I was there, it was he was building security systems for. It was a different approach to colonization, or perhaps I have that wrong.
It was a different approach, but it remained colonization. If I'm kind of a bit more abrupt about it, I would say that there was definitely an ideological school within Zionism that believed that you could be a progressive colonizer or an enlightened colonizer. And yet, from the colonized people's point of view, even if you, provided some benefits in economic terms, in infrastructural terms, the colonization was still there. And the colonization was translated not only in terms of whether you provide solutions for Jerusalem or not, but by the fact that Teddy Kollek, the mayor of Jerusalem, oversaw the ethnic cleansing of quite a large number of Palestinians from East Jerusalem in order to make space for building new Jewish neighborhoods, which could likely be called Jewish colonies or settlements. So, in the end of the day, the Zionist vision, even in its most liberal version, meant that the Palestinians at best, could be tolerated as individuals in limited spaces within Palestine, that would be determined according to the Israeli notions of national security. And at worst, they are an obstacle that has to be removed. And as the time went by, most of the Israeli Jews said, look, why just be content with limiting their presence? Why not get rid of them altogether?
And yet, these figures represented a secular strain of Zionism, and I want you to talk a little bit about Yeshayahu Leibowitz, who you knew, who I quoted in the introduction, and he talks about this religious.
Here's why I stopped shopping on Amazon, and you should too. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch this first.
Watch this.
Well, who will pay for the thousands and thousands of illegal migrants in New York City? The city, New Yorkers, taxpayers, not the state, because Governor Kathy Hochul has left that out of the state budget altogether. So New Yorkers, you're on your own. Here is how this is being presented now. New state budget, like New York City, they're on the hook for migrants and schools. Now, let's take a quick look at how this works. This is how the mayor code comes this out quite brilliantly. We're going to look at it a little bit more closely in a second. They say, despite the city being a subdivision of self-proclaimed sanctuary state, the legislature abdicated their responsibility on New York's migrant crisis. So the state itself is a sanctuary place, but they're not going to help out. They're saying, that's on you. Yes, we collectively agree that New York should be a sanctuary state, but New York, you're going to have to handle this one on your own. So left on the hook are New York City residents and taxpayers who must bear 100% of the burden of housing and feeding more than 180,000 migrants who have arrived here since 2022. Now, they're projecting that this will cost $12 billion, but they're giving, Albany is only giving the city $2.4 billion, so they will have to pay out of pocket. Now, we've spoken about how there are absolutely rackets in terms of who is getting these feeding contracts because the city was buying meals for these migrants, but they found out that the migrants weren't actually eating the food, they didn't like it, and they weren't able to handle all the various diets that they had. Some of them are vegan, some of them don't like vegan food, some of them have, I don't know, diabetes or what have you, they don't like gluten. And so that what they've done now, I refer you to the piece that we did about the credit cards that they're handing out, very high fee credit cards given to the state, paid for by the city of New York, because they just don't like it. And, you have to wonder, well, the city is able to feed people with diverse diets. They do it in schools, prisons every single day. Why do the migrants get their own choice? Order up to Uber Eats. Also, the fact that cash credit cards make them less safe because then they themselves get robbed by the gangs that are infiltrated migrant centers. But cool, we're not worried about that at all. Here's New York Senator Mario Matera pointing out just how unfair this is to New Yorkers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just listening to everybody's debates here today. It's been a very, very interesting night. Everybody's tired, but this is just so important. $2.4 billion going to the illegal migrant crisis that our governor and our mayor of New York State created. I had a conversation with the governor. I told her straight to her face at Kings Park High School. I said, Governor, there you are going to cut foundation aid money in this school district, which everybody got their numbers. It's amazing that the numbers that were cut. Foundation aid went away, and guess what happens? Other school districts got cut with monies. $2.4 billion. So our school aid money was cut to go to $2.4 billion. Senator Kruger mentioned also $750 million last year. That number's not correct. It's $1.9 billion. So now, this year and last year, that's $4.3 billion that went to illegal migrant crisis. All the taxpayers' monies. All New Yorkers need to know what is happening with this budget here today. And everybody needs to know that that's our hard-working money that we put into this state to go to good things, not things for illegal migrants that are coming here. It's not their fault because we have a governor and we have a mayor of New York that is allowing this. But blaming the federal government, that is not the truth, everybody here. It's not the federal government. I want to know who's paying for the airline flight tickets. Who's paying for the bus tickets? Who's paying for the $400 a night right now with two hotels that are up here at the hotel? $400 a night. $1,000 a month credit cards. Amazing. I know a lot of people with border security that right now they can use that. New York State resident taxpayers.
Okay. Now, Clayton and I, we met in New York City. We pay taxes as New York State residents for early years of our marriage. And as soon as we moved out of New York, we were like, let's not even step one toe back over state lines because they'll start to tax us again. We were so afraid of being in that high tax area, right? And this is what you get for it. You wouldn't even want to send your kids to school there because we've shown you videos of a lady whose kids got yanked from school because the city needed that school in order to house the migrants because the tent shelter that they were in was unstable in bad weather. So you're not getting anything for you for your taxes. You're giving it away. Now, again, consider that the average American worker works from January to May to just give that money to their tax bill, and then from June on is what you get to keep. Now, what you pay for from January to May, you're supposed to think, well, I get bridges and roads and schools and fire service and all that, but you don't. You're giving it to other people now. You're not even getting that. Now, here, let's take a look at how this proposed budget is going to work out.
I just laugh. Well, that is laughing because it's ridiculous. I think most Americans don't even think that that's true anymore. They think, well, I pay my taxes, and this is going into my community, this is fixing my streets, this is fixing my roads and bridges. And they see 10 cities of illegal immigrants like on their park benches, sleeping in their parks and being given free room and board. And just to think, like for Mother's Day, or no, for Christmas, I got my mom a trip to go to when she loves Broadway shows. We got her a trip to go for Broadway with my sister, so she went up and I paid for the hotel, to go up there. And it was a few $100 for the hotel. If she was an illegal immigrant, she would have had free hotels, she would have got free buses, she would have got a free train ride in New York City. Right. But no, instead, because you're an American citizen, you have to pay for all of this.
Right. I've been just doing some bureaucratic work, as an American citizen lately, like trying to file for documents and things like that. Just, dumb things everyone has to do. And I go to these government websites and I'm like, why at the DMV is there an option here for U.S. citizens and then undocumented migrants? So I just click it to see like, okay, I need my license renewed, but what if I was undocumented? And who built this into the state's website saying that you can get this, that, or the other? The same with like medical insurance. Like every now government portal has an option for undocumented migrants in order to get all the benefits that I'm going through to pay for. I'm just so curious, who's doing that? Like what web designer says, well, you know, the state or the federal infrastructure now needs a portal for anyone undocumented. They get all this stuff for free. But U.S. residents, no, you need 2 forms of ID. You pay for the renewal of the license, all of that. So who's doing that? And it's costing money, right? That's not going to us. So let's look at the governor of New York. She, had a big press conference. She's super excited to show off her proposed budget for the coming year. Here is vaguely how it works out. It's 43% of the budget for health, and then it lists the other things there that they want to spend on. 20% on education. Okay, again, here in one of the best, most popular states in the world, and your kids are not even going to get the best education. But let's sort of dig into that a little, because the governor says that this budget is heavy on security. She's really tired of mom and pop shops shutting down. She's really bullish on retail effect. She doesn't want that to happen anymore. But when you pull down what they are actually proposing to spend on public protection and criminal justice, do you see the number at the bottom of the screen? That is 16.2% less than last year. So how is she going to say that she's making the state of New York safer when she's going to spend less on protection and criminal justice? The governor says, though, she will make the streets safer. This is from her own highlighted page. Here's how she's going to make the streets safer: by new efforts to fight toll evasion on our roads and fare evasion on the subway.
Thank God.
Yeah. No more skipping your toll.
Hang on, I'll be right back. I gotta go look up Adelaide, and I'm sure she's going to let her know that we're safe to get ID.
Yeah.
You know what? It's morning in America. Thank you, by the way. You saved us. You really saved us.
How does that make anybody safer? By fighting toll evasion and fare evasions on the subway.
Well,
who even wrote that as a bullet point? Like, I'm so excited about this.
Didn't you read Malcolm Gladwell's book, back to like how Rudy Giuliani was able to clean up New York City? One of the areas that you fix America, you fix New York City, is stop toll evaders on the subways. The people who are hop in the subways, and it's also stop the spray paint. Like those two things totally turn the city around. Stop the spray paint, stop the toll jumpers, and then you can no problem. It's a miraculous.
How?
They get a free card just to go right through. It's like a free airline pass. It's a simple line. So you're illegal. Yeah. By the way, I didn't like that guy in New York on the 6th Sunday. He kept using the terms illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
Because, as we now know, the Associated Press that changed their style guide. It's a, they didn't know what should use the term illegal immigrants.
We call them undocumented
citizens. They want you to call them migrants. They don't want you to. They don't want you to. The term illegal refers to an action, not a person.
Okay.
So I mean, I was talking
And you got in trouble for it by Nancy Pelosi.
You know what?
I've been wondering, how do you even get through the toll without paying in New York City? Are people going through that thing? What do you call it? How?
Probably just don't they have the little like the thing that's like an automatic reader?
The Easy Pass. I guess you could take the Easy Pass, but then you get a ticket, and I guess people are not paying their ticket. And that's it's okay to break that law. Okay, I'm just curious. I have no desire to take out the tolls and things like that, but apparently that's a problem, and she's excited enough to fix it next year. Here's another thing that they're going to do is they're going to fight the rising tide of hate by expanding the number of offenses that can be prosecuted as hate crimes and investing $35 million into the Securing Communities Against Hate grant. Now, again, we've talked about this, that crime doesn't matter what your incentive is. If you commit a crime against somebody, a crime is a crime, right? What they want to do is expand the spectrum of things you cannot say so that they eventually can expand that umbrella to the government so that you can't criticize the government. They're not, it's not somebody doing hate crimes and getting away with it because a crime is a crime. This is thought crime that they're after. But she will incentivize the media, which is the right thing. The state will offer a big tax credit to broadcasters. New York State implements historic tax credits to support local newspaper and broadcast media. I'm sure they won't be biased at all in their coverage of this incentive, right? Especially of the migrant crisis that New York City is pretending is not happening. Here were migrants in New York City just last week protesting work permits that they cannot get and aid programs that they are promised but don't have. So it's a little bit fast, but you can see these are lines and lines of people who are waiting to get into a meeting, a city meeting about how to deal with the migrants from, I believe, New Guinea is where that population is from. They were African migrants who were promised things like jobs and housing and work permits, and they have not received them, so they were there to protest. So that bill is on you, New York City, already high taxpayers, and going to get worse because that's what the city's decided you're paying taxes for. The state won't help you, neither will the federal government. So work harder to pay for it because the politicians that you voted for signed you up to take this check. This one's on me, they say.
I really hope you enjoyed watching this video, and I do too think that you'll actually like this next video right here. It's personalized based on your own viewing habits. So if you watch the video, please leave a comment, let us know what you think about it, and we will see you next time, everyone.
Now you talk about the what about Kobe? I bet they're around all my days. All my days.
The U.S. economy is being held hostage by a small cohort of financiers who run private equity firms, Blackstone, Carlyle, Bloomberg, Travis. These equity firms buy up and plunder businesses, piling on debt, refusing to reinvest, slashing staff, and often driving companies into bankruptcy. The object is not to sustain business, but to harvest them, perhaps to make short-term profit. Those who run these firms, such as Leon Black and Travis, Stephen Schwarzman, and David Rubenstein, have amassed personal fortunes in the billions of dollars. The wreckage they orchestrate, taken out on workers who lose jobs, receive salaries and benefits slashed, taken out on pension funds that are depleted because of Ristoria's fees or abolished, and on our health and safety. Residents of nursing homes, for example, owned by private equity firms, experience 10% more deaths because of staffing shortages and reduced compliance with standards of care. Private equity owns hospitals and has created a health crisis. Nursing shortages have contributed to 1 of every 4 unexpected hospital deaths or injuries caused by error. Private equity firms do not serve patients, but profit. They have closed hospitals, especially in rural America. They cut back on stockpiles of vital medical devices, including ventilators and personal protective equipment. In 1975, the U.S. had about 1.5 million hospital beds and a population of about 216 million people. Now, with a population of over 330 million people, we have around 925,000 beds. 56% of Americans have medical debt, even though many have insurance, and 23% owe $10,000 or more. Emergency room visits and emergency rooms, often run by private equity firms, contributed to medical debt for 44% of Americans. At the same time, the healthcare system, because of this slash and burn assault, was unprepared to handle the COVID epidemic, seeing 330,000 Americans die during the pandemic because they could not afford to go to a doctor on time. These private equity firms of the invasive species are good. They've acquired educational institutions, utility companies, retail chains, while bleeding taxpayers of hundreds of billions in settlements, made possible by bought and paid for prosecutors, politicians, and rapists. Joining me to discuss private equity firms and their assault on the economy is the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Gretchen Morgenson, who, along with Joshua Rosner, wrote "These Are the Plunderers: How Private Equity Runs and Wrecks America." Let's begin with what they are. They've just rebranded themselves, but I'll let you start.
Well, Chris, these are the old takeover titans that we started to learn about in the 80s. R.J. Arnavitso was the big deal that focused everyone's attention on them. And they just rebranded themselves, as you said, into something called private equity. A little bit more genteel, sounds like it actually might be fair, equity being that word. So these are just those corporate raiders that really were sort of fearsome. And, Congress at that time was concerned about what they were going to do to the economy. Congress lost interest and went on to the next thing. And, of course, they did then go on to, over the next few decades, really pillage the economy and workers and pensions, as you pointed out.
Explain how they work. Because it's all about debt. And what's interesting in your book is that they actually don't put very much money. But I'll let you explain just the mechanics of it.
Okay. These firms, first of all, they raise money for their buyouts. They don't use a lot of their own money for those buyouts. What they do is they go to public pensions, they go to endowments, they go to the big institutional investors and say, we're putting together a fund, we're going to buy out companies, we're going to make them more efficient, and then we're going to sell them in 5 to 7 years at a profit, and you will be able to make those gains along with us. But yes, as you point out, private equity titans do not put a lot of their money, of their own money at stake here. 1 to 2% of these sponsors, typically the private equity firms. So after they have raised the money, they go out and look for companies to buy. And they really hone in on companies that have assets that they can strip.
These are often physical assets that they can sell.
Physical assets like real estate. Now, you pointed out that they've taken over a lot of retail. When that was going on, often they would be buying retailers that had, either very, very favorable leases or actually had land underneath their doors that they could then sell at profit, stripping the company. It's really not about operating the company, as you say. It's really about stripping the assets, extracting the money that they can from it. It's an extraction business. So they buy a company. They then find out how they can make it more efficient, which means usually firing many people, stripping the assets, selling them off, and sometimes they sell the assets and they get all their money back initially, very, very early on in the process. And what's left really is a carcass. What's left is a company that has now got enormous amounts of debt piled on top of it. These transactions are funded by debt. But it's not the private equity firm that takes on the debt. It's the company they're buying. So if they buy a retailer, they'll put a load of debt on that retailer. Suddenly that retailer has way higher costs of operating, which means that then they have to cut costs elsewhere, fire people, deplete pensions. It's really a game where a very narrow slice of people win and a huge circle of pain of losers is involved. Everybody else is on the
Well, because it's about short-term profit, and you have an example in the book about a nursing home system, and this was an amazing story. And so what they do is they sold the physical building that had the nursing home, and then suddenly these nursing homes had to rent, I think it was $40,000 or something for a month. I'll let you explain. So they actually carry out policies, not just loading it up with debt, but also carrying out policies that physically dynamite or destroy corporations or businesses that before they arrive, you have the story of Samsung, we'll talk about this, but that were healthy.
Absolutely. So the nursing home company that we're talking about, Manor Care, it was very well run. The reason that the acquisition was made, and this was Carlyle Group, which is one of the top private equity firms.
And let me just interrupt because as you point out in the book, they, like James Baker, they pull in heavyweight political figures once they're out of office to run.
Carlyle, unlike the other firms, which are located in New York and are the Wall Street type of folks, Carlyle is a much more, it's based in Washington, and it's much more politically astute, and as you say, there's a revolving door with government officials, very high powered government officials. Anyway, they bought Manor Care. It was a very well established, well run national nursing home company. They immediately sold the land under the nursing homes and made the nursing homes pay rent. They took out the equivalent of what they had put into the company. They received that when they sold it. So they were free and clear. Everything after that became gravy for them. So they really weren't concerned about, the profits. They were already in the money, as they say. But the company, the nursing homes, suddenly had to pay exorbitant rent, and that meant that something else had to pay. And ultimately, what ended up happening was an enormous Medicare fraud that was designed to really overcharge Medicare for services to users. And the stories are absolutely gutsy. There were some whistleblowers who came forward talking about what they were seeing. And the DOJ took the case, but that blew the case. Some of the tales that these whistleblowers told about forcing aged, frail, ill residents to go through, incredible rehabilitation that they didn't need in order to bill Medicare for these processes. It's shocking.
Well, you see that when you read about the ER, the surprise bill, whatever the term is. They will hospitalize people who don't need it. It's all about money. Then, of course, the care is substandard because that's
So ultimately, Manor Care was driven into bankruptcy by the people that bought it. But they didn't lose because they had done this transaction to buy the land under all of them.
we call these private equity firms these are with money spinning machines. Before we go into specifics, talk about because the amounts are staggering. I mean, we can talk about the term and lead on the last. These people personally building talk about the amount.
The net worth of the people running these companies are intensely built. In the COVID years, I think Steve Forsman, he is the head of Blackstone. I think his net worth doubled during COVID. I think it went up to something like 75 billion. Anyway, these companies extract enormous fees for their operation. They extract fees from the pension funds that
But it's an argument because the deal to get the pension funds to invest, because supposedly pension funds make a profit, right? But then as you write in the book, they force the pension funds to pay them management fees.
Right.
And you have cases in the book where they're not even doing anything.
Right.
But I think if I remember, they're pulling like 10%. I mean, it's a lot of money. And these pension funds in the end don't actually make it.
Many times they don't, sometimes they do. So the rule of thumb is called 2 or 20. So they'll get 2% of the assets under management as a management fee every year, and then 20% of the gain. And so this has translated really into a billionaire making machine for these guys that run these firms. And yes, it's really staggering when you pull back the curtain on some of their practices. One of them that's really, really outrageous is when they buy a company, they will often install people on the board of the company to, watch over it, make sure that they're going in the right direction for them and not for the company necessarily. And they will charge them fees over a period of time for their management expertise. These fees are generally contracted on a 10-year life, but many of these deals, they end up selling between 5 and 7 years. That's the goal, as you pointed out, to nature. And so, but the company has to pay for the full 10 years of the fees that the private equity firm is charging. And that's money for doing nothing. That's just one of the trades that they do to generate billions of dollars or so while they're really impoverishing something.
You're right that they operate in secrecy inside companies. The wreckage they leave behind is also different. And I just want to raise another point, and I put a link in the report, that many Americans who are being insulted, they know something is wrong, but they don't quite know what is wrong. And I think it's tied to this almost invisible hand. But they explain that. And then I want you to talk about their political power. They get the tax break. They corrupt the system enough to essentially grease the skins for them to do.
Absolutely. So the secrecy is important. It's one of the reasons that we wanted to write this book is to let people know how pervasive this business model is.
Well, you write at one point that all of them, although we don't know it, are engaging with private equity.
Yes.
But to talk about how expensive it is in the company.
I mean, I write in the book, the coffee and donut that you pick up on the way to work, the child care entity where you drop your son or daughter off, the nursing home where your mother or father was. I mean, it's cradle to grave, literally, you're impacted by private equity. But you don't know it because these are just companies that they're buying and selling, but you don't know who the real owner is behind the scenes. And they like it that way. They want to keep it that way because they operate best in secrecy. They're private companies. They don't have to make filings to the Securities and Exchange Commission. And so a lot of the business and a lot of their practices are hidden from you. And that is by design. One of the things that I think could improve our perception or educate people about how pervasive private equity has become is to force these firms to identify themselves as the owner. So it should be the Carlisle nursing home or the Blackstone, donut shop or whatever, just so you are aware of who you're dealing with and whose, pocket you're putting your money into. Now, the secrecy is one thing. The political clout is, as you say, immense. because they have so much money. I mean, their tax treatment is an outrage, and many people, many presidents have tried to change it, but have not been able to do so. So their fortunes are enhanced by the fact that they pay a fraction of what you and I pay on our income every year, because it's called carried interest. It's not considered ordinary income. You know, the ordinary income tax rate is 35%. What these people pay is around 21% on the income that they receive from the operation. And that's something that's been in the books for decades, but it really has created a skewed system where they make fortunes, billions of dollars. The government loses because they're not generating, you know, the tax revenues that they should honestly do. And it's nuts. Now, the last time someone tried to change this, Kirsten Sinema was a holdout, the lawmaker from Arizona. She, I think, received $1.5 million from the private equity world to, stand up and say no. And she stopped it. So getting them to pay their fair share of taxes would be a good thing. It would help the government, it would generate more income, and it would, take away this really unfair aspect of it.
Right, routinely lionized in the financial press for their deal making, lauded for charitable giving. These unbridled capitalists now their expensive lobbying to ensure continued enrichment from favorable tax, hefty donations from positions of power on museums and think tanks. They've published books on leadership, extolling, quote, the importance of humility, humanity, stock, while eviscerating those who provide. Their companies arrange for them to avoid paying taxes on the billions in gains that their stock holdings generated. Of course, they rarely mention the companies they own are among the largest beneficiaries of government investments in highways, railroads, and primary education, reaping massive bursts from subsidies and tax policies that allow them to pay substantially lower rates on their earnings. These men are America's modern age robber barons, but unlike many of their predecessors in the 19th century who amassed stupefying riches by extracting a young nation's natural resources, today's barons mine their wealth from the poor and middle class through complex financial dealings. These people not just control politicians, but they serve in government. There's several examples of that. So explain a little bit about how they dominate the political system.
Well, Jay Powell, our head of the Federal Reserve Board, he was a Carlyle executive. They're really everywhere. Again, it's the pervasiveness. But even if they're not on the job, say, in government, they are behind the scenes, absolutely manipulating outcomes so that their businesses will benefit. It's pretty, they're so powerful and so wealthy. And Chris, better than anybody, how money is so central, unfortunately, to how our government works. You just have not had enough attention to this. This basically this wealth grab by these people. The one thing we did have, it was so the activity, the practices were so outrageous that it actually got Congress to act, and that was on the surprise medical bill that you mentioned a bit ago. This was a creation, the brainchild of a company called Envision, which is owned by KKR. And what Envision did was it went into emergency departments and started running many of those emergency departments in a hospital. We wouldn't own the hospital, but it And Envision decided that what they could do is they could make the emergency department be a separate entity outside of the insurance coverage that the hospital's patients would normally have. So you're in your town, you go to the emergency department, you've broken your arm or whatever, you naturally assume that your insurance, which covers your normal hospital, whatever, stay or treatment, you naturally assume it's going to cover your emergency department bill. Well, Envision carved themselves out of that so that you would have to pay more. And this was something that was so, crazy and impossible to think that it could happen, that Congress actually did something about it and changed and curbed the practice. They didn't eliminate them, but they curbed it. And guess what? Envision went bankrupt after that because its business model required them. Its business model was based on ripping people off.
I want to talk about
So Noranda was a company that had a very profitable, very well located aluminum smelter on the banks of the Mississippi River in the Blue Steel region of Missouri. Not a wealthy part of the country, but this was a company, this was a smelter, aluminum production that had 2,500 jobs, well-paying jobs, good benefits, health care, and the company had been there for many, many years, and this was a well-established smelter doing a tremendous business on the Mississippi. They could deliver their aluminum all up and down the country. Great, great company. Apollo comes in and buys it. And they promised them.
when private equity buy, it's not always the case.
Well, the company has to be willing to sell.
But aren't they able to pressure them?
Well, it depends. Now, usually it's about money. So if it's a public company that has publicly traded shares and the shareholders are the ones who will then make the decision about whether the acquisition is made, generally what happens is that the company, that the shareholders say, great, I'm going to get a windfall, I'm going to get whatever premium to whatever the stock price is trading at when we acquire a company, because I'll pay you $10 for a share. So generally speaking, the shareholders say, yay, let's do it, let's do it. When it's a private company, you're then talking about persuading whomever owns it that they are better off taking the money and running. But it's almost always a premium they're paying, and so that gets people's attention, and the owners or the shareholders say yes. So Apollo comes in, they buy the smelter, they promise that they're going to do right by the 2,500 families whose workers are there. And they immediately loaded up with debt. This was a company that did not have a lot of debt. And so it didn't have enormous interest costs. It didn't have to pay those costs.
I just want to ask, they loaded up with debt. They say, okay, these are our assets. And they put the asset. That's how they can get the debt, because they're putting the assets up.
Correct. So the asset is this smelter and this huge infrastructure. And they also had a very low cost.
Just interrupting. This is the debt used to pay for the acquisition.
Yes, the debt is used to pay for the acquisition, but it again allows the private equity firms to take the money out. Right? They're loading the debt onto the company itself, not onto the company. So the company is the one that now has to struggle with the debt costs, the increased interest expense associated with the debt. So Noranda, they loaded up with debt. Almost immediately, Apollo gets its money all of its money. It wasn't that much. Maybe even like 6 months or something like that. They were able to extract all the money by putting the debt on the government. So now Miranda is struggling under debt. Apollo then raises more debt. They ultimately make 3 times their money on the Miranda purchase. Meanwhile, the company starts to struggle.
And it
Not
goes up, it
surprising.
goes under because it has to service the debt.
It starts to struggle because it has to service the debt. So then Apollo says, wow, this is a problem. We need to negotiate with the state of Missouri Utility Commission to lower our electricity costs. Or otherwise, we're going to leave. We're going to sell the company, take it somewhere else. So they negotiate with the Utility Commission on lower rates, even though it means that the other ratepayers in Missouri have to pick up the slack, have to cover that difference. Apollo gets the lower rate. It then starts to fire people because it can't make ends meet. The company is struggling again. The debt is too high. I think there may have been an economic, downturn. Aluminum wasn't quite as, in demand. In any case, but it really was the debt that was causing the problem. The company ultimately goes back. But Apollo has made 3 times its money. So people are thrown out of work. They savaged 3 different pensions. The Pension Benefit Guarantee Corporation had to come in and bail out 3 Miranda pensions because of bankruptcy. They had ratepayers paying more off the state. There were school teachers, because Miranda was the biggest taxpayer in this small town in Missouri. All of a sudden, the tax base crumbled, and the school teachers had to pay their own health care costs because what Miranda owed the school payment from its taxes was not paid because they were paid. So this was a perfect example of the circle of pain that these people create when they make all of the money for themselves 3 times, but they harm ratepayers, they harm school teachers, school children, they harm workers, they harm pensioners. That's what the problem is.
Running to outsiders, the buyout firms appear to be fierce for us. Comedians here beat each other out. In reality, firms are cozy collaborators, members of the club that then richer profits for them for everyday money.
This was an amazing case that it was brought by shareholders, maybe that whole number of shareholders. But anyway, they turned up some amazing documents in the discovery where they had emails between these big, powerful firms that everyone thought were competing to buy companies, KKR, etc. The emails showed them to be very chummy. They would say, oh, well, we'll stand back on this deal. We won't do this deal. We'll let you take this deal. You give us the next one. And so it became clear when you have this kind of acquisition, if you have more bidders, if you have 2 bidders, 3 bidders, 5 bidders, the people who own the company that are selling it are going to get a better price because those bidders are going to bid up the price of the company. If you only have 1 bidder, they're not competing with anyone, and they're not going to be raising the cost of the acquisition. So what happened was the shareholders ended up getting less because the other firms had decided not to compete and not to bid up the price. It was collusion that people had not really understood was happening on a regular basis. And it was kind of shocking. They ended up paying a lot of money to make the case to settle the case. But it was a real eye opener about how they are really working together to make sure that they don't have to pay too high a price and that there won't really be
Sorry to be so naive.
DOJ didn't think so.
Oh, really?
Did not bring a case.
I want to have a utility. I wrote a book. But it opens in Scranton. And they were just parking. So anything they could sell, which of course makes it worse. It was a temporary thing. But rates are. And you're right about that. But talk about how they were cannibalizing basic services that were once managed by city, community, and government.
Well, of course, you remember the idea that took hold in the 80s about privatization. You know, that the government doesn't know how to run anything. We really should privatize all of these, organizations and services. The private sector really knows what they're doing. They're doing better. We know that that's not the case, but in any case, these private equity firms do understand that there is money to be made by into these kinds of utilities that are really necessities. We are not talking about frivolous items, we're talking about water. So Bayonne, New Jersey, like many, cities in the Northeast, had a decrepit water system. Pipes were bursting, they needed help. And along comes KKR, and they say, we'll help you out. We'll buy this, we'll give the money to you that you need to refurbish. Let's make that happen. They did the deal. You can well imagine that the people on the KKR side of the table were pretty shrewd operators, and the people on the water utility side of the table were probably not as shrewd. But what ended up happening was that for the people of Bayonne, New Jersey, which is a working class town, not a wealthy town, their water rates skyrocketed. And again, it was a situation where this very small group of financiers wind up winning, gaining enormous amounts, and everyone else winds up paying.
Well, we were skyrocketing. 2021 an association but the average annual bill for privately owned water systems in the U.S. is 60% higher than that of public owned. And in the privatized range, it's almost 100% more. So these rate hikes, and they're very, very high and quick.
Definitely. And it's not like you can say, okay, well, let's not drink any water. Let's not use water to, cook our food, wash our clothes, for an issue. Not a frivolous item.
So let's talk about the social problem. And we've talked in microcosm. What's it doing to the national economy? How is it affecting?
Well, the first thing I think, and the most important 30,000 foot view, is it expands the wealth in this country. It really blows that out. So people who are in the lower, echelon, the disparity between the rich and the poor in this country, it's not healthy. It's unsustainable. And
is it unsustainable because of everything?
Well, it is unsustainable because you can't keep extracting money from the middle class and the poor people to become billionaires I mean, it's just, that's just a recipe for disaster. Okay, capitalism is supposed to, in theory, benefit a wider number of people. It's supposed to provide prosperity for people to enhance their, economic situation, have a good job, be able to.
When it's regulated.
When it's regulated, right.
It's not regulated, you have a term in the book, able.
Right, right. Me, right? I, me, mine capitalism, right? Where I don't care about everyone else. It's really all about what I want and what I can get for myself. So it's the wealth gap in this country that has really, really blown out. And I believe these entities are contributing mightily to that. Now, then when you get lower down, that's the 30,000 foot view. When you get lower down, you have these, situations where people are actually personally affected by this, whether it's because the tax base in their town disappears because the company goes bankrupt. That means the taxpayers have to, make the difference, make up the difference. Whether you're talking about a nursing home where people die more frequently, whether you're talking about pensions that are depleted because of this, meaning your retirement is going to be less prosperous than you had hoped it would be. These are the kinds of stories that you don't hear about, and that's why this is important to know. We endlessly, all the business press is lionizing these people and talking about their deals and how there's this billion and that billion. We never hear about the people on the other side of the transaction. And that's wrong. Because there are people on the other side of the transaction. And their stories, their voices are important.
Well, I think that's kind of been threatened or not. And we're reading and seeing that line that people is wrong, what exactly is wrong. I believe that that's a huge factor in the life of
Yes. They don't understand finance, and yes, the financiers make it complex. They hide behind the complexity. They hide behind the secrecy. They hide behind the fact that you don't know that they own the companies. People, I'm not blaming people for not understanding, not knowing what the problem is, because it is hidden, and it is. They do that on purpose. But it is pernicious and it is impacting people. And so it's causing job losses, it's causing reduced pensions, it's causing increased costs for taxpayers, which all contribute to this sense of unease about my future. Am I going to have enough money to retire? Am I going to have enough money to send my child to college? There's an unease going on that these people.
Well, you make the point that it's like with surprise to take the average farmer most, since they don't know these families living on the edge are completely wiped out. Right. This has catastrophic effects. And these, essentially predatory practices are bleeding, especially with the working poor and the working class. Which I think you make very clear in the book, and that has political consequences when it's not addressed, and it's largely not addressed because under our system, legalized bribery, the political class, these people own the political class. Not only own the political class, but especially during the Trump administration, a lot of these private equity people were in the establishment.
Steve Schwarzman was at Trump's right hand in many photographs. He was his business advisor.
One crook advisor. Great. All right, thanks. Prize winning journalist Gretchen Morgan, who's author of She Are Under Private Equity Runs Wrecked America. I want to thank the Real News Network and the production team, Anna Granadino, Anna Foley, David Hebden, and Taylor Rivera. You can find me at this Hebden.
Thank you so much for watching the Real News Network, where we lift up the voices, stories, and struggles that you care about. We need your help to keep doing this work, so please tap your screen now, subscribe, and donate to the Real News Network. Solidarity free.
Avec ton vieux compte bancaire, tu payais les frais. Tu faisais aucun intérêt. La banque occupe comme des intérêts élevés. Il faut de frais sur les services bancaires courants. T'en as plus pour ton argent. C'est vrai, mon vieux compte, c'est un petit peu plus.
If you're buying a house because you don't do it, run for your life.
Mr. Morgan Housel. He's the author of The Psychology of Money, one of the best-selling business books of this decade.
You can help everyone build wealth and change their life. The world is split between people who don't know how to start making money and people who don't know when to stop making money. And if you're stuck in a low-income job, you feel like you don't have the opportunity to generate wealth. But once you realize that opportunities are available for everybody, you can choose where you want to live, what job you want, and when you retire, because you can be rich. People like Ronald Reagan, he was a janitor. It's a fascinating story of somebody who became rich despite not having the skills and who was associated with wealthy people. Then Warren Buffett with $100 billion. The real secret to their success investing. My parents are a great example of this. We were very poor, no financial background. We have like minimal financial interest, but now they're probably in the top 3% of professional investors. If you want to do well with money, you don't need to be a genius. If you have endurance in your investing, you're going to be filthy rich. But when most people say, I want to be a millionaire, what they actually mean is, I want to spend $1 million. I want some nice clothes, a bigger house, a nicer car. Ask yourself, what is your relationship with money? If your expectations rise faster than your income, you're never going to be happy with your money. That's the problem.
So if I have £100, what's the first thing that I should do?
I keep it as painfully simple as I can. So,
ladies and gentlemen, you're about to meet the man whose book changed my entire life as it relates to money and finance. About 4 or 5 years ago, my brother, who's a investment banker, said, Steve, there's one book I need you to read about wealth, investing, money and finance. And he passed me a book called The Psychology of Money. That book changed my fortunes. It is the reason I've been a successful investor, and it's the reason I've been able to hold on to my wealth and build it. It's this man, and that's the reason why you need to stay tuned to this episode. Morgan, you wrote what I would consider to be the greatest book on money and finance ever written. I say that because I remember when I came into money when I was 25, 28 years old, my brother turned to me and said, there's one thing I ask of you. He said, you have to read this book called The Psychology of Money. It will stop you losing all of the money you've just earned from your career. And it changed my life. I've talked about it for years and years ever since. And that's why I was so keen to have this conversation with you, because I really believe people choose to listen to this conversation. It stands the chance of changing those too. So let's begin. Why? Of all the things that you could do with your life, Morgan, why are you writing books about the subject matter that you explore? What is the reason?
Well, first, that's a big statement. There's a lot to live up to. It's kind of scary to hear that because I've often been, and this gets to the why. I just find it as selfish writing, where I write for an audience of one, and it is me. And I like to think of myself as a pretty selfless person, but for writing, I don't try to say I'm going to write a book for this person, for that person, for that audience. I write what I'm interested in, and I write it in a way that I think is interesting. And I try to solve my own problems. And then I take a leap of faith that this is interesting to me, and it's going to help me. Maybe it'll help somebody else. That's very different from the traditional writing style of saying, know your audience. Know your audience very quickly turns into pander to your audience. And I think a lot of people, maybe they don't even know it, but if they read a book and they don't necessarily like it, it's because they're being pandered to. They're being spoken to in a way that a person would never speak to them in real life. So this is almost like my diary, I think, in terms of like, these are those topics that I found interesting for myself. And so I guess that's the why. I feel like I've really found myself in a career where I can just figure out my own problems and try to figure out what I think and what's interesting to me, and then kind of put it out to the world and then hope that other people will enjoy it.
Let's start with The Psychology of Money. What is the benefit to my life if I understand the things that are written in a psychological way?
Well, let me start with, I think most finance books will, their answer to that question would be, when you're done with this book, you will know how to pick stocks better. You will know how to balance your checking account or what credit cards that you should use. For my book, I think when you're done with it, I hope that you will just look in the mirror and say, who am I? Which is kind of what I did with this, trying to figure out who I am and what I want and why I was insecure, why I wanted to show off to other people the car that I drove. So if you become more introspective about who you are and what you want out of life and what money can do for you and cannot do for you, and become a little bit more introspective about why you think about where you are in the social hierarchy and greed and fear and why you think about these things that you do. I honestly think that I hope of these, because it was this way for me, that when you're done with the book, that's kind of when the learning begins. Because maybe this will just spark a bit of curiosity for you to then go for a walk and think about what you want out of life. So I think in most books, when you're done with the last page, the learning is done. This, I hope, has just sparked something in you that will get you to think more clearly about what you want money and what money can and cannot do for you.
What on that journey of understanding what you want helps you to define the way in front of this book? What is your definition of wealth?
Well, I made up these definitions in the book, so these are just my things that I made up. But I define you rich as you have enough money to buy what you want, to pay for your mortgage, to make a car payment, to go out to dinner with your friends. You have money in the bank. Wealth, I think, is very different. Wealth is money that you did not spend and that you will not spend. So wealth is hidden. It's the money that you didn't spend on a car. It's the money that you didn't spend on a big house. You didn't spend on jewelry. And that's really important because wealth that's saved up, the unspent money, is what gives you independence and autonomy and just the ability to wake up every morning and do whatever you want with your life. And so I think separating that is really important because when most people say, I want to be a millionaire, what they actually mean is, I want to spend $1 million. That's what they mean. And when I think about being a millionaire, I think if you have $1 million that you're not going to spend, and that because you're not going to spend it, you have this giant cushion that will give you independence and autonomy. And so you can wake up tomorrow and say, I can do whatever the hell I want today. I can work for who I want. I can work for as long as I want. I can retire when I want. The world is yours. If every bit of savings that you have is a piece of your future that you own, you're just buying your time in the future so that it's yours. You can do whatever you want with it. And that, to me, has always been the goal. There's a quote from Charlie Munger where he says, I never wanted to become rich. I just wanted to become independent. And that when the first time I read it, it was like, that's me too. That's what I want. I don't want a Lamborghini. I don't want a mansion and a yacht. I want to wake up every morning and just say, whatever I want to do today, it's mine. Nobody's going to tell me where to work, when to work, what to do. It's all me. And to me, for not just work, but for your family life, for your health, for your mental sanity, there's nothing more important than that.
It sounds like you're talking about your father.
My dad, he has such an interesting background. My mother too. Their background is so crazy, and I didn't realize how crazy it was until I was an adult. The early part of my childhood, when my parents were in school, we were very poor. My parents were students, living off of student loans and grants. We had no money. And then my dad became a doctor when I was 12 or 13, and things changed. It wasn't we were not rich, but like things got very comfortable. And what was really important is that the frugality that my parents had to have when they were poor stuck with them, even after they started making a little bit of money. No. We grew up in a very modest house. It was a nice house, and we took some like decent family vacations, but like, we always lived well below our means, way below our means.
Did that confuse you? Because you must have known that you were going to have money.
Yes, particularly when I was probably like 16, 17, and I could learn like how much does a doctor make. You go look it up and figure it out. And then it was like I definitely looked down on my parents at that age because I was like, I know you can afford a better car. I know you can buy me better Christmas presents. I know we can afford a bigger house, and you're not doing it because you're greedy. I think that was my view. And then it really clicked like 10 years ago. This is not that long ago. So my dad is an ER doctor, which is one of the most stressful jobs that you can imagine. It's literally people dying in your arms every day. And he did this for 20 years. And after 20 years of doing this, night shifts, children dying in your arms literally every week, he said he had had enough. It was a lot. He put in his dues. He did it for 20 years, and he said, I'm done. I'm going to retire. And the reason he could do that is because he had saved up so much money. He was living well below his means. They had a very high savings rate. The moment he woke up and said, I want to be done, he was done. And that was it. And you contrast that with so many other people, including some of his colleagues, who were also burned out at age 60, who were also burned out by having people die in their arms for 20 years. They wanted to retire and they couldn't because they had the bigger house, because they had the nicer car that I thought that we should have had. And when they quit and moved on to their next phase of life, they got so much happier. And so it was like, so that this was 10 years ago. I was in my late 20s at this point. I was like, now I get it. He was frugal, he saved a lot, and that made him independent. And the independence made him happier than any car would have done. Made him happier than any big house would have done. So it's like, I think that is one of the keys to happiness. Happiness is like the most complicated topic you can imagine. But one of the big puzzle pieces is independence. And there's been a lot of work on studies on this. So like, one of the things that makes people really happy is having control over what they're doing. And it's more so the flip side of that. It's like, what makes people very unhappy in life? Not having control over what happens in their future. Not having control over their schedule, where they're going to work, whether they're going to get laid off. Having that uncertainty is a massive anchor and weight on your life. If you can, absolutely. I mean, that was a big thing for my dad too. He was working night shifts for 20 years with this. It's very bad for your health. It's not great at all. So the ability, the financial ability to just wake up one day and say, I'm done with that, is huge.
I was reading studies about this idea of autonomy because I was trying to figure out what you have to have professionally to love your work. I came up with these 5 different points. One of them was autonomy and control, and I came up with that because I read studies where people who worked jobs where they had low autonomy and control had physiological consequences. They were more likely to get disease, they experienced stress significantly more likely to have cardiovascular problems and heart disease, which is the single biggest killer of people generally. I thought, fucking hell, just not having control in your life.
Yeah.
Makes your body shut down.
Yes. This is something that I think everybody has experienced. If they have something really stressful going on at life, they get into bed, they're tired, you can feel your heart pounding. Like the physiological response to stress is huge. It's massive. And if you have that going on every day for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, forget about it. Forget about it. There's this great quote from John D. Rockefeller. He's the richest man in the world, and he lived till I think he was 99, something like that, maybe 97. And his doctor talked about why, like his keto longevity. And the doctor said, quote, he never lets anything bother him. He spends plenty of time outside, and he leaves the table when he's still a little bit hungry. That was his keto longevity. It was just, and when you read his biography, you realize how true that was. No matter what was going on in his life, and the most stressful business conditions you can imagine, none of it ever bothered him. He just had ice in his veins, and he just kept going. And so I do think that's definitely one of the keys to physical health, is lowering the amount of stress. And there are not many other things in life that are going to increase the stress that you have than not having control of what you're doing.
Freedom. Chapter 7 of your book. This is the broadest lifestyle variable that makes people happy. Doing something you love, but on a schedule you can't control, starts to feel the same as doing something you hate. Psychologists call this reactance.
That's right. I do think there are a lot of, I think the best example are CEOs who might make $30 million a year, $50 million a year. They have no control over that. Every single second of their day is planned and demanded by somebody else. And they have to do things that they don't want to do. If they wake up and they're tired, too bad, you got to go to your meetings today. They wake up and they're exhausted, too bad, you have to travel to China to close this deal. They have no control over their time. And compare that to someone who makes much less, but they can wake up and do whatever they want. Whatever they want to do. You want to hang out with your friends? You want to sleep in? You want to take a nap at 2 o'clock? Whatever you want to do. The person who I think really sticks out in that vein is Warren Buffett. He is the CEO who makes $1 zillion a year. He's worth $100 billion. But if you dig into how he structured his day, total control. 100% autonomy to do whatever the hell he wants all day long. What he wants to do is get up and go to work. But he has delegated things so effectively that he can do whatever he wants. And that's not only the key to his, I think, business success, but his health, lifestyle success. Why he's 93 and still going as strong as ever.
I was thinking about my calendar when you were talking about the CEO that makes $30 million a year, but it's just dragged around by his schedule. It sounds a lot like me, to be honest. I feel like the more successful I've got in my professional career, the more my calendar, the minute I wake up in the morning, I'm just like a puppet master to these little boxes in my Google calendar.
Yeah.
They drag me around the world. And it's very normal. I actually said to my assistant about a month ago, I think, I'm so please can do me a favor. Could you just put lunch in that way? Could you just put that in midday every day at the same time so you can breathe? So I can have a little bit of a moment where I do nothing. And then also the other thing I put in there, I have a personal thing 7 days a week. And I just put that in my calendar. It was before then a residual beneficiary, as was everything for me. Well, not for me because my life is for me, but it got the time that was left over when my priorities were that. And I do reflect on that and go, like, how, A, when does that stop? Because it's clearly not going to stop when I make money, because I have the money. And B, how much control do I actually have? And you know what I do sometimes? I think I've noticed about myself. I think sometimes I cancel things just to prove to myself I still have control.
That's great. See, that's a good thing. There's a quote from Nassim Taleb where he says, like, you are wealthy when the money that you deny tastes better than the money you accept. So you get someone who comes to you with a business deal, and you say, no thanks, I don't want it. When that tastes better to you, that accepting the deal feels better to you, that's like one definition of rich. There's another great quote from Taleb where he says, the world is split evenly between people who don't know how to start making money and people who don't know when to stop making money. And I think there are a lot of people that are watching this, that are in kind of our field, who are easily in the latter. They have all the money that they could ever want to spend. Or maybe not that much, but they have more money than they ever thought they would have. But for every goal that they hit, whenever my net worth is X, all my problems are going to go away. Everything's going to feel great. And then they hit X, they just keep moving the goalposts down and down. It's already in the book that like the hardest financial skill is getting the goalposts to stop moving. It's the hardest thing in the world. It's hard for everybody because virtually everybody thinks if my net worth or my income was this level, I'll be fine. I'll feel great. No more problems. I wake up every morning with a smile on my face. And then if you're lucky enough, when you work hard enough to get there, you realize it's not the case at all. You're just going to keep pushing it, forever.
Have they done studies to test that in terms of analysing whether people's goalposts move off into the future and when they're like billionaires and whatever?
I mean, here's the broadest way that I would frame this up that has been studied. If you look at America today, the average household, adjusted for inflation, is making twice as much money than they were in the 1950s. Adjusted for inflation, the average household double the income that they were back then. And we're less happy. The statistics that try to measure happiness over time is not an easy thing to do, but we're less happy today than we were back then. And this is why, look, can money buy happiness? Yes. And to some extent, does it? Yes. But people who are in abject poverty are not as happy as people who are covering the basics and they have food and shelter, et cetera, et cetera. But over time, when society is getting richer and you're comparing yourself to other people, and maybe the average American's income double, but so do their neighbors, so do their coworkers, so do their siblings. So you just automatically adjust to that. We talked about Rockefeller before, Johnny Rockefeller, who died in, I think, the 1930s. He was worth, adjusted for inflation, almost $500 billion during his day, adjusted for inflation. But he never had, during his life, penicillin, Advil, sunscreen, polio vaccine. He continued going down the list of things that virtually everyone can take advantage of today that he never had. But you can't say that the average American is living better than Rockefeller today because we have all of these technologies that we never did. Because we just look at what other people have and assume that that is the baseline. So you can imagine a world in which my kids, my grandkids, are earning twice as much as me, adjusted for inflation, and they're no happier. Because the new technologies, whatever it will be, that would seem like magic to you and I, will just become their baseline. And that's always been the case. If Thomas Jefferson or somebody came to the year 2023, he would faint at the new technologies and the medical discoveries that we have. And these are technologies you and I don't spend 1 second being grateful for because we just accepted them as a new baseline.
It reminds me of something in your new book, which is out in November, which is, I've gassed up a lot of books on this podcast before, but this is one of my favorite of all time. It's just so easy to read and so engaging because you're one of those authors in this book that realizes the world that readers living in, and they are busy and they want to quote and they want to, give them not one word more than you need to. It is so brilliant. It's so brilliant. In this book, you talk about exactly that. You say the first rule of happiness is low expectations.
Yep.
And that's exactly what you're talking about, is comparisons that people enjoy because it just raises their own expectations, right? And with that, out the window goes our happiness.
Yeah. And it seems counterintuitive to people. that if you want to be happy, for most people, it's if you want to be happy, you need to be ambitious, you need more, you can make more money, work harder, have a more successful startup, whatever it would be. And that's true, but that's half the equation. The other half of the equation is keep your expectations low, so the gap between those two. It's the gap between those two that actually accrues to happiness over time.
How did you learn that?
I think there have been a couple little stories that really stuck out to me. One that I love that just knocked me on my ass the first time I read it was Stephen Hawking, the late physicist, who was, without exaggeration, one of the smartest people to ever walk this planet. He was just an absolute genius. And a quirky, of course, is that he had a motor neuron disease and he was paralyzed from head to toe. He had no control over his body. He spoke to a computer. Not a single muscle in his body could he actually control by himself. So he was, physiologically, it's one of the worst lives you can imagine. And he did an interview with the New York Times a couple years before he died. And during the interview, he was talking about how happy he was and how amazing his life was. And the New York Times they asked him, they said, what is your secret to happiness? Like, if there's anyone who has the right to complain about life, it's that guy. He's talking about how happy he is. And he said, my expectations were reduced to 0 when I was 21, which is when he got his disease. And he said, everything else since then has been a bonus. So this is like the guy whose life is like, it ended up in a way that most people watching now would say, like, that's among the worst scenarios you can imagine. And he's probably happier than you are. Because his expectations were so low that just waking up in the morning and seeing the sunrise and getting to go to work and talk to people was this magical gift. I mean, you can imagine, not to get too morbid about this, but imagine you're on your deathbed and the doctor is very confident that you're going to die tomorrow. And then let's say that you make it one more day. What is that sunrise going to feel like? What's that, holding your wife's hand for one more day going to feel like? It'd be amazing, just because your expectations were on the floor. And so it's always like that. And you go through life seeing so many people who have everything, all the money, the great family, all the health, the view, everything you can imagine, and they're not happy for it. And it's because with everything that they have, their expectations rise not only to that level, they might rise above it. So if your expectations rise faster than your income, you're never going to be happy with your money, no matter how much money you make. You can make $1 billion a year, but if you needed and wanted 1.1 billion, you're broke. You feel broke. And the reverse of that is true too. There are people who make $50,000 a year, but if they only need 40 to be happy, they're stoked. They feel great. And so I think that's one of the reasons it's so important is because managing your own expectations is more in your control than managing your circumstances in terms of raising your income, raising your investment returns. It's not that you can't control raising your income. You can be ambitious and smart and entrepreneurial, of course. But it's more in your control, just inside your head, to say, I'm going to try to want less. That's just a mental exercise. That's not to say it's easy. It's not easy at all. But you have total control over doing it.
So how, in a practical sense, can one go about keeping their expectations below their circumstances, I guess?
Here's one that really made an impact on me. It's great that we're in LA because that's where this story took place. I was a valet here in LA all throughout college at a 5-star hotel here in town. So I was young. I was age 19 to 24, something like that. And all day it was people driving in Ferraris and Lamborghinis and Rolls Royces. And one day it hit me. I remember the moment because it was like out of the blue it hit me. Whenever someone would drive in a Rolls Royce or something, never once would I look at the driver and say, that guy's cool. Like, wow, look at him, he's so cool. What I did is I imagined myself as the driver, and then I thought, if I was a driver, people would think I'm cool. And it was like, wait, don't you see, like, the disconnect here? Nobody cares about the driver, but they want to be the driver because they think people will care about them. And once you realize that, like, the takeaway is nobody is thinking about you as much as you are. Nobody cares about your stuff as much as you do. Nobody cares about your car or your house or your clothes or your jewelry as much as you do. Because to the extent that they're even looking at them, they're looking at your car, looking at your house, really what they're doing is imagining themselves with that nice car. They're not giving me the credit. They're imagining themselves having it. So once I realized that was the game that was being played in society, once you recognize that's the game, your willingness, your desire to show off plunges. But of course, I like nice stuff. I like nice cars. I want some nice clothes. I live in a decent house. But once you realize that, it plunges. And I think the most valuable financial skill that anybody can have is not needing to impress other people. If you don't need to impress other people, that is an asset on your balance sheet that is worth $1 billion. Because so much of society as a whole and the individual is just geared towards how can I get other people's attention? How can I show up to other people? How can they like me more?
I both agree and understand that creating an understanding is different from being able to do it.
I think at the society level, it'll always be like that, same as ever. It's never going to move away from that. If you can manage it around the edges at the individual level, it's massive for your life. One thing that's important here is that if you are a young person and you're kind of looking for a spouse, a mate, a boyfriend, a girlfriend, a wife, a husband, whatever it may be, then your ability to look really nice and to signal and to kind of put up your peacock feathers is important. And I get it. And I did it back in the day. Once you are more settled down in your career, in your relationships, if at that point you are still hanging on to the desire to impress other people, that's when it's broken. That's when it's just pure net loss in your life. Because you're trying to show up for people who you don't even need or want to love you. There's a great quote from Warren Buffett where he says, the definition of success is when the people who you want to love you do love you. And so for me, it's like 5 people. It's like my parents, my wife, and my kids, and that's it. That's it. Those are the people who I want to love me. And if they love me, I probably have 90% of the happiness that I'm capable of. And if they don't love me, I'm never going to have more than like 10% of the happiness that I'm capable of.
In that chapter about happiness, you talk about your friend Brent as well in his theory on marriage.
But yeah, my friend Brent Beshore has this great theory on marriage where he says marriage only works if both partners want to serve the other partner and expect nothing in return. So you wake up every morning and you say, I want to serve my spouse, but I expect nothing in return from them. And if you both do that simultaneously, you're both pleasantly surprised. Because what happens is, I didn't expect you to do anything for me, but you did, and vice versa. And both of you just wake up every morning and you're like, but you did that for me. You helped me out here. You're empathetic to me there, and it feels great.
You exceeded my expectations.
You exceed my expectations. And I think what breaks down any marriage or career, whatever it would be, is when you become needy. Nothing breaks love more than being needy. And really what needy is just your expectations are so high that you wake up and you say, I expect you to do this for me. I expect you to help me. I expect you to serve me. That's just like massively high expectations that you have in that relationship.
It's also like expecting an external factor, in that case, your partner, to validate you in some way, and that kind of goes back to your point about money, where in order to stop showing off and focusing on those 5 people that we want to love ourselves, we need to understand and ideally solve our often toxic relationship with like our need for validation. And that, I guess, brings me to the first chapter in your book where you talk about the stories of money that we have and where they come from. And something that's always baffled me is when you go into low-income areas, there's more gambling shops.
Yeah.
And I can attest to it. When I was 18, 19 years old, I'm shoplifting pizzas to feed myself, and I'm doing all sorts of stuff. When I got my student loan in, I was in university for one day, and they gave me like the first payment of my student loan. I don't think I've said this before. I put the entirety of the payment on a bet, and I lost it in injury time. I don't bet.
Did you need that money for tuition? Like it was been gone.
I needed it to eat.
Yeah.
I wasn't speaking. I had no money. I didn't come from money. My parents. I'd gone to university with 50 quid, and I got this like £1,000 sent to me from student loan, whatever. I was so reckless with money when I didn't have money. The minute I got money, it's like everything just chilled the fuck out, and I became really long-term, patient. I made really responsible decisions. I stopped buying flashy things. I like getting on a TV now.
I'm very similar. I feel like the more money I have, the less my material desires are. For sure. When I say that out loud, I'm like, oh, absolutely.
Why is that when we have less, we are reckless with our money?
Well, I think there's 2 sides to this. One of my theories is that what everyone wants in the world is respect and admiration from other people. So there's kind of 2 ways to get that. You get your respect and admiration through your wisdom, through your love, through your humor, or if you don't have that to offer to the world, you're going to get it through your material possessions. So if you can gain respect and admiration through your business success, your wisdom, your love, your friendship, great, then you're going to get it, and you're going to fulfill that bucket. If you can't get from those things, then you're like, well, might as well show off my car. That's all I got to do. That's all I have. I think that's one side of it. So as you become more successful, your desire to show off diminishes because you're gaining respect and admiration through other things that are not material. The other side of this that's so important is that, I saw this statistic years ago that the poorest 10% of Americans buy like 80% of the lottery tickets. in America. And these are people who can like barely feed themselves. The lowest 10%, they're literally struggling to put a roof over their head and feed themselves, are going out hand over fist buying scratcher tickets. And the knee-jerk reaction when you hear that is, morons, what are you doing, you idiot? And maybe that is the right reaction, but I started thinking about it and it was like, okay, maybe if you try to put yourself in those people's shoes, maybe they would say something like this. If you are stuck in a low-income job and you feel like there's no way out, you feel like you don't have the opportunity to work your way up the ladder, become an entrepreneur, you feel like you're stuck in this position, buying a lottery ticket might be the only thing in life that gives you a little bit of hope. It might be what feels like literally your only ticket to get out. And that might be not something that you and I feel like because we at least feel like we might have other opportunities.
You're so right, because when I gambled, what I then did the same day before the result of my bet or my lottery ticket came in, so it was looking in the day, is I would go on Rightmove and like Auto Trader and look at stuff that I would buy if I wanted.
Yeah. I think there's a sense too that if you are stuck in a lower spot in life, if you have a feeling that the world is unfair, and very often it is, so maybe that might be the right mindset. But if you feel the world is unfair, then it's very natural to think, I might as well cheat too. If the world's unfair, why not? Might as well cheat. And I think that, at least at some level, has some explanation for the relationship between poverty and crime.
That's why hope is so true.
I think it's true too.
It gives you just a glimpse of hope, because it gives you it's a 0.00001% chance.
If it's the only thing in your day that made you smile a little bit, make you feel like you have a little bit of hope, then I get why they do it.
Yeah.
The other thing I think a lot about here is that if you are in a low-income job and you're working graveyard shifts and you're exhausted and you're taking 3 buses to get your kids to school, if the only thing that day that gives you a little bit of pleasure is a cigarette and some alcohol, I get it. I totally get it. And that's also the relationship between health and poverty. There's a lot of that too. So it's very easy for people who are of higher means to look down at those people and point out all the bad decisions that they're doing in life. But I think we underestimate how much the desire to just have a little bit of hope, a little bit of pleasure, and it doesn't feel like your only avenues for hope and pleasure, maybe that's the explanation for at least part of it.
Quick one. This is really, really fascinating to me. On the back end of our YouTube channel, it says that 69.9% of you that watch this channel frequently over the lifetime of this channel haven't hit the subscribe button. I just wanted to ask you a favor. It helps this channel so much if you choose to subscribe. It helps us scale the guests, helps us scale the production, it makes the show bigger. So if I could ask you for one favor, if you've watched the show before and you've enjoyed it and you like this episode that you're currently watching, could you please hit the subscribe button? Thank you so much, and I will repay that gesture by making sure that everything we do here gets better and better and better. How does it promise some money to you? Do we have a deal? Let's speak then to 18-year-old Steve that was in that little room with a stack of these what they call county court judgments about invaders and stuff, stack of letters on his desk. What advice, based on all you know about money and finance, can you give to somebody who is maybe making $1,000, $1,000, $2,000 a month, covers their rent just about, doesn't have a lot of money left over? What is the best way to go from that position to a position of wealth, in your view?
I think one of the best ways to think about it at the lower levels, and I explained a little bit of this earlier, but to dig into it, is a lot of what's probably giving you stress in life is that you don't have control of what you're doing. And if you view every dollar of savings that you have as a bit of your future that you own and control, then I think that mindset can shift pretty dramatically. And it's like that's the ticket out. The ticket out is not a nicer car, it's not a bigger house, it's not better clothes. The ticket out is independence. That's what's going to give you the better career. It's going to make you happier. It's going to make you healthier. And the only thing that's going to give you independence is having enough money saved up so that you can choose where you want to live, maybe what job you want. You can choose at some point down the road when you retire. If you get sick, it's not just going to break you immediately. Having that independence is going to take more weight off your shoulders than anything else you can do.
Save money.
That's it. That's the title of that chapter in the book is Save Money, because you can't put it any clearer or starker. Like that's it.
He says there are 3 types of people: those who save, those who don't think they can save, and those who don't think they need to save.
Yep.
3 types of people. Which one are you? Those who save, those who don't think they can save, and those who don't think they need to save. I tell you what, I've been all putting my life.
That's interesting. I've always been a saver.
No, I haven't.
And see I think that's actually very rare that you change who you are.
Really?
On the nature-nurture spectrum, I actually think, and this is kind of disappointing to talk about, it's not fun to talk about, but on the nature nurture spectrum, I think a lot of money is nature. Warren Buffett talks about the people who have the money mind, which means like either they get it or they don't. And if they get it instantly. And if they don't, they'll get it never at all. I actually don't believe it as that black and white. Charlie Munger explains it like that. He says, when explaining financial matters to young people, they either get it instantly or never at all. And he's putting that too starkly. I don't think it's that black and white. But on the nature nurture spectrum, is it 80-20? Is it 70-30? I think it's probably something in that range.
So let me give you a counter argument to that then. So, as I said, I've been someone that didn't think he could save because I didn't have money and I just thought, I could have saved. Looking back now, I know I could have saved. I could have saved a small amount, but I didn't see the value in saving small numbers. I didn't understand the laws of compounding returns, which Rebecca talk about. I've also been the person that saves, and I've also been the person who thought they didn't need to save. I've been on three. My counterpoint to this goes back to a story that I read from your early years where two of your friends died on a ski trip.
Yeah.
And it also links to something you said in your new book, Same as Ever, where you speak about how sometimes in life, like hitting rock bottom is the greatest incentive to change our lives. Yeah. So I put those two things together and go, that moment when two of your friends died on a ski trip and you were when you were younger, it had an impact on your risk appetite and your attitude towards, and therefore your attitude towards life.
Yeah. What happened? So I grew up skiing in Lake Tahoe, California, and I was a competitive ski racer. So all throughout my childhood and teenage years, I skied 6 days a week, 10 months a year, all over the world. And it was great. There were about 12 of us on the squad on ski team. We'd grown up together, and we'd spent our entire lives together. And when I was 17, this is in 2001, I was skiing with my two of my best friends, Brendan Allen and Brian Richmond. And we would ski out of bounds, which is illegal. You're not supposed to do it. We would duck under the rope that says do not cross and ski out of bounds because that's where a lot of the good skiing is. And when we would do this, he would spit us out on this backcountry road where we'd have to hitchhike back. There's no chairlift. We ski out of bounds, you have to hitchhike your way back. So we did it one morning in February 2001. The three of us did it. And when we did it, we triggered a very small avalanche. And I remember it so clearly. Like I could still feel it 22 years later. I can still feel what it's like. It's the weirdest sensation that I've had in my life because when you get hit by an avalanche, rather than pushing on the snow to gain traction with your skis, the ground is pushing you. So all of a sudden, you're skiing along and you got control, and all of a sudden, boom, you have no control of it. The ground is pushing you around. Quite similar to what it feels like if you're standing on the ground running. The ground's pushing you. And it was a pretty small avalanche. It came up to our knees, ended pretty quickly, and we kind of like literally high-fived about it at the bottom and went about our day. We get back around to the base, we hitchhike back. And Brendan and Brian said they wanted to do it again. They wanted to ski again. And I said, hey, for whatever reason, I just didn't want to do it. So I said, hey, rather than hitchhiking back, why don't you guys go do it again? And I'll drive my truck around and pick you up. We said, great. We made our plans, went our separate ways. They went skiing. I went back around to take my boots off and jump in my truck and pick them up. 20, 30 minutes later, I go to pick them up at the pickup spot and they weren't there. And I knew it only took us a minute to ski down the hill. So 20 minutes later, I knew like they weren't coming. I was not worried. I figured that they had already hitchhiked home. But so after waiting for another 20 or 30 minutes, I just left and went back to the lodge. I expected them to be there, and they weren't. And I still didn't really worry. Like we didn't have cell phones back then, and people were just comfortable being out of touch. If you didn't know where your buddy was, like we were not big deal. So we went about the day. I started worrying a little bit. I remember I stopped at Brendan's house and expected him to be there. He wasn't there either. And I remember calling and leaving a message on his voicemail. And I remember ending the voicemail by saying, I hope you're okay, man. Those are my last words. I remember that very clearly. The day went on, and I think at about 4 or 5 o'clock, Brian's mom called me. And she said, Brian never showed up for work today. Do you know where he is? And I told her what happened. I said, we skied the backside of Squaw. We hitchhiked back. I was going to pick him up, but they never showed up, and I haven't seen them since. And I also remember so clearly Brian's mom saying, oh my God, and that was so then we started getting worried. We called the police. The police didn't take it very seriously because they thought, they're out at a party. They ran off with a girl for the night. They weren't worried. And we finally got search and rescue involved. And rescuers with pro poles found Brendan and Brian buried under 6 feet of snow. And they'd been killed from a massive avalanche. And so, look, I think virtually everyone listening to this, I'm sure you two have lost somebody close to you, somebody that you love. So I know the experience was not unique in that way, but it was the first time that I had experienced loss, and it was the first bad thing that had ever happened to me in my life. So it had a big impact on me. And there were a lot of takeaways. I think at the time I didn't have the cognitive tools to piece together what happened or to learn about what happened, like have any sort of takeaways. But as I got older and thought about it and looking back, I put together all these like realizations of what that did to me, how it changed me, and what were some of the lessons too. One that I talk about in the book that I think about all the time is my decision to not go with them on a second run was this completely brainless decision. I put no thought into that decision. It was not a cost-benefit analysis. I didn't think through it, but it's the most important decision I've ever made in my life. 100% chance if I was with them, I would have done it. And I had skied literally thousands of runs with friends in the book. How many times did I deny a second run with them or say, you guys keep going, I'm going to go in? Almost never. The one time I did, it saved my entire life. And so that, you really realize that the world hangs by a thread. Everybody thinks like, oh, you're going to put a lot of thought into your big decisions to make sure that you're successful in life, when you go to college, when your career's going to be who you marry. That's all great. But the world hangs by a thread, and there are tiny little know-nothing decisions, maybe that you made today, of maybe it was when to cross the street, maybe it was when to leave to get in your car, that can utterly change the course of your life. And so once you accept that, of how much the world hangs by a thread, I think you become much more humble with your willingness to make forecasts about the future. What the economy's going to do, who's going to win the election, what's going to happen in my life, my career, my family life. We have no clue. We have no idea. Because all we can think about are the big decisions. We cannot piece together the chaos theory of, I got in my car at the wrong time. I met the wrong person, or met the right person. Or, I decided not to take a second run. We cannot forecast the impact of those things. And so that had a big impact on me too. Just who are we to fool ourselves that we can predict the next recession, that we can predict where our careers are going to be in 10 years, that we can predict how long our marriage is going to last, that we can predict how long we're going to live. We can't. Nobody can. Because we can't predict how crazy these tiny events can turn into.
And this comes right back to investing, isn't it? Because most people that consider themselves to be investors, when they're actually putting a couple of quid into crypto or something else, engage in that idea that they can predict the future.
Yeah.
And this is where it appears that most money is lost.
You think about the biggest risk to the U.S. economy in the last 2 generations. That's one. The others would be Pearl Harbor, 9/11, COVID, and maybe Lehman Brothers couldn't find a buyer in 2008, which sparked the financial crisis in 2008. Those are the biggest risks by far. And the common denominator of every one of those stories is that nobody saw them coming. They were not in any newspaper before they happened. They were not in any economic outlook. Nobody was going on TV warning you that this was coming. The common denominator of those is that they did all of their damage in 2 seconds. And that will be the case going forward. And you can guarantee that the biggest news story and the biggest risk over the next year, or the next 10 years of our life, whatever it is something that nobody's talking about today, that you and I can't even fathom. Because it's always been like that. There's never been a time when the biggest news story was foreseeable. And it'll be like that going forward. So that's another just like embracing how fragile the world is. There's a great quote from a financial advisor who I really admire, Carl Richards. He says, risk is what's left over when you think you've thought of everything. You can go out of your way to think about all of the risks that are in your life, and great, and how you're going to prevent them, great, that's a good thing to do. When you're done with that exercise, what's left over that you're not thinking about is what risk actually is. So by definition, we can never plan or even imagine what the biggest risk in our life would be.
You say that in the same as ever. You say the chapter title is risk is the things you can't see, or something.
Risk is what you don't see.
Risk is what you don't see. That was a little bit terrifying.
And it's true. And I think sometimes you could phrase it as terrifying. It's also kind of relieving that, why are you going to put so much effort into trying to predict what the stock market's going to do next, what the economy's going to do next? Why are you building a forecasting model to figure out what the economy's going to do over the next 10 years? When you look at the last 10 or 20 years, how could you ever predict 9/11 or COVID? And even look, something like COVID, there's a 2015 Bill Gates TED Talk where he talks about the biggest risk to society is a viral pandemic. So it's not that nobody saw that thing coming, but the specifics of when it's going to happen, how bad it's going to be. Is it just going to shut down the economy for a week or 2 years? That is completely impossible.
But there's also lots of other TED Talks that say everything's going to be great.
Of course,
So
of course.
there's a lot more. So on balance, the world, I have no idea.
I think on balance, the world breaks once per decade. Not exactly once per decade, but on average, once per decade, everything that you thought about risk and uncertainty and stability goes to shit.
So how do I prepare? If risk is what I don't see, how do I prepare?
There's another great quote from Nassim Taleb that I like, where he says, invest in preparedness, not in prediction. So rather than going out of your way to be like, here's what I think is going to happen in crypto, here's what I think is going to happen in the stock market, just make sure that you have a big enough buffer in your finances, cash, liquidity, being scared of debt, so that no matter what happens, you at least have a fighting chance of enduring it, making it through. One thing I've often thought about is that you should have enough cash in your investing portfolio. The amount of cash you should have should feel like it's too much. It should make you wince a little bit. Because if you only have enough cash to put up with the risks that you can envision and the risks that you can foresee, you're going to miss a surprise every single time. Every single surprise is going to be a surprise to you. But if you feel like you have too much cash, then at least you have a fighting chance of putting up with the 9/11, the COVID, the Pearl Harbor, whatever it might be. So when people look at my asset allocation, my investments, a lot of people look at it and say, you seem really conservative. Why do you have this much cash? What are you saving for? And my answer is always, I don't know. I have no idea what I'm saving for. Who are we to assume that we can predict the risks that are going to be in our own personal lives and throughout the broader world? Nobody can do it. The only way to prepare for it is to have what feels like too much safety.
What is your capital allocation strategy? How do you invest your money? This is the thing people want to know most about.
I keep it as painfully simple as I possibly can. So literally my entire net worth is cash, a house, and index funds, and some shares of Markel while I'm on the board of directors. And that's it. There's nothing else. I can summarize everything so easily and so cleanly. And truly, that's it. It's not even like I have 20 bank accounts. I have one bank account, one brokerage account, and a house, and that's it. So simple.
Why index funds? You're the reason your capital allocation strategy is always kind of fine. I want to talk about housing as well, but after reading your book, I stopped trying to pick stocks.
Yeah.
And I invested all of my available capital into index funds outside of investing in starting companies. So I'm a shareholder in, I don't know, 50, 60, 70 companies. All my available capital is invested in the index funds. And then I have a very long-standing large position in Ethereum, which I've held for like 6 years.
Yeah.
It's only very well.
Yeah.
That is it. And the Ethereum investment is also based on the fact they're running a software business that is in blockchain. And I could see that developers are building on Ethereum more than any other blockchain. So that insight was really beneficial to me.
In 6 years, so even with the big fall of the last 2 years, you're still up a lot.
Yeah, I think your book taught me that successful investing is when you lose the password to your investment account.
Yes. That's exactly it.
I don't actually think you said that in there, but that's like, when I lose the password to my investment account, I'm so proud of myself.
Yeah.
Because it means I haven't checked it in forever. And so it's funny because you're coming today. I thought, oh yeah, I have all this money in these index funds. I'll check it. I'm not fucking the password.
It's good. That's why you're going to do okay. The reason I do this, what's important is that I am not one of the people who says nobody can beat the market, so therefore use index funds. That's not what I believe. I think it's extremely hard to beat the market, and very few people will do it. But I think there are really smart people who can do it, and people who I know who I could invest with. The reason I don't is not because I don't believe it can be done. It's because the variable that I want to maximize for in my investments is endurance. If I can just earn average returns for an above average period of time, it's going to lead to an amount of success that will literally put you in the top 5% of investors. My parents are a great example. My parents are smart people, but they have no financial background. And they have like minimal financial interest, I would say. But they have dollar cost average in the index funds for going on 40 years now. And literally, if you look at the returns, they've never sold anything ever. And literally, if you look at the returns, they'd probably be in the top 3% of professional investors.
What is, for anyone not to know, what is dollar cost averaging and what is an index fund?
Dollar cost averaging means you buy the same dollar amount of investments every single month come hell or high water. Doesn't matter what the stock market's doing, recession, boom, bust, you say, I'm going to put $100 or whatever it is in the stock market on the first of every month. Now, most people who have a 401k at work are doing this whether they know it or not. they have $100 or whatever removed from every paycheck, and it goes into the funds that they own, and they don't have to do anything. Whether you know it or not, you're actually doing it. The contrast to that would say, I'm going to buy and sell based off of how I feel in the stock market. I wake up, I watch CNBC, I decided to sell, I'm going to put back in, I feel better about the money. It's the contrast to that. An index fund is just a single fund that owns hundreds or thousands of stocks within it. And if it's diverse enough, if it's big enough, really what you're doing is you're owning a slice of the global economy, which is how I think about it. It's thousands of individual stocks in there, Tesla, Apple, whatever it be. But really what you're doing is you're owning a slice of capitalism.
If I was your son and I said, Dad, prove to me that that's a better long-term wealth creation strategy than buying crypto or buying companies that I use and like, how would you explain that to your kid?
Your ability to do well over the next 1 year or 5 years is going to have no role whatsoever in your lifetime ability to generate wealth. All that's going to matter is not what are the best returns you can earn. All that matters is what are the returns you can sustain for the longest period of time. All that matters is your endurance. It doesn't matter if you can double your money this year, or even double your money again next year. All that matters is, can you stick and keep it going for 50 years? That's where compounding comes from. Because the formula for compounding is returns to the power of time. That's not quite it, but like more or less that's it. So in that equation, if you understand the math, all of the heavy lifting comes from the exponent. Because that's how exponential growth works. That's how it works. It's literally exponential.
Give me a case study where someone has followed that strategy and done well.
Okay, here's one way to explain it that I use in the book. 99% of Warren Buffett's net worth was accumulated after his 60th birthday. After he turned 60 years old, 99% of his wealth has been accumulated after that period. Because the longer you hold that for, the crazier the numbers get. When he was 60, I think he was worth about $3 billion. A lot of money, he's a multi-billionaire. But now in these 90s, he's worth over $100 billion. And he's given like $100 billion away to charity. So if he didn't do that, he'd go from $3 billion to $200 billion since he's been 60. Because the numbers just get crazier at that point. He's worth $100 billion. So if his net worth was up 10% in 1 year, it makes $10 billion, which is 3 times what he was worth when he was 60. So that's, when you look at somebody like Buffett, is he a great investor? Is he a great stock picker? Of course. But the real secret to his success is that he's been a good investor for 80 years. And if he had retired at age 60 or age 50, nobody would have ever heard of him. He would have been like one of the other multi-billionaires who lives in Florida and plays golf, and like we've never heard of him. The reason he's a household name is because he's been doing this nonstop since he's been 11 years old. He's never stopped. It's just the endurance that's made him so wealthy, not necessarily the annual returns. Patience.
It's a difficult thing. It also reminds me of the story that you talk about in the introduction of your book about the janitor, Ronald James Reed.
Yeah.
Who, when he died in 2014, age 92, had a net worth of over $8 million.
And he was a janitor.
How did he do that?
He took what very little money he could save from his job as a janitor, mopping floors at the gas station. He put it in stocks and he left it alone for 7 years. And that's it. That's all you need. That's all you need to do. If you have endurance in your investing and you can keep it going for years or decades, you don't need to be a genius stock picker. And not only do you not need to do it, if you have endurance, you're going to be literally 97 or 99% of the genius stock pickers. And what's so interesting about it is like picking the right stocks is hard. It's supposed to be hard. Like, there's no world in which everybody who tries to beat the market is going to do it. Of course it's hard. Just like being an NBA player is hard. But having endurance is like largely in your control. It's so much easier to just be patient than it is to pick the right stocks every single day. And I think some people, nature nurture, some people like probably Ronald Reed and my parents, just understand it naturally. It's not hard for them to be patient. But there are professional investors who work 80 hours a week for 30 years to try to beat the market, and they can't do it. Not only some, that explains like most of them. And even the ones who can do it, are maybe going to beat the market by 0.5% per year, 1%. If you can have endurance, that's a bigger benefit than you can have by even being like a very successful stock trader. Like somebody who outperforms the market by 1 percentage point per year, and they can do that for 10 years, that's amazing. That's like Mount Rushmore investor. But somebody who earns average returns and does it for 20 years, you're going to have way more money. You do it for 30 years, you're going to be filthy rich. You'd be like Ronald Reed, you can be a janitor who leaves $8 million to charity.
But so in the case of Ronald Reed, do you not look at him a little bit and go, listen, you have $8 or $9 million in the bank, living up.
See, this is one I do kind of regret. say that explicitly, but I kind of make him out to be a role model. And I don't think that's the case. He's not my role model. I think he's a fascinating story of somebody who became rich despite not having any of the pedigree or any of the skills that you are normally associated with wealthy people. But you're right that he lived in a squalid housing and worked as a janitor. That's not my goal. So I want to live a nice life. I want to be independent. But he's the most extreme example that you can come up with. And I wish I had stated that more clearly.
A lot of people have a conversation around pensions, and in the UK we can pay money from our salary into our pension. But I think a lot of people think, gosh, I'm 60, when I'm 65, I want to be rich. I want to be rich when I'm 25.
Yeah.
I can go to Vegas and, you know, all out and buy nice things and have great experiences, not when I'm 65.
Yeah. No, it's true. I think there are a lot of people, a lot of financial advisors will say that one of the hardest things they do as an advisor is getting their clients to spend money, because they've been so conditioned to save, that when they finally retire at 65, they don't know how to spend. They don't know who to spend money. There's a great author, I think you've had him on your show, Ramit Sethi, who talks about this a lot. Like, you need to learn how to live a rich life and figure out what that is for you. For some people, like for me, it's just like my happy state is like sitting on the couch in sweatpants, reading a book, going for a walk with my wife. That's my rich life that I love doing. And to do that, I need to be independent and autonomous, so I can do that all day long. I can do that on Wednesday afternoon. Ramit talks a lot about like maybe a rich life. I think for him, it's flying first class and wearing nice clothes. And he talks about he drives, I think, like a beat up Honda. He flies first class and he dresses very nice. So we just have to figure out what is the little thing that's going to make you happy. And I think a lot of people's problem is that society tells you what you're supposed to do to be happy. You're supposed to have a nice car, you're supposed to have a big house, you're supposed to wear nice clothes. That's what society tells you to do. And for some people, that might be the case. For other people like me, I think it's not. That would not ever make me happy. What does make me happy is independence. I can just do these little quirky things in life. So I think you just have to figure out the little things that make you happy, rather than just being forced by society into what they want you to do.
Knowing when enough is enough. This is one of the most interesting things that I think really rang true to me was, how do I know when enough is enough? I've definitely been a victim to that external narrative that I need to have these things in my life to be a happy person. But how does one go about knowing when enough is enough?
I think back to the story of my father. He just woke up one day and it was obvious that he had been doing what he did for long enough, and he had felt like he had enough and whatnot, and he broke away from it. I think for a lot of people, one thing that's important about the concept of having enough and independence is that when most people, even if they are independent, they wake up every morning, what they want to do is go to work. One of the big problems with the FIRE movement, the financial independence retire early movement, where people are like, I'm going to be a super saver, and then retire at age 31, whatever it be. So many of those people who actually did that and retired at age 31, once they retired, after about 2 weeks, they were bored out of their mind. And if they did it for 6 months, they were clinically depressed. Because for most people, you want to be productive. You want to keep doing it. So having enough doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to stop working. It just means you're going to keep doing only the work that you want to do. There's a really interesting question that Patrick O'Shaughnessy asks a lot of people in his office. He says, if you won $1 billion in the lottery, you had to stay at this job, you're a billionaire, but you can't quit. What at this company would you want to do, and what would you get rid of? And virtually everyone has an answer to that question. They say, oh, if I didn't need the money, but I have to stay, I would love to work on this project. I love working on this thing. This, that, and the other is all bullshit. So like in any job, there's going to be something that you want to do. There's going to be some project, there's going to be some position, or maybe it's like being an artist, whatever it would be. It's not that you stop working. It's that when you have enough, you get to pick and choose which of those things you want to end up doing.
It's often too late in life when we realise the cost that we pay for enough and being enough. You know, it could be family, it could be health, whatever. I always reflect on the Roland Webb, was who interviewed people in the deathbed and found out that the biggest regret for dying was not living the life to themselves, working too much, etc. But that's on your deathbed. There's nothing you can do about that.
Right.
And I think a lot about this, like, what am I going to regret?
Yes, I think about it too. I think this is pretty morbid to think about, but I think about if I were on my deathbed tomorrow, would I regret working hard and saving a lot of money? And my answer is absolutely not. It would give me so much pleasure to know that my wife and my 2 young kids are going to be fine. And the opposite of that, I cannot fathom being on my deathbed and looking at my wife and my 8-year-old son and my 4-year-old daughter and thinking, you guys are screwed. That would be the biggest regret I think could happen. So I think a lot of people would look at someone with a high savings rate like me and would assume that I'm going to regret it on my deathbed. And who knows? But I have to think it would actually be the opposite. What gives me so much happiness and pleasure is taking care of my family. And if I were to go tomorrow, I wouldn't regret for 1 second the car that I didn't buy, the big house I didn't buy, the nice clothes I didn't buy, not for a second would I regret not doing this.
It's a really good frame to influence that financial decision making. Maybe a lot of people like saving up to buy a lot of nonsense that's going to depreciate. Would you rather have a little nest egg left over for the ones you love, or buy that big?
There's another great book called Die with Zero, which basically the title is self-explanatory. Well, one of the concepts is even if you want to give money away to your family, don't wait until you die. Don't make your kids wait till they're like, hope you're going to die so they can get their inheritance. Give it to them when it really matters, which for most people is in their 30s and 40s. If you wait until you die at age 90 and your kids are 60 and then they get your money, like what's the purpose of that? Give it to them when they need it. When they're raising kids and whatnot, that's when they need your money. I really like that concept. I think about that with my own kids.
The counterpoint to that is that if I just give my kids money, then like the child quote, they might lose it quick. So think about that, especially as someone that has a lot of cash they could give. I think about this because at some point I'm going to have kids and they're going to, Daddy, I want to do a driving lesson, or they're going to be 18 and go off to university or whatever. And they're going to say like, I've got nowhere to live, or I found this nice apartment, Dad. And in those moments, do I make the decision to pay for it because I can, or withhold it because they need to learn the hard way? I have this, I call it an argument with my girlfriend, where I say, babe, listen, when we have kids, they're going to sit and me. And she's like, absolutely not.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, babe, when they get the we made a deal, I think we got to about when they're 12 years old, and put them in economy. So they can learn for themselves the value of things.
See, we made this mistake. I don't think I've ever talked about this, but it was about a year ago. We flew with my son, who was me, I guess he was 7 at the time, we flew first class. And we explained to him that this was not normal, this was not going to be the way it is. As soon as he did it, we went home, we told all of our neighbors, told all of his friends, told everybody at school. And that was when I was like, can't do this, never again. You see how quickly somebody can be spoiled, or use that to try to show other people that they are superior to them.
And his expectations.
That's when it was like, no, we can't ever do this ever again.
And you moved his expectations.
Absolutely. I didn't fly first class until I was 35. I did it at 7. And so that when I first did it at 35, I remember feeling, I earned this. I worked for this. And it also felt so special to me because I'd flown coach 9,000 times before that. So it felt amazing. And so that's, I think about that a lot. There's a great quote from Charlie Munger where one of his rich friends says, Charlie, if I give my kids all of my money, is that going to ruin their ambition? And Charlie says, of course it will, but you have to do it anyways. The guy says, why? Charlie says, because if you don't, your kids will hate you. And I think that too is like, lots of Charlie Munger quotes are framed as black and white, they're extreme. I think that's probably like 80% true.
Really?
That it's probably maybe 70% true. That if you are a wealthy person, and I'm not talking billionaires, if you just have a moderate amount of wealth that you might pass along to your kids, that your two options are kind of, at least to some extent, hurt their ambition or risk some level of strife. And it's always child dependent. Like I always make the example that if 18-year-old Bill Gates or Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk inherited $1 billion, wouldn't have made any difference to their ambition. They would not have slowed them down by 1 second. But most people, including myself, it would have. Like I was driven by fear of not making it, which is what most people are. I was scared shitless that I was not going to find the right career, that I wasn't going to make it, and that's what drove me. Some people don't need that, but I think it's very rare. I think the huge majority of people, if you give them an easy life, they will take it and embrace it with both hands.
Making money and keeping money require two different skills. You spoke about a few of the skills that are required for making money. The one that really stuck out to me that you've discussed so far is this idea of endurance, patience, regardless of what's happening in the markets, regardless of the volatility, lose your password and sit on your hands. Just on that point as well, I remember reading this in my life, even in your book. It's so crazy because the things that I know about money, I can't remember where I got them from. Most of them came from this book. Like most of the principles came from this book. One of the things that I read was that Warren Buffett would go like 5 years without allocating capital. And this quote where he said, the hardest thing to be a great investor is to be able to sit on your hands and do nothing.
Sit on your ass and do nothing. That's it. That's what it's a wonderful quote. And that's what we're doing right now. Berkshire Hathaway, which is Warren Buffett's company, has like $150 billion of cash right now. And that's their entire 60-year history of Warren Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway is build up a shitload of cash, wait 10 years for an opportunity, deploy it all, and then go back to waiting and building up cash. And that's how they've done it. Good opportunities are rare. Of course they are. They should be rare. It shouldn't be that anybody can just open up their stock account and find the opportunity of a life.
What are the
It's going to come once a decade.
What are the other skills then? Endurance, patience, to get money.
For the ordinary person, endurance and patience is 99% of what you need as an investor, because the opportunities there to invest in a low-cost index fund are available for everybody.
And you can do that from your phone.
You do it from your phone, open up a Robinhood account, buy some index fund, anybody can do that. And so that was not always the case. It used to be, like 20 years ago, the only people who could invest were people who had a lot of money and could afford a broker and had connection to a broker.
You have to like make a phone call.
To make a phone call, you had to know a guy, and even then you were going to pay a ridiculous fee to that person.
It releases a paper.
It was a joke, and that's 20 years ago. It was not that long ago. So I think like people aren't grateful enough or appreciative enough of how much things have changed. Open up those opportunities for everybody.
You talk about the skill of keeping money, which is different from the skill of getting money, is predicated on survival.
Financial survival, and just putting up with all the unpredictable nonsense that's going to happen between now and the end of your life. And we talked earlier about the surprises, Pearl Harbor, 9/11, all these big surprises. It's just your ability to endure things like that that's going to be literally 90% of your financial success and your investing success. So gaining money is like being an optimist and taking a risk, like being optimistic about yourself, swinging for the fences. You need that to get rich. Staying rich is like the exact opposite. You need a level of being conservative. You need to be scared. You need to be like acknowledge of all the unknown risks that are in front of us, and have a financial allocation and a mindset that's going to allow you to endure them and survive them financially. You need both of those skills at the same time.
So your kid is 20 years old. He's broke. Do you tell him to go and take huge outsized risks? He's not got a family. He's not got a mortgage. He's not got a dog. What advice do you give him at that age to create one?
I would actually say, I think this is a little counterintuitive, that when somebody is young, you think you would say, you got 50 years in front of you, swing for the fences, go for it. It's also when your life is the most fragile. It's when you're most likely to be laid off, most likely to change your career, most likely to break up or get divorced, whatever it would be. And so for that, you need quite a bit of financial flexibility, just cash and liquidity. So once you had some level built up, whatever the level might be for a different person, then like do something crazy. I also think like for careers, some of the best career advice, it's maybe not universal, but when you graduate college and you're looking at your career, don't take the safe job, which is usually like a big company, a big chip company. Go for the weird company. Go for something crazy, because when you're older, when you're 40 and you have 2 kids and a mortgage, you're not going to want to take the weird job. That's when you want the stability. That's when you're probably going to want the job that has good benefits and a stable paycheck, because you need that. When you're 22 and you're not tied down by anything, don't go work for Goldman Sachs or Apple or Deloitte or something like that. Go for the weird startup where you're going to learn something completely different.
Linked to that point is, in the weird startup, you're going to be so close to the failure. And failure is the knowledge.
You're going to learn so much more. And there's so many people who take the blue chip, the safe job out of college, and it puts them on a very predictable track. You're going to be an analyst for 2 years, and then if you're good, you'll get promoted to senior analyst. You'll get promoted to associate. It's a very stable and linear. And that's you're capping all of your upside. But if you go for the weird company, you're either going to do one of two things. It's either going to fail and you're going to learn a lot from that, or it's going to take off and you're going to learn a lot from that. And then maybe when you're 40, after going through all that, then you want a stable job at the big company.
It's interesting. I was thinking as you're speaking that the proximity from your desk and the CEOs probably needs to widen over time.
Yes, I think that's true. Yeah, absolutely. And most people, I think if you do it the other way around, or most people would never do it the other way around. If you start your career in a stable company, you're probably never going to leave. You're going to get addicted to the nice paycheck, the stable benefits, whatnot, and you're never going to take a risk and do anything else. Maybe that's okay. Maybe for some people's personalities, that's exactly what they want. But I think there is a higher level of regret when people start in a safe company, and they have the golden handcuffs, they can't leave. And by the time they're 40, and they realize that they wanted to work at a crazy company, they can't. They have a mortgage and 2 kids, and they're saving for retirement, and they can't take the risk at that level of their life.
You introduced this concept of tails, long tails, and this also changed my life. changed my investment strategy. Talk about the example of venture capital, where for every 50 investments that venture capitalists make, statistically half of them completely fail. 10 will do okay, and 1 or 2 will make huge profits that drive 100% of the fund's returns.
Yeah.
This is a lesson about investing in finance, but it's also for me a lesson about life.
Always life. Yeah. It applies to everything. Tales where just a couple of things that happen explain 90 or 99% of what matters. It's always the case. You see it in business where you take in the United States, there are thousands of public companies you can buy stock in. But the huge majority of the value in the U.S. stock market is in like 10 companies: Apple, Tesla, Microsoft. So even though you have thousands of companies, 10 of them are the ones that really matter and are going to drive all of the returns over time.
So why do you explain this kind of?
Because nobody knows what they're going to be, at least in hindsight. That's the argument for owning 1,000 of them, is that you know that the 10 that are going to be the next big ones are going to be.
All of this is a case of humility. This is honestly what I took away from the book. You're expecting to walk away with tips, all these tips, these tricks, these special ways to make more money than everything. What I came away with is this one important lesson I've never been able to unsee, which is
I think that's great. And then back to, I wrote this book for myself. That's been the biggest lesson for me. It's not only do I know, but nobody else knows either. Everyone else is bullshitting their way through the investing market too. They don't know either.
I mean, this is crypto chat. One of my friends, he's the guy in the chat that's always posting forecast graphs. You know those ones where they kind of like got a lot of graphs where they forecast where the stock for the crypto is going. I think it's going to go right,
and it's always
up and to the right. And it's kind of like male horoscopes. I had someone say that.
That's such a great, yeah. No, I think what's closest to investing is the horoscope. Even if you know it's bullshit, you want to read it because it's comforting. What a lot of people want out of their investing forecasts or whatever it is they want to reduce the uncertainty that's giving them stress. Because everyone, I think, intuitively knows that the future in front of us is unknown and it's unknowable, but that hurts. And so if it hurts, you try to reduce that stress by finding someone who says, I do know what's going to happen.
You know what this applies as well? I read Amazon's Jeff Bezos, who's the CEO and founder of Amazon, his shareholder letter, where he says, we have to be the best place in the world to place. We swing for the fences 10 times, and for every 10 swings, 9 of them are in the Amazon graveyard. He's talking about AI and opportunity, which can fail, the fire phone, which nobody knows. Yeah. But the 1 in 10 paid big time to the graveyard.
The 1 in 10 is going to be AWS, which may make 70 billion this year. Right. We talked about that with the Fire phone from Amazon, which if you don't know, Amazon built a cell phone, it's called the Fire phone, and it was a joke, it was a disaster, it was a massive flop. And he was doing like an analyst call, and then this analyst talked about like, hey, the Fire phone flopped, like what happened there? And Bezos said, if you think that was a big failure, just wait, you've seen nothing yet. And like that's why Amazon's successful. They're willing to try 1,000 things with the idea that they know 990 of them are going to fail, but the 10 that work are going to be massive. And if you can fail well and have the mentality to fail and the financial backing to be able to fail, like make sure your bets are not that big, and you just keep taking little risks all the time, the optionality that you get from it, the odds that 1 or 2 of those are going to explode are huge. It's massive. It's no different than how do you win the lottery? You have to buy thousands and thousands or millions of tickets. If you buy billions of tickets, you'll probably win the lottery. It's probably not going to pay off because it doesn't work like that. But it's the same concept. Like if you take enough swings at bat, one of them is going to hit a push.
And this is also a reason why sometimes they look innovative, they look like they're geniuses, but in fact they
massive. There's a story at